Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third and final day of the Belgrade Security Conference. Over the past 2 days, we have delved into some of the most critical security and geopolitical issues shaping our world. Today, we continue our exploration with two highly relevant and timely panels.
First, we will begin with war and democracy, political development in Eastern Europe in light of Russian aggression. Whilst Russia's assault on Ukraine's territorial integrity has allowed particularly Ukraine and Moldova to integrate closer into Western structures, pushing them to further advance democratic reforms, the war's impact on the domestic political trajectory of the remaining countries in the EU's eastern neighborhood is mixed and, in a sense, less obvious. In this panel, we will have the following participants: Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, national leader of Belarus and head of the United Transition Cabinet. She will contribute to panel and Belgrade Security Conference with video address. Adrian Belutel, Chief of Staff of the President of the Republic of Moldova. Georgi Oniani, Deputy Executive Director of Transparency International Georgia. Irina Krasnotstan, Program Director of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. And Thomas Hacker, member of the German Bundestag. Moderator in this panel is Tobias Schumacher, Professor in European Studies and TNU Trondheim, Senior Professional Fellow, College of Europe, NATO in Warsaw.
We also have the Belgrade Security Conference's Young Leaders Parallel Panel, Youth in the Balkans, Settling Up Their Parents' Wars. This session will focus on the role of the younger generation in the Balkans, who are tasked with the building a future free from the divisions of the past. The panelists are a lawyer, Alexandra Milosevic, Fiola Zainulahu, Projects and Development Manager at Climate Awareness Association, Kalina Dukovska, Executive Board Member at the Youth Educational Forum, Nedjela Kurtchehajic, intern at Mercury, Multidisciplinary International Conflict Resolution Institute. The moderator of this panel is Kristina Bosil, member of the Regional Youth Partnership Program. This panel will be held in the room 14 across this.
But before these first panels of the day, we have a keynote speech by Ambassador Erin Elizabeth McKee, Assistant Administrator for Europe and Eurasia in USAID.
Enjoy the conference.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming today for what should be a very engaging discussion, and a big thanks to Redemos, or Redefining EU Support for Democracy, for convening this panel. As you all know, Ukrainians continue to suffer from Putin's brutality. We have all seen this callous disregard for human life, national sovereignty, and international norms. He has even enlisted the support of the People's Republic of China's industrial base to serve as a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. Now, with the addition of North Korean troops, they have flaunted UN Security Council resolutions and further escalated the conflict. Despite his claim over 1,000 days ago that Kyiv would fall, Putin's strategic aims have failed. For 3 years, we have stood with the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. Their courage and resistance serve as an inspiration for us all, and at the same time as a stark reminder of Putin's territorial ambitions. We have worked hard to build a strong and durable global coalition that supports the Ukrainian people. Our partners continue to step up with urgently needed assistance, and they will not look the other way in the face of this unprovoked and unjustified war. Putin's desire for influence and power will not stop. Europe is at a critical juncture. Putin and other malign actors on the world stage seek to promote authoritarianism and sow instability and spark fear and uncertainty about today and about the future. And this is done not only through unjustified force, but also through propaganda, misinformation, and other asymmetrical warfare tactics that we've seen in play throughout the region. Putin's armies may not be at your border, but the Kremlin's information manipulation apparatus is already active in your communities, as well as ours back home. In light of this, how do we work to continue to work together to prepare for the free, secure, prosperous, and stable future we all want for Europe? Based on the United States Agency for International Development's experience over the past 33 years in the region, we have some lessons learned on how to help democracy succeed, and most importantly, to ensure human dignity is protected. Nearly half of USAID's original partner countries in Europe no longer receive financial assistance from USAID. Many have joined NATO or the EU and now partner with my agency as fellow donors. For decades, USAID has helped partners establish market economies, democratic institutions that support freedom, sovereignty, and prosperity. And some of the key factors in this success, the lessons learned that we've derived over the last 3 decades, are development progress through strengthening government transparency is vital. Access to independent and fact-based media is critical. Strengthening energy security, energy diversification, and reducing dependency on malign actors for that energy that undergirds the entire economy is vital. And most importantly, deepening Euro-Atlantic economic ties. Citizen-centered governance is another lesson as we look at strong democratic institutions that ensure, despite shocks to the system, sovereignty, stability, and freely chosen governments that foster ongoing development on the paths of European countries. And this includes increasing government accountability and empowering civil society. Civil society not just as watchdogs for anti-corruption or partnership with the people, but to actually partner with governments to ensure that the needs of the people at the local level are voiced and met. With more diverse and reliable content and improved media literacy, that is access to information and being able to discern what is fact-based and what is not, societies can mitigate their vulnerability to malign manipulation. And we've worked with our partners, many of you in this room, to strengthen cybersecurity capabilities and stem future attacks from malign actors. It's one thing to put access to government services, digitalization, and making sure that you are able to participate in the governance of your country through e-governance systems. But you also have to, at the same time, protect that information and boost citizen confidence in accessing those services and contributing their data to the greater good. On energy, fostering energy independence allows diverse energy providers into a free market, which increases competition and lowers energy costs for the consumers. All of these tools that I just described, these lessons learned, this work that we've done together, weakens Putin's chokehold on European markets while increasing investment in vital infrastructure. Finally, we've learned that forging economic ties across the Atlantic will increase and has increased opportunity and investment. And this, at the same time, neutralizes coercion and economic blackmail by predatory actors. Supporting small business, driving growth and innovation, that entrepreneurial spirit from the ground up, we've seen economic progress will continue independently. Yesterday, I had the chance to meet with some visionary founders of innovative Serbian startups. USAID partnered with leaders in Serbia's technology sector to drive economic growth and strengthen the Serbian tech system. These young entrepreneurs, these visionaries, stayed the course. One presentation, they had received 5 no's from investors as they made their pitch. But the 6th one opened the door And now they're looking to expand not only their model, but also to greater markets, greater opportunity, greater job creation. That's the type of ecosystem, that's the type of entrepreneurial spirit that we know exists here and throughout Europe and Eurasia. Here in Serbia, USAID remains committed to supporting the people of Serbia as well as all Eastern Europeans in their democratic aspirations. We continue to work with the government of Serbia to implement the Western Balkan Growth Plan, the obligations which will increase regional connectivity and accelerate Serbia's EU integration. There's a historical fact that no democracy has ever waged war on another democracy. As political scientist Jack Levy described, this is as close to anything we have as an empirical law in international relations. And we have hard data to back this up. Democratic values lead to long-term prosperity. Strong democratic institutions lead to long-term stability. Democratic principles, when they're adhered to, protect and preserve human dignity. Every citizen, every person has the right to individual agency, to be able to pursue their dreams, their innovations, their future. And we are here to try and support and protect that drive, that aspiration, that vision, and that hope. It is not USAID's job to bring this ideology to others. It is up to our partners, it is up to the people of Europe, and it is up to you. You must be the driving force to create a free, dignified, prosperous future that you want to have, that your children want to have, that the visionary young entrepreneurs so desperately want to secure, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. And we are proud to support you and partner with you to realize that future. Thank you again to Redimos for their work. I look forward to hearing a future fruitful discussion, and I know that individual security, national security, in a complex security environment is only possible to achieve when we work together because we are stronger together. We have demonstrated that for the last 1,000 days and frankly, for years and years, and we look forward to demonstrating that for years to come. Thank you.
Dear friends, I'm honored to speak today at the Belgrade Security Conference. This conference is about security, but security and democracy cannot be separated. Without democracy, there is no real security. Democratic countries don't start wars. They don't use migrants as weapons or threaten the world with nuclear arms. They don't hijack planes, jail journalists, or crush their own people. This is what authoritarian regimes do, whether in Belarus, Russia, or anywhere else. As I travel across Europe, I see that many, especially the younger generation, don't fully understand the value of democracy. For them, it has become an annoying buzzword. When you live in freedom, it feels like air, taken for granted. But only when you lose it do you start to suffocate. As a result, people are tempted by populists, drawn to easy answers for complex problems. This weakens democracy, and in the end, it weakens security. Belarus is a living example of what happens when democracy is lost. When dictatorship goes unpunished, it becomes a threat not only to its own people, but to all its neighbors. First, Lukashenko stole elections, destroyed the media, silenced the courts, and jailed his opponents. Then he dragged Belarus into war, stationed nuclear weapons on our soil, and holds 9 million Belarusians hostages. Lukashenko was on the brink of collapse just a few years ago. He survived only because of Putin's support. Now he repays his debt with Belarus sovereignty. And those brave enough to speak out are imprisoned, exiled, or silenced. This is not much different from Stalin's time. Thousands of political prisoners remain in Belarusian jails today. Among them is my husband, who has been held incommunicado for nearly 2 years. I even don't know if he is alive. Dictators like Lukashenko can spread fear, but they cannot force people to love or accept them. All these repressions has not crushed the spirit of Belarusians. Inside Belarus, resistance continues underground. Outside, in exile, we have built alternative democratic institutions of power, like United Transitional Cabinet or Coordination Council. We are preparing for the moment when change will come. I know our Belarusian struggle resonates here in the Balkans. Even in the darkest times, you didn't lose hope. You continue to fight for justice, for freedom. Belarusians are doing the same today. You know how fragile peace can be when democracy is weak. Our region has been scared by wars and by leaders who put power above people. Lukashenko once praised Milosevic as a strong leader, but we all know how Milosevic's story ended. Just recently, together with Lithuania, we submitted a case to the International Criminal Court against Lukashenko. We ask other countries to endorse it too. Let this be a warning to those who think they can rule with impunity. Dictators will face justice. The fight against tyranny is not local, it is global. Authoritarian leaders learn from each other. They share tactics, propaganda, disinformation, and repression. So we must learn from each other too. Government, civil society, and activists must work together to strengthen democracy and resist authoritarianism. Strong civil society and free media are key to this fight. Free media doesn't just inform, it holds power to account and protects democracy. For example, Belarusian journalists are working with networks like OCCRP to expose corruption and disinformation. I invite civil society organizations in this room to make joint projects and partnerships with Belarusians, organize events and campaigns, expert discussions and exchanges. We need more understanding between the Balkans and Belarus. So let's share the experience and inspire each other. To government representatives, I invite to establish relationship and formal cooperation. Work with democratic Belarus, not a usurper who seized power. In the fight against tyranny, we need allies. For us, the European Union is more than economic alliance. It's a stronghold of values, freedom, democracy, and human rights. And it must stay open to all who believe in these principles: the Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and one day, Belarus. For us Belarusians, Europe is the only viable alternative to the Russian world. Sometimes I fear that Belarus could be sacrificed in a post-war deal. offered as a consolation prize to Putin, and it must not happen. And we will never agree to give up our independence or our European future. And I know that you share this feeling. We must reject tyranny and dictatorship wherever it appears. We must not let dictators misuse international organizations for their own gain. Andrei Gnyot spent a year under arrest here in Belgrade because Lukashenko used Interpol against him. And I thank the Serbian leadership for deciding not to extradite him. Thanks to diplomats and civil society for campaigning for his release. We must help Ukraine win the war, because this fight in Ukraine, in Belarus, is not about territory. It's a fight for values. We must reject the idea that dictators can be appeased or re-educated. We must be guided by our moral compass, not just by short-term interests. Dictators don't stop until we stop them. If we want lasting peace, we must build strong democracies in our homes. Dear friends, Belarus shows what happens when democracy is lost. It makes clear why democracy must be defended everywhere, in the Balkans or in Belarus. And together, we can ensure a Europe that is whole, free, and secure. So let us fight for a future where no dictator can threaten freedom again. Long live Belarus, long live Europe. Dear friends, I'm honored to speak today at the Belgrade Security Conference. This conference is...
Here we are again. Good morning, and a very warm welcome also from my side to all of you, to our panelists, in the context of this conversation that we are going to have this very morning about war and democracy, political developments in Eastern Europe in light of Russian aggression, a panel that is co-sponsored by an international research project called Redemos, coordinated in Norway by the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, revolving around EU and EU member states' democracy support action in Eastern Europe. I would like to begin this conversation first and foremost by extending my most sincere gratitude to the President-elect of Belarus, and by extension her very competent team, for having agreed to be part of, even though indirectly and not in person, unfortunately, this conversation this very morning, as I think that this, on one hand, very touching, but on the other hand, also very pertinent message on the part of the President-elect is important in at least three regards. One, I think it serves as a very important reminder to not, as the President-elect said herself, forget about the plight of Belarusians and Belarusians' political future. A development that unfortunately is happening all too often these days in policy circles, even in scholarly communities. Just look into the mission letter, for example, by Commission President von der Leyen to the Commissioner Designate for Enlargement, Marta Kos. It doesn't even mention Belarus. Second, I think the talk, the address by the President-elect brings us back to what we have been discussing yesterday in one of the panels on the Middle East, this issue of intersectionality. In this case, the intersectionality between, on one hand, war, on the other hand, democracy and political development, and of course, the linkage, the intersectionality between political development in, say, Georgia and Moldova, and how this has repercussions in Ukraine and vice versa. And thirdly, to paraphrase the President-elect, I think there are a couple of very important points that she mentioned that will inform our conversation over the next 50 minutes. One of which, and again, to paraphrase, is freedom is like air. You take it for granted, and only when it's being taken away from you, you feel it. You start suffocating. By extension, the same could be said about political liberties, civic rights, when they're being eroded. The same can be said about the rule of law when it is being undermined and perverted. The same goes for regimes ignoring social justice. In other words, all these foundations, parameters, if you wish, of what constitutes a functioning democracy, if these parameters are being eroded, you start suffocating, to paraphrase the president-elect. And this again informs our conversation, which revolves basically around two major questions. How has democracy, democratic development fared in at least the three countries we are going to discuss this morning, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, over the past 1,001 days, I should say? And what can we do to make EU democracy support, but also EU member states and by extension Western democracy support action in Eastern Europe more effective, more tangible, more resilient? I don't want to monopolize this conversation and raise my first question maybe to you, Adrian and Georgi, so our colleagues from Moldova and Georgia. You held presidential elections just very recently, 2 rounds. You had a constitutional EU membership referendum. Georgia witnessed legislative elections on the 26th of October. What these processes have in common was a massive external interference, i.e. Russian meddling in these electoral processes. Can you bring us maybe up to speed as to how this interference has really played out on election day, election days, so to speak, but also in the run-up to this? And could we in any way, and I know this is difficult to quantify, of course, do we have an idea maybe of what the results would have looked like had there not been any meddling domestically? Maybe Adrian, you want to go first?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Indeed, Moldova, in the presidential elections that we held this month, October and November, withstanded the biggest attack on democratic exercise, on the core democratic exercise, which is an election. Moldovan police forces have documented 130,000 cases of voters' buyout, because it happened through a Russian sanctioned bank, Province Bank, where 130,000 people received notification of their balance being filled with money and received instruction on how to vote based on that payout. And the phenomena that happened in a run-up to this was constant and increased weaponization of the democratic or anti-democratic measures in democratic exercises, such as collecting people's data in an illegal way, such as creating and developing a party, not like a party with all the democratic structure and democratic funding, but like a criminal group, and distorting the narratives using an incredible amount of resources filled in fueling propaganda and disinformation. So what we witnessed in these presidential elections and constitutional referendum was an never seen before, if I may say, evolution of hybrid warfare, because everyone prepared in the past several years and set ourselves on the idea that hybrid warfare is mainly about the disinformation, and it's no longer the case. It's weaponization of controlled political parties from the abroad, and it's direct voter buyout. That is extremely dangerous, because if that is to be replicated in the future, not only in Moldova but across the region, that will distort the fundamental of a democracy, the free and fair election, and a perspective that those who are elected based on genuine people ask for something in the society, and we will get to a point where election will be an exercise bought and sold. So that's the up to speed and an unfortunate one. The good element is that we saw, on the other hand, in Moldovan election, an unprecedented mobilization of citizens who fought this. So against all odds, against a massive infuse of money and resources from abroad in Moldovan, to distort Moldovan electoral campaign, there was a massive win for democracy on people mobilizing, getting out to vote, and succeeding in defending their option of a pro-European country and of a pro-European path.
Thank you. Georgi, to Georgia.
Just to set the background for Georgia, just to understand the reality in Georgia, we need to take into account these two important factors. The one is that we're experiencing I would say, a textbook example of state capture in Georgia, where all state institutions are being captured by the ruling party. There is no state institution that can withstand the influence of the ruling party. And at the same time, and obviously there is this one man behind the ruling party, the former prime minister, the richest man in the country, whose net worth is around 30% of Georgia's GDP, 30. So there is no one who can compete with him. And then that we have the population, the second factor, who is, I mean, in its absolute majority pro-Western and pro-European. So against that background, now moving to the question that you asked, Tobias, in our case, we have a completely different situation in the way that in Moldova, the government and the people fought against the Russian interference. In Georgia, the government and Russia are in the same team. And it is people who are countering that with whatever we can. So we saw, I mean, unprecedented level of election manipulations, and I'll be happy to expand on that later on. We've seen the also unprecedented propaganda, but this propaganda was kind of homegrown, driven by the government, but they're very much along the lines of Russian propaganda. So Russia and Georgia, the Georgian government, they were promoting the same false narratives. I don't know if you have heard about Global War Party. If not, I would encourage you to Google it, and the first link that you will find is that this is a narrative which the Georgian ruling party, Georgian Dream, came up with. So basically, this Global War Party, it includes the Western politicians from Europe, from United States. Some of the Global War Party representatives might be sitting in this room now. Please identify yourself. So, but this is the kind of hilarious stories that the government was trying to feed. And plus, they have all the resources, incomparably high resources compared to, I mean, either civil society or the opposition. And then they had this very sophisticated election manipulation scheme in place, which I will expand on that later. So, in reality, there is a lot of Russian influence in Georgia, and that is done through mainly the government, the governing elite, and the ruling party. How this evolves, this is obviously another story, and let's entertain a conversation on that as well. But that very much depends on not only on Georgians, not only on local actors, but also on international community a lot.
Thank you. Irina, moving on to Ukraine. Obviously, and unfortunately, I would want to say, I cannot ask the same question because elections are not happening in Ukraine as a result of the war and the ongoing existence of the martial law under which holding elections is prohibited. Yet Russia, and I think this is important to point out, is not just waging a conventional war on Ukraine and against Ukrainians, but to paraphrase you, Adrian, is also making use very systematically of this weaponization of anti-democratic measures. Can you maybe help us understand a little bit how Russia is doing this, how this is being played out on a daily basis, and how this has impacted on Ukraine's democratic trajectory over the past 1,001 days?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to start on this marking this 1,001 day of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but also as a reminder that the war from Russia started against Ukraine in 2014, so we are basically almost soon 4,000 days of Russian aggression against Ukraine. And as you know, that it has had devastating effects on Ukraine, on the number of civilian deaths and casualties, and on energy infrastructure and so on and so forth. So the amount of crimes that Russia has been committed against Ukraine is immense. But as you mentioned, we are, of course, a democracy at war, and we are also the state which is fighting for democracy in this war, because as you know, the Russian goal is basically to stop Ukraine, to make Ukraine not a free nation, to make Ukraine not a democratic nation, and to basically subjugate it to Russia. And as you rightly pointed out, of course, Russia uses both conventional and non-conventional means, and the amount of it is also quite huge. Basically, Russia weaponizes almost everything that is possible to weaponize. You know, just a small anecdote, if I can say that. Unfortunately, tonight I didn't sleep very well because of the very noisy neighbors who have launched a karaoke party next to my room in the middle of the night. And while I was not sleeping, I was getting all the alerts from Ukraine about the air raids going on and on in Kyiv. And so I didn't sleep because of the noisy neighbors, and my friends and colleagues in Kyiv and all across Ukraine didn't sleep because of the aggressive neighbor next to our doors who was launching drones and missiles almost every single night. So just imagine that basically on a daily basis, people are deprived of sleep for hours and hours. For example, an average air alert in the middle of the night for Kyiv is several hours. But if you take Kharkiv, for example, on a monthly basis, they spend days and days in air alerts. So, and this goes on already soon for the third year. So I could say that even Russia is weaponizing sleep, you know, in this regard. Russia is, of course, weaponizing cold, because we are now entering the cold season, and we know the situation with energy infrastructure is quite difficult, so that would be also a problem. Russia, of course, weaponizes migration. It forces people to leave their homes and move. Russia, of course, for many, many years have weaponized culture and history and so on and so forth. And of course, Russia is using a lot of cyber attacks. I mean, this is a tactic that has been in place since 2014, of course, but it has aggravated since 2022, thousands and thousands of cyber attacks on the governmental portals, on the ministries, on the, also against NGOs, activists, and I mean, it's been ongoing. Energy infrastructure has been also a target of these attacks. Just to kind of provide a few examples, one of the biggest attack on the energy infrastructure of Ukraine in 2022 in October, it was not only via conventional means, but also via cyber means, and then mobile operators and so on. But just to follow up how democracy survives in this, it is still, I mean, showing resilience. The society is showing resilience, and democratic institutions continue to work despite all of these challenges.
Thank you. Thomas, over to you. You are a member of the German Bundestag. In that capacity, you are a member of the EU Affairs Committee of the Parliament. How would you, from your perspective as a German parliamentarian, assess this undermining, this systematic undermining of democratic development in Eastern Europe on the part of Russia? And by extension, do you think, again, from your perspective, that EU member states and Germany, for example, in particular, are doing enough to support Eastern European countries in their fight against this undermining of democratic development?
Good morning, first of all. Actually, we have to realize that we are part of a cyber war that's taking place not only in the countries of the so-called Eastern Partnership of the European Union, but also within our own member states. We see massive influence. We see with the election voters buying, corruption, and as for Moldova, the diaspora voters changed the election result, but to the better, as we see it. In Georgia, they were not allowed to take part on a large scale. So the influence of Russia, the fear of the Russian aggression is very big, and we have to accept that the people looking at the Ukraine and the constant war that is taking place, not only for 1,000 days, as you mentioned, but for more than 10 years, when the Crimea was annexed, and we still have nothing to put against the cyber war. Not too long ago, 2 days ago, we seen that a sabotage of data transmission from Central Europe to the Scandinavian countries. We've seen this over the years for many times. We've seen in Germany drones flying across our military bases, and we get the answer by our military: we are not able to bring them down because this could hurt someone being at, and we cannot do something against this. This is ridiculous. And the war of the narratives started with Russia Today many years ago. We had the influence on the British decision on to leave the European Union, the Brexit decision. We know this. We have seen the influence on election days in the United States as well, and the influence for our election will be there as well. And you see, we have data, we have reports that those parties in Germany who have a pro-Russian connotation in their programs, and they are from the extreme right on the one side and from the extreme left on the other side, that they are supported very much by Russia, not only by direct payments and by direct contacts, but also by information that is brought to the social media. And the action plans that were taken by the European Union are there, but they are not effectively working as they should do, as they must do. And therefore, democracy is under pressure. I've not yet been, unfortunately, to Moldova, but I was walking on the street of Rustaveli Avenue the day before Bidzana Ivanishvili held a speech. So I was walking with the pure European demonstrators, and the next day we were listening what he said, what he ordered to the Georgian nightmare, as I say, for many weeks or months. And after the election, on the way to the election and after the election, all these things are fulfilled. So we wanted to believe that Georgia is going its way into the European Union, but the government did something completely different. The European Union asked for 10 subjects to be solved, topics to be solved. The Georgian dream did nothing, and then the topics were reduced to 7. The Georgian dream did nothing, and finally they got, you get a candidate status. If we do not send our stop signals to the government loud enough, and if we do not start to counterattack the cyber war, we will be in trouble over the next month and years as well.
Thank you, Thomas. I think this is a very pertinent point that you just made, that we, as a European Union, I take it, and thus the member states as well, did not clearly transmit a clear-cut, straightforward message towards the government in Tbilisi as to what the holding of unfair and unfree elections will eventually mean. I think that is a very important point. Irina, I would like to come back to you, and thus the case of Ukraine, and again, maybe move our conversation a little bit more concretely to actual political development on the ground, democratic development. And when we look at Ukraine, we hear kind of mixed signals. On one hand, you have those who say, well, reforms have slowed down, the president has accumulated power over the past 2.5 years, parliament is not really functioning the way it should be functioning, a new oligarchy is being in the making for a post-war situation. The progress report by the European Commission itself even states for most issue areas that very limited or some progress has been made. On the other hand, publicly, politically, we hear messages coming from the member states, coming from Brussels institutions, that Ukraine is doing really well in terms of pursuing democratic reforms. And we also have some very prominent think tanks that confirm these views, looking at various issue areas. What do we make of these somewhat contradictory messages and assessments? Can you tell us a little more?
Yes, so just to kind of, I think I would like to highlight several points that, first of all, of course, there are certain limitations, as you have underlined several times. We are in war situation, martial law inevitably limits certain kind of freedoms, and there has been some criticism towards certain decisions, and you know, the European Commission has highlighted some of those. For example, there is a big debate in Ukraine about this united marathon, so about certain limitations on media, and which, according to the martial law, is basically very legitimate, but of course it raises concern both internally and externally. But on the other hand, it is also true that both the European Commission, but also civil society organizations, they underline that the progress in reforms has not stopped, so that the process is ongoing. Of course, we can argue about what are the evaluations, and there is a big understanding in Ukraine that the speed of those reforms has to go faster, but I think that even the report highlights that there are no setbacks, so that Ukraine is well on track. The other reason about this evaluation, which both Brussels and Kiev underlines, that basically Ukraine has focused a lot of attention on preparations to the screening process, and also to conduct reforms which were needed to launch this Ukraine facility and Ukraine plan and the facility. But just if I may say about some of the things, because I'm also part of the civil society group, and our partners have monitored progress in several domains, including anti-corruption. For example, anti-corruption. Yes, of course, there are a lot of scandals about the corruption, but I think we need to understand that, first of all, Ukraine has developed a strong infrastructure, right? The institutions are in place. Yes, there are small nuances that are in progress, sometimes better, sometimes worse. We monitor them, we highlight them, and the system, sometimes slower, of course, that we want, but they are reacting. And I think the fact that we see all these kind of scandals is also because the civil society pays very close attention, media pays very close attention, which also means the institutions are working. And one of the reforms that I also want to kind of mention here, because of my past that I have spent in the security and defense sector and on the reform, I want to highlight, for example, the defense procurement reforms. I mean, this is existential reform for Ukraine because it makes the procurements in defense area more transparent. Ukraine has established two agencies, one for lethal aid procurement and another for non-lethal aid procurement, and these agencies are working quite successfully. Again, it's not perfect. Of course, there have been some issues raised in that process, but only already with the launch of these agencies, Ukraine have managed to economize on quite a lot of procurements. And now the advisory councils, which consist from both international experts and Ukrainian experts, are launched. So I think this is quite important. But of course, there are challenges. It's not perfect, but I think another few things are important. First of all, I believe there is a political will for the reforms, and it's based on the fact that society demands reform. So among the priorities, of course, the war is number one priority, but the second priority is reforms.
Adrian, you have two fingers.
I would like to extrapolate on this, on a phenomenon that is happening right now, is that the countries affected by the war, I mean Ukraine, but also countries affected by the hybrid war, by a massive hybrid war, are still assessed on the reform pace like nothing happens outside the process. While now I think we should look into the analysis of assessing the reform pace and the transformative actions that are happening against also the hybrid warfare that we're facing, the challenges and the attack on the democracy that we're facing. And at this point, just following the rule book as it was conceived during the peace times is no longer sufficient. And I'm very optimistic that EU countries in particular understand this. We see a lot of political understanding among the EU leaders on what is happening, and that there is a significant pace of reform, and there is even better pace of reform if you're looking what the countries are facing in terms of war or hybrid warfare, but it surely needs to get transformed also at a technical level in an understanding how can we support democracy, support the pace of reform, but understanding that the countries like Moldova, Ukraine, are going through an extraordinary situations, war, and the extraordinary means sometimes need to be used to defend democracy and the core democratic elements, and then move on with everything else. So that's the new reality that we're facing, and I am very hopeful that the adaptation of the analysis of the paces of the reforms, of the progresses, will follow and will get this into consideration.
Thank you, Adrian. Georgi, I would like to bring you back into the conversation and move back to Georgia for a second, and ask more specifically about the extent to which, if at all, of course, the war in and on Ukraine has been exploited, so to speak, by Ivanishvili as the overarching patron and his somewhat replaceable, if you wish, clients in Georgian Dream, to not just roll back political rights and civil liberties, but de facto transform Georgia into what Freedom House nowadays calls a semi-consolidated authoritarian regime. Do you first and foremost agree with this assessment of Freedom House? And secondly, could you maybe very concisely, very briefly give us maybe one or two, maybe three examples of how Georgian Dream does that actually, this process of autocratization of Georgia?
So we kind of found ourselves like a frog being boiled, and it's too late to find out that you're being boiled to jump out. So we noticed the early signs of consolidation of power right from the beginning of ruling party coming to power. But then we all of a sudden found out that all the state institutions are captured by the ruling party, even the branches of power like judiciary is captured. And that is done in a very peculiar way. So basically, Ivanishvili himself, the system that he's built is based on personal loyalty. So as examples, for instance, the current Minister of Interior used to be his bodyguard. The two health ministers used to be the doctors of his family. The Minister of Education would be his son's calculus teacher, and so on and so forth. Even the two prime ministers, so one of them used to be the CEO of his bank, commercial bank, and the second one was his personal assistant. So that's the way how he selected the people based on personal loyalty, and plus to that, he was paying all of them the thick bonuses, thick monthly bonuses with envelopes, basically out of any, official accounting. So he created this very corruption and kleptocratic-based system, and obviously he allowed them to enrich themselves, being involved in corruption. And that's also the whole basis of his governance system, and that was the same with the election. So I think I missed the part you asked in the previous question on the numbers or on imagining how much that could, they could have benefited. So obviously there is no formula that can lead you to I mean, to finding out what was the excessive amount that this or that mechanism of rigging brought, but we have several, I would say, reference points. One, there have been two very reputable exit polls conducted by very reputable companies, US companies, Harris X and Edison Research, and both of them showed around 40 to 42% of the ruling party, whereas the official results gave them 56%. And they, in their written report after the elections, they said that these official results don't make any statistical sense. So it's statistically impossible for the ruling party to get those numbers. Secondly, we've had a couple of years ago, we had a very important whistleblower approaching us who basically laid out the whole scheme of election manipulation in place in Georgia. That was a former part of Ivanishvili's team. He was a very powerful man, deputy head of the state security agency. And he thought that he possessed that much information that he could be invincible, and he was proven wrong because he's in prison now, charged with spreading state secrets. So basically, he gave to us the whole scheme of the election manipulation, which is based on the one hand, collecting massive amounts of information on each and every voter. I mean, several million people. They have database of, profiles on each and every person just to identify their vulnerabilities. And then the second part of the scheme is that all the state institutions are being mobilized to work on those pressure points. And that part, and in his own assessment, in their own assessment, this scheme gave them the benefit of anywhere between 8 and 15 percentage points. And then we've seen the violations and riggings on the election day. I mean, these were just massive ones. I mean, we have been observing all the elections, and this amount of election violations have never been seen in Georgia since 2003, which were the Shevardnadze's regime back then. So I think if anyone wants to see it, there is plenty of evidence of seeing that the elections have been really rigged. So now, with regards to the second question, I'll be very, very quick. So, as I said, we've seen this continuous democratic backsliding and consolidation of power, but with the launch of Russian invasion in Ukraine, the second invasion, we've seen all of that accelerated. It was after that that the ruling party started directly going against the West. It was after that that they were personifying different Western politicians and the countries and agencies and calling them basically the enemies of the country, of Georgia, that they wanted to drag Georgia into the war. That was, and especially this year, when that famous speech by Ivanishvili, which you referred to, which was basically an eye-opener for many, where he directly and openly named the West as the enemy of the country. So Ukraine does have a tremendous impact on the whole region, on the agents of, not agents like spies, but the Russian agents generally, who are the agents of their influence. And obviously, also a natural solution to those problems and a shortcut is to help Ukraine win this war and do that as much as we can, all of us.
Before I give you the word, Thomas, to bring you into this important conversation, allow me to just very briefly go back to you, Adrian, and pick up on what you said before and maybe link it to what Georgi just said, the war serving as an accelerator, as far as Georgia is concerned, of the rolling back of democratic achievements. And I put it a bit more provocatively, and I ask you for a very brief answer, if possible, onto this point. Moldova has been exposed in various ways to the fallouts of the war in Ukraine. Have these fallouts resulted or impacted on the pace of reforms? President Sandu herself acknowledged recently, as you know, of course, that I have heard your message, you, the people of Moldova, you have spoken. We have to change something. We have to get better at reforms. Is there a link between the slowing down of the reform pace and the war itself?
In case of Moldova, it was not about slowing down the reforms. It was about the pace that was needed to ensure that people don't get hit so hard because of the war in Ukraine, on the consequences of the incomes, on the welfare, on their well-being. So we had a good pace of reform, a planned pace of reform that we had in mind back in 2021 when entering the parliament and the majority was formed. But then the wave of challenges that came across as a consequences of Russian aggression of Ukraine were of such proportion that even though we followed those reforms and we delivered on them, it was simply no longer enough against the challenges. That's why I'm saying that we need to rethink how we analyze progress, not only against the standard commitments that we have in the context of enlargement or transformation of some institutions, but also against the backdrop of crises that we all faced and the interference and the provocations that we had to face and witnessed in the past years.
From your angle, Thomas, in direct response to this particular point, we have to assess reform in light of the broader context that is the war and its fallouts. How do you assess the perspectives of what used to be the EU3 and at this point is unfortunately the EU2 in terms of membership perspective, in terms of future democratic trajectory?
Actually, if there is one good thing out of the war in the Ukraine, it is that the European Union is rethinking and accelerating our plans to enlarge, which is valid for the Western Balkans, but as well as for the Eastern Partnership. And there are more contacts, there's more work being done, there's more consulting. For Moldova, I think the reforms on democratic values are not the problem, they are done. But we need to have more wealth for the people in the rural areas as well, because wealth and democratic resilience, let it call this way, go hand in hand, go side by side. And if you look at the capital, the results of the elections were okay, but if you go to the rural areas, it's something really different, and the numbers against the European integration and in the referendum, the no votes are going down. So this is something that has to be looked on very carefully, and the European Union has to help on this side as well to focus on investments from Western companies. Moldova has the advantage of being neighbor to Romania, to a member state, and there are many Moldovians who have both passports, so they have the right of traveling throughout Europe, they have the right of working throughout Europe, but we need these young, active generation within the country because they have to change the country from within. For Georgia, the regional situation is different, and if I may add another country on the line, I've been to Armenia 3 weeks ago, and I visited the European observant mission along the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And what real help could we be in a case of war, in a case of attack? How can weapons be brought to this country if you look at the neighboring countries? So the regional situation is also very, very important, what we have to look at. And as you mentioned, the developments of the Georgian gene over the years, it's not half a year or 1 year or 2 years, it's many, many years that free media people were attacked publicly on street and the state prosecution did nothing. And I think it was 2 years ago we met the Ministry of Culture, who formerly was the Ministry of Justice, and some say he does both jobs still, but she transformed the cultural scene completely. So the heads of the theaters were removed, replaced by Georgian Dream loyalists, and the complete society was changing, always with pressure. And the influence on schools in the rural area, in the main city, those people who got their jobs in the public systems, they were shown very, very hard whom to vote and what would follow if they do not vote.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm particularly grateful to you for having made the point that EU democracy support action, EU member states democracy support action in Eastern Europe needs to be much more tangible, needs to be sustainable and most of all visible. This is certainly something that I myself, allow me this personal remark, each and every time I travel to the region, see that or do not see as a matter of fact, even though this is such a low-hanging fruit, if you wish, on the part of the European Union, that it does not really make use of.
Georgia is importing 80% of the food from Turkey, so
yes.
There must be some changes.
It's a good point, exactly. On this very note, I would like to open up the floor and maybe collect a couple of questions and or comments from the audience. A number of hands go up immediately. Please introduce yourself and try to be as concise as is possible. We have 1, 2, and 3 for now. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting debate. I'm Hannes Swoboda, president of the International Institute for Peace and long-term member of the European Parliament. I fully agree with the criticism on Russia, on the Russian aggression. I think it's horrible what is happening, and this multi-war against people, against democracy, against freedom, and so on. My question concretely is, and we discussed it recently also with the ambassador of Moldova in Austria, beyond that, how can you try to integrate in the modern conception of a European democracy those elements of your society who are attracted by the anti-liberal forces or by Russian forces, but are still open-minded? You have it in several regions in Moldova, you have it, of course, also in Ukraine. How to counter this Russian philosophy of we have to fight for the Russian-speaking population. Or I recently also visited Georgia, where you also have people who are on the limbo between following Russian propaganda, but on the other hand, they are for Europe. How to convince them that they have to vote for Europe, not only be for Europe? So I think beyond the Russian attack, we have to concentrate on winning the people for the European cause. Thank you.
Who wants to comment on this one very briefly?
Very briefly on the situation in Moldova, I think three things that we are doing right now and needs to be upscaled, and we will be doing that in the future. First of all, Russian propaganda very much tries to portray a situation of a country divided. Well, there is no antagonization between Romanian-speaking, Russian-speaking, or between different ethnicities. They're really not. I mean, Moldova is a friendly country. People live together in mixed community villages with different, and one thing we need to prevent is this spread out of the narrative that that there is some sort of a division in the society. There is not. Second, we invest a lot in offering everyone an opportunity to learn Romanian language. On the one hand, we have in the first years of piloting a free program for learning Romanian language as an official language of the state, but in the same time, we start doing and we will be upgrading the number of cultural programs to support ethnic minorities, to support the diversity in our society in a cultural, linguistic way. And this is a very important element for cultural cohesion and, again, combating the perception that there is some sort of a division. And third, we need more journalism, more content creators that would speak in the language of those who are afraid or disinformed about what EU integration means. Probably the last one, we need to deliver on the welfare, because one thing that people who are skeptical about EU integration and that are leaning towards Russian propaganda are the fact that they themselves don't yet see the full benefits of it.
Very briefly, Irina and Georgi.
I'll try to very briefly. briefly summarize a lot of thoughts that I wanted to share. First, for Ukraine, I mean, the paradox of this war is that Russia basically, the most devastating effects are on the population of the more, let's say, Russian-speaking regions. And I think that it's very clear for those who have seen what is happening on the occupied territories and the amount of all sorts of things, starting from quite poor conditions of life, but also the pressure from Russian state on the population there, and the devastation that Russia brought is showing like really clearly the trajectory for Ukraine, where to go. And then second thing is that, of course, unfortunately, due to war, quite a lot of people have moved somewhere to the West, and they actually, a lot of people who have never traveled abroad, they have seen what it means to live according to the European standards. They have seen that, you know, life in a lot of European countries is much, much better than you can see what life is in Russia, for example. So they see clearly with their own eyes this difference. And then third thing, I think that Ukraine, over the years of the association agreement, started to benefit quite a lot of this, integration with the European Union. And I think that these tangible, results of cooperation have been quite felt by the population, and that's why, I mean, there is a very high level of, support to the European integration of Ukraine. But of course, more cooperation is needed, and there is right now a lot of like local cooperation between different parts of Europe. Local communities in European states with Ukrainian and so on. So it's going on a lot of levels and should continue and intensify maybe.
Georgi, you have 30 seconds on this one.
So, I mean, in Georgia, we don't have a problem of people understanding what is Russian and what is European. I mean, 80% of people are pro-European. We understand with our backbones what Russia is and what Russia can bring. So there is no such a problem. The only thing that is kind of sitting doubt in the people is when at certain decisive points, I mean, sorry if I'm too blunt, we don't see an adequate reaction from the West. When we see that the West is buying the non-existing arguments of the ruling party, this is something that discourages people. And we've seen lots of examples of that. So otherwise, we understand that we're kind of at the brink of historic window of opportunity to be closer to the European Union, and we have the government at this historic moment which is undermining all of that.
We have two more questions, and I suggest we take them together. It was the gentleman over there, and there was a third one somewhere, yes, over there in the middle. Please introduce yourself, and be brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Wouter Sveers. I'm with the Klingendaal Institute in the Netherlands. I have a question for Mr. Balutel. I very much agree with your point that the EU should be aware of the difficult context in which reforms have to take place in Moldova, in Ukraine, and in Georgia and the other candidates, given the hybrid war or actual warfare. I just struggle to understand a bit how the EU should operationalize that in its assessments of progress, what you played for. So could you please expand on that a little bit? Should the EU actually lower the criteria? Is that what you're pleading for? Should there be longer timelines, or is it mostly in, well, sort of the conclusions that the EU draws on the basis of the more factual assessments? Thank you.
Thank you. And the third one here in the middle.
Thank you. I'm Angel Petrov from Bulgaria. I work for Dnevnik, which is a Bulgarian news website. It's about Georgia. So we can clearly assume that the elections were rigged, there was large-scale fraud. This is understandable. But was the Georgian opposition up to this historic moment that everyone was talking about? You said 80% in favor of you, but it seems to me, by reading what happened and talking to experts, that the opposition, if it had united fully, could have changed a bit the outcome of the result. Do you think so?
Thank you very much. Thomas, feel free to come in as well, and Irina, of course, as well. We have 3 more minutes for basically 2 questions. Adrian, you go first.
I'll be very brief on that. I do believe that the backdrop of challenges should be compensated with more support and more assistance, because you need to get up to the challenge. And the good thing is that now we have the growth plan, which is very ambitious and is very helpful in the current circumstances. And we will need to operationalize this as soon as possible. We are not looking, and we don't want to lower the criteria. On the contrary, we want to get more support on following and fulfilling the criteria. So I think that's the way forward. And that is related in terms of assistance and support, but also that's related on how many resources Commission, EU, member states allocate on understanding the realities and engaging with the countries from Eastern Europe, with Moldova in particular.
Thank you. Georgi?
Thank you for the question. I mean, to understand the reality in these circumstances of the state capture, of the influences, of the pressure, it's very difficult to remain operational and strong. This concerns the opposition, this concerns the civil society, this concerns even the public. You know, currently the public are disillusioned, public think that we've been won over by the government, and now it's all of our task, our joint task, to really believe in our forces once again, because otherwise we won't be able to win this over. You know, when you are being a subject of smear campaigns, of violent attacks, even physical attacks for years, when you are under-resourced, when the media outlets are on the brink of extinction, and that's what's happening now, it's very difficult to really mobilize people in huge, I would say, in big numbers, but also it's very difficult to try to operationalize and try to plan in a normal democratic way how to do that. But, I mean, we don't have any other choice. Opposition, critical media, civil society, the people of Georgia, we're in the same boat. We just have to win, you know, and we're not looking to outsource this battle to anyone else. We will do our own job, but we need certain very targeted assistance from the West. We need targeted actions against those who perpetrated the election fraud and those who perpetrated the, I would say, the state capture. We need continuous support to really sustain this fight, you know. We need support to the media, we need support to the critical outlets, to the civil society. The rest we're going to do on our own.
Irina, I go to you first, and then you will have the last word, Thomas.
I mean, not on the questions, because they were quite specific, but I just want to have one, let's say, final sentence about the fact that we are able to basically discuss the democratic developments in these regions because Ukraine still stands, still fights. And I think this is really important to remember, because if Ukraine is not successful, if Ukraine fails, I think democracy will be at risk not only for Ukraine, but for the whole region. So this is, right now, we are facing really quite crucial moment in this fight with the US elections and with changes in Germany, in some other countries. And I think Europe has to step up first and foremost, because, I mean, your countries and even the region we are in today could be affected if Russia is successful.
Someone yesterday said, Thomas, and I think it was in the context of the last panel where we had the former Bulgarian Minister of Environment, and I think it was the moderator, he said, you are used to power, so now you have the power of transmitting the final message in a very short and concise way.
10 seconds.
As the clock is ticking.
10 seconds left, but I think we have just 2 or 3 thoughts. For Moldova, we have to do everything to have the economic growth, to help the reforms, to bring it even closer to the European Union. For Georgia, we have to look very carefully on the developments that are even worse day by day, and have to, as international community, have to show the Georgian dream a stop signal of cooperation when they do not fulfill the will of the people. And the opposition was as united as it ever could be. It never had been more united than it was in this time. And in other Western Balkan states, we have to look whether we have equal, similar tendencies of state capture carried through. We do not have to look too far from this place on developments that are worrying. But above all, we have the Ukraine war, and the international states have to deliver what is needed to enable the Ukraine to regain their sovereignty over their state. And Germany was is always discussing, and we are not delivering what we can and what we should. That is Taurus. I'm very glad that at least the United States allowed the Ukraine to use the long-range missiles for what they are meant to be. If we do not cut the supply lines on the Russian grounds, the situation for the Ukraine will get worse and worse. And we've seen it. You talked of the winter which is coming, and the complete year, the energy supply, the supply with warm heating, with heating was destroyed intentionally step by step. And we allowed this by not giving enough, by giving too late weapons and not allowing the Ukraine to use the weapons for what they were meant to be.
Thank you, Thomas. You used your power as the last speaker very poignantly, so kudos to that. 4 key takeaways I think that we can take with us from this conversation at least. 1, democratic development in Eastern Europe continues to be extremely, extremely fragile. It continues to be, 2, under threat on a daily basis as we speak, beyond conventional warfare on the part of Russia. 3, EU democracy, EU member states democracy support needs to be much more context-specific, much more tangible and sustained. And 4, going back to what Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya said in her introductory remarks, democracy and security cannot be separated from one another. Without democracy, there cannot be any lasting security. I thank our 4 speakers. I thank you for your questions and for listening in. Thank you.
So we have just concluded a panel discussion on the critical topic of war and democracy in Eastern Europe, especially in the context of Russian aggression. We are proceeding now with the next panel, including a parallel one. You will allow us a few seconds for the transition.
Organized crime and violent extremism in the Western Balkans is the next panel. Far-right extremists, often driven by national sentiments, have deep ties to politicians and officials, forming quasi-private militias that undermine governance and fuel criminal networks. What role does political instability in the Balkans play in empowering them? On many questions that arises from these ties, for answers we'll be looking Adrian Stuni, Foreign Policy and Security Specialist, Giorgio Fruscione, Research Fellow, Italian Institute for International Political Studies, Jovana Škorić, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Philosophy, University of Novi Sad, Ruggero Scaturo, Senior Analyst, Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, and moderating this panel will be by Fatjona Mejdini, Director of the Southeastern Europe Observatory Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime.
We are also pleased to announce a parallel panel discussion titled Navigating Challenges, How Bilateral Disputes Influence Domestic Reforms in North Macedonia's EU Journey. The panelists are Malin Karistiska-Jordanova, European Policy Institute Skopje, Jana Faktor-Juzova, Research Fellow in Europeum, Institute for European Policy, and Marko Trosanovski, President of the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis from Skopje. The panel will be moderated by Katerina Sinadinovska, co-founder of the Balkan Center for Constructive Policies Solution. It will be held in the room 14. Enjoy the panels. Ništa video.
I believe we can start, yes. Good day, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to moderate this panel today on the nexus between violent extremism and organized crime in the Western Balkans. But more importantly, it's a real privilege for us, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, to collaborate and to co-host this panel with Belgrade Security Conference. This partnership, in fact, has made it possible to discuss some of the most sensitive issues in the region within a safe and open environment. So thank you very much, Belgrade Security Conference, for this opportunity. With the support of the Dutch government, the Global Initiative has been analyzing the intersection between extremism and crime in the Western Balkan region. Today, our panelists will share with us some of the key findings of their efforts, but on the other hand, they also will give us a broader overview on the current state of this phenomena and discuss what can be done to better address these challenges in the future. Without further ado, I would like to kick off the discussion with Mr. Adrian Stuni. Adrian, my question to you is going to be why it's important to really investigate this link, and the most important thing is what we need to have in consideration when doing so.
Right, so it's a very important question. First and foremost, thank you to the organizers for putting together such an amazing conference, and thanks to Global Initiative for inviting me personally to be here on this panel. Why is it important? Well, the organized crime terror nexus is a growing global security threat, and without having a broader, comprehensive understanding of the nexus between the one and the other, we're not going to be effective at fighting both of them. Basically, in order for us to build effective policies and prevention mechanisms and adequate responses, we need to understand how each of these threats operates and how they coordinate with one another and how do they achieve what they achieve on the ground. A significant portion of terrorist organizations resort to organized crime for funding their operations and also for logistical purposes, because they need weapons, they need forged documents to operate. So they have to resort not only to smuggling of drugs and smuggling of weapons or other elements of organized crime, to fund their operations, but also because there is no other way for them to procure the weapons, and so they have to resort to organized crime. They have to work with organized crime entities together. We've seen a number of cases. All terrorist organizations resort one way or another to this kind of practices. You can go back to IRA, you can go back to ETA, you can go to Le Brigate Rosse, the Red Brigades, and you can come back to ISIS if you want, right? So they, for example, would steal artifacts in Iraq, and they had to sell them to make money, to fund their operations. So how would they sell those artifacts? They would resort to organized crime. Same thing with oil. They would have to resort to organized crime to sell the oil, so that proceeds would then go to fund their activities. In some cases, there is organizations that actually operate as organized crime groups, although they are terrorist organizations. So Hamas, for example, it does both. It is fully entrenched in organized crime and selling drugs and so on. And the nature of the nexus and the strength of the nexus will depend on the settings, the local settings, wherever they operate. But both these organizations, be that organized crime and terrorist organizations, they thrive wherever there is socio-political instability, lack of good governance, economic issues or deprivation, intolerance, and especially corruption. So we've had a lot of cases over the years when we've seen criminals transition to terrorist activities. I can mention the Paris attacks. I can mention in 2015. I can mention other cases in the Nice terrorist attacks, Berlin Christmas market terrorist attacks. You had individuals involved in crime, then transition to carrying out terrorist attacks. And it's interesting because there is a nexus to the Balkans, because all the weapons that have been used in these terrorist attacks that I mentioned originate from the Western Balkans. And they found their way in the European black market through exactly organized crime networks. Same thing when it comes to the terrorist attack in Vienna in 2020, very recently, when you had an individual who was a dual citizen of Austria and one of the countries in the Western Balkans, who actually procured the weapons that originated from the Balkans through another person who actually, again, was from the region, a former Yugoslav country. So there is the other thing that I'll quickly mention. When it comes to the Balkans, we're having two things happening at the same time. We've had an increase in the number of individuals who've been radicalized, recruited and mobilized in terrorist activities. And we've seen this with the flow of foreign fighters to Syria and Iraq in the past decade. And we've also had an increase, or let's say an increase in the volume of involvement of individuals from the Western Balkans in the global drug market. Both of these phenomena are unprecedented. So when you have this kind of growth in both organized crime and terrorist activities, you have to wonder about the overlap. And you have to wonder to what extent there is an overlap between these two global threats. What should we consider? You have to understand one thing, that the very existence of both types of organizations, be them organized crime and terrorist organizations, depends on them morphing, constantly changing, constantly adapting to changing circumstances on the ground. Therefore, when you're doing research and investigating how they operate and how they coordinate, you have to keep that in mind and do this research, do this investigation continuously, not just intermittently. You do it once and you think you understand. Because their very existence exactly depends on them being able to change constantly. This is why even the research has to be constant. And we need to track what they're doing constantly. Then the research and the investigation needs to feed into policy. If we're just doing research for the sake of research, that's not going to be very helpful. But the policies need to reflect these findings from the research. And we shouldn't only focus on, which we actually do all the time, the symptoms. We need to figure out what root causes are causing both an increase in organized crime and an increase in terrorist activities. And look also at the nexus with political power, because sometimes, and I'll mention here the case of Banjska, the attack in northern Kosovo. You have individuals known to have been involved in organized crime, vested with political power, who get engaged and involved in political violence that not only can risk destabilizing one country, in this case Kosovo, but can throw the whole entire region into turmoil. This is why it's critical to investigate not only these issues separately, like organized crime and terrorism, but understand the nexus, especially the connection to also political components.
Yeah. We're, in fact, going to discuss a little bit later on about that. But thank you very much for your remark. It's in fact important to have it as a continuous work, like seeing the nexus and not only violent extremism and organized crime separately. Ruggero Scaturo, in fact, is a senior analyst at the Global Initiative, and in the last few years, he has analyzed this nexus in the region, and quite soon, in fact, it's going also to publish a report about that. Ruggero, how you have seen this nexus manifest in this region?
So thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. It's been definitely an interesting journey, I have to say. And I believe that probably, in all modesty though, what I believe is relatively important, so I'd say that the way I see also the research that we have conducted, so the value added to our research, is that it's definitely one of the few, if not the first, but it's definitely one of the few attempts to understand this phenomenon, so how the nexus manifests, through the lenses of organized crime. We are an organization that deals, that's even in its title, the focus of transnational organized crime. So for us, what was important was to understand how the nexus manifesto, the connection, the interconnections between violent extremism on the one side and organized crime on the other side. So far, at the time of collecting all the research and all the pieces together in order to have an understanding of what's been already written, how it's been already discussed, immediately I would say the first thought was, well, there is a lot here already been written. There is a lot of narrative, there is a lot of discussion, policy papers, academia as well, often engaging in such topics. But what we saw is that while on the one side there is a lot being discussed and written on the nexus between violent extremism, radicalization, so be it political or religious, and terrorism, especially its financing part, very little, I would say, is being done when it comes to organized crime, the way at least we understand it at the GI, which is pretty much, although of course the definition of organized crime is a little bit, there is no universal definition of organized crime, it really depends on the national jurisdictions, but at least using the definition of the Palermo Protocol, so the UNTOC, the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. So based on this, a few points. So first of all, definitely one point which is particularly interesting is the diversity of the motivations to join. So what brings certain people, certain groups to interconnect and to join forces? As a rule of the thumb, I would say that, of course, and this is, I would say, a very basic understanding, you have organized crime groups, be it mafia-style, loose networks, criminal networks, that, of course, seek partnership in order to boost profits. This is the general understanding, and Adilan actually was talking about it. On the other side, instead, you have violent extremist groups which seek destabilization to boost and to forward their political or religious agenda. And based on this motivation, but of course you have this thumb rule, but then the reality is much different. You have different motivations that often blur, and there's many overlaps. And based on these overlaps and based on the complexity also of the reality, we came up with our own understanding. We came across very short-term transactional objective short-term oriented partnerships, all the way to very strong and quite long-standing partnerships in which actually even organizational boundaries are often blurred. So you have basically, we ask ourselves many times, is this a violent extremist group or is it an organized crime group the way we understand and the way we study them in our work, in our daily job? So it is very important in the context of this analysis to understand the spectrum of these cooperations, based on the key indicators that we had to come up with in our own methodology, in our own way to understanding the phenomenon. So one key indicator definitely that we took into consideration is the duration of this partnership. So for how long these groups partner. Then the extent of the resource sharing. How much are they investing in this partnership? Is it just, again, for a specific, I don't know, bombing of the car of a judge or a prosecutor, or is it for long-term agendas? Then also important from a quantitative perspective is how big the phenomenon is. How many people are we talking about? Is it just a few people? Is it one specific imam that operates, for example, outside the Islamic community that radicalizes people and for a specific objective? Or is actually the other way around? So is more people, 50 people, 60 people gathering, like-minded people for specific crimes which are perpetrated over time? And then also important to factor in, again, the criminological element. What kind of organized crime are we talking about? What kind of criminal markets are we talking about? It's important, again, to be specific. Is it drug trafficking? Is it extortion? Is it money laundering? Is it arms trafficking? We had the possibility to come across a number of different criminal markets in that sense. This is also, in a way, connected to the next point, which is it is important for us to avoid generalization and proceed case by case. This also, in order to avoid the general mistake in understanding the phenomenon, meaning we assume, I would say as a tendency, a general tendency, to understand these partnerships of the nexus as a positive collaboration. There's always something that is at stake, so that's something they can benefit from. But, however, I have to say that in many areas of the Western Balkans, we've seen also contentious relationship. In many cases, we've observed organized crime groups which actually refrain from partnering with violent extremist groups, depending on the criminal markets in which they operate. In certain criminal markets, partnering or adopting a terrorist agenda, partnering with violent extremist groups might actually jeopardize the illicit businesses. There are criminal markets which which don't require violence, or at least they try to keep the level of violence to the minimum. So we also actually came across this. And also other geographies, and also going back in history, we have seen a lot of criminal organizations, mafia-style organizations, that when they partnered with violent extremist groups, I'm Italian, I can quote, for example, the case of the decline of Cosa Nostra after teaming up with the NAR, which are the Nuclear Armati Rivoluzionari, so a neo-fascist organization in the 70s. For Cosa Nostra, this was a suicide because they attracted law enforcement attention, they make too much noise, up to the point that law enforcement just need to react. There's nothing that you can do. And then to conclude a little bit on the rationale of this study, so why we do this, also going back to what Adrian was saying, it is important to address the fact that for us, this is a relatively important, it's actually very important in terms of societal impacts. We have to address the root causes, especially for recruitment of youngsters. In many cases, youngsters join criminal groups because they see easy money. But when you mix the easy money, which is already an important bait, with ideological purposes, then it's a bomb. Because you have like-minded people that have easy money, and then it's simply too easy to say yes to such groups.
Sure. Thank you, Ruggero, for sharing with us this nuanced reality, in fact, and how it is different from one country to another and from one criminal market to another as well. In your work, you have been also held by Giorgio Fruscione, which is a researcher with very good knowledge of this region. So, Giorgio, I have said one of the most sensitive and delicate questions for you. Is this nexus sometime having another angle? Is this nexus sometimes turning into a triangle? And with a triangle, I also want to say the fact that how you see this nexus interacting with politics, and not only with political party, but also with the state institution, in fact.
Yes, there are several cases in which these networks have a connection with state institution. And in general terms, we can say that the stronger the tie between a violent extremist group and a state institution, the stronger the position and the power of the same extremist group. And of course, the more dangerous will be their activities. And this is so for many reasons. A good connection can enable potentially limitless access to weapons or military equipment. And if so, you can consequently have also an increase of the level of violence by the group, or, for example, of the territorial control the group exercise. Let's take the example. You have an extremist group that is in cahoots with the local police in a certain municipality. It means that potentially they can control that municipality, a certain municipality. And another element witnessing the complicity or connivance between extremist groups and the state institutions is the impunity the groups enjoy sometimes from the judiciary systems. And this happens very often when these groups act as a proxy for state institutions, like, for example, law enforcement agency. And if the state cannot do something out in the open, they may rely on these groups and on their connection with organized crime in order to reach a certain goal. And of course, the perfect environment for such a situation is a captured state. So a state whose institutions are controlled by informal structures or even by ruling party members. And if you have these situations, it means that the state doesn't serve citizens' needs and interests, but rather those of a limited, privileged elite. And there are several ways a connection between an extremist group and a state institution is established. You can have what we call the bad apple from the state institution that is enabling a member of these networks entering the state institution and then to influence it. But what we have found out is that the so-called marriage of convenience is the most often way that this connection is established. So the marriage of convenience implies the two actors agrees not to interfere in the other's business, and that they, let's say, reach an agreement of cooperation over a certain issue. Let's make an example. The state tolerates a drug trade and of a certain organization, and it means that the organization enjoy a certain freedom, controls in an exclusive way a criminal market over its competitors, and of course make a profit out of it. And in exchange, they guarantee, for example, they will not make any trouble in public events like, let's say, political rallies, football matches, and this is a win-win situation because they obtain something, they get stronger in their own field, and they don't touch each other. So this is why we call it a marriage of convenience. And in conclusion, the more a state is controlled by informal structures, the more dangerous will be the extremist group acting as a proxy of the state. And when you have this situation, it means that both rule of law and the democratic standards are in real danger.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, this is a quite complex issue, in fact, and needs a lot of unpacking. But I just want to go back to Ruggero, because you, in fact, mentioned the fact that you mentioned Cosa Nostra and the links that they once had with violent extremists. And of course, you have this overview also for the nexus in how it manifests itself in Europe. But can you tell us what are some of the differences and distinction of this nexus in the Western Balkan region compared with the larger European continent?
Well, let me start by saying that, as actually Adrian also was mentioning in his initial remarks, the nexus between violent extremism and organized crime is not just a Balkan issue. It is a Balkan issue, but it is also an issue in many other geographies. One case in point is definitely, for example, the proliferation of amphetamine-type stimulants such as Captagon in Syria and Iraq under the Islamic State. Another case which is probably more relevant as of now is, for example, the connections between Hezbollah in Latin America and the Tren de Aragua, which is a criminal organization originating from, for example, Venezuela, which is now operating in the Amazon basin. So there are examples pretty much from everywhere. Perhaps, though, one of the manifestations of the nexus, which is particularly relevant for the Balkans and also the wider European continent and beyond as well, is, for example, the nexus between football hooliganism and organized crime. Which I believe you also are gonna mention. But anyways, what is important for me is that, again, hooliganism as such, or ultras movement as such, and the penetration of organized crime is definitely a global phenomenon that manifests differently, depending a lot on the local context. So as a consequence, understanding from an analytical perspective and also for policy formulation, understanding the local nuances is critical for effective interventions. Case of Serbia, public secret, everybody knows about the role of specific hooligans groups in Belgrade, in Novi Sad. Hooligans in Serbia control stadiums. Controlling stadiums means also controlling specific groups which are penetrated or even active member of organized crime groups. Controlling the stadiums means controlling a space for recruitment, for profit making, of course. So, and even on top of that, of course, you have hooligans groups which are even used, as Giorgio was saying, as a proxy to advance political agenda. They enjoy specific political protection or by either official political parties or political elites. They act and behave as a paramilitary groups oftentimes. This, for example, is something that we've seen in another contexts. We have seen, for example, in the context of the supporters of Spartak Moscow in Russia. And they were actually hooligans really act as paramilitaries, and they really act as, again, proxy for political elites. Other contexts in which the nexus manifests as well, but the context really shapes the way that the nexus manifests. The case of Italy, again. You have in Italy the ultras movement since the 60s and the 70s in cities like Rome particularly, in cities like Milan, where you have ultras movements, ultras groups with a very, very, very strong far-right agenda and identity, neo-fascist groups, as a matter of fact, which have been infiltrated and have been in business with local organized crime groups forever. From the case of Diabolik, which was the ultras of SS Lazio in Rome, which was assassinated for extortion / money laundering schemes. Or the recent one, a couple of weeks ago, where you had the head of the ultras groups supporting Inter Milan stabbing 8 times the son of a very important representative of Clan Bellocco, which is 'Ndrangheta, operating in Milan. So we're talking about serious organized crime here. We're not talking about street gangs. We're talking about well-structured mafia-style groups that have connections in these places. Another case, even going even further, the case of Argentina is also particularly on point, where you have the Barra Bravas, which is basically the alter ego of ultras and hooligans in Argentina. Supporters of River Plate and Boca Juniors in Buenos Aires, they do have strong political agendas. They even influence the economic and financial operations, and they also have a political say in the matters of the businesses, even of the football club. And then you have, for example, to conclude the case of England. England has been dealing with hooliganism pretty much throughout the 70s and the 80s, but differently from probably, well, there are, of course, some, connections with organized crime, especially drug trafficking. But what we've seen is that at least in England, the government has managed to sort of like reduce the problem thanks to a set of reforms and a set of interventions, very directed interventions. But does this mean that the package of reforms that England has implemented in their territory, if implemented in Italy, in Serbia, or in Russia, or in Argentina, will produce the same results? Well, I really doubt it. Because again, hooliganism as such, as associationism of people with a strong political agenda really differs. So in order to understand and to act in a way that you can really solve the problem, then you really have to understand the local nuances. The phenomenon is global, but it really takes a particular shape when understood in the local context.
Yes, true. There are all sorts of patterns out there, and so they select some of the patterns, they copy them, but of course they need to tailor and customize those based on the realities in the field. Giorgio, I want also to get a little bit to you again, because we were discussing, and Adrian mentioned, the fact of arms from this region going to Western Europe and enabling terrorist attacks. And the very fact that we have kind of like the same typology of this nexus in the region, but also abroad. Do we know about collaborations, other forms of collaborations besides armed trafficking and so on?
There is for sure an ideological affinity between extremist groups from the Balkans and those from other parts of Europe. Let's consider the far-right realm. first. And because you have several small parties and movements, political organization, or even humanitarian organization that, for example, openly endorse Serbian nationalism, and they share similar ideology. They have the same interpretation of the wars in the 90s. And for example, from our country, from Italy, you have some far-right parties that have established stable relationships with the Serbian far-right organizations and parties, and this was made possible over ideological convergence over the issue of Kosovo. And so they have regular humanitarian missions in Kosovo where they provide assistance in those enclaves where Serbs live, because they consider them as an act of resistance against Western imperialism, against the alleged Islamic penetration of the Balkans and so of Europe. And so they see them as the pillars of Christendom, and as I said, they make a myth out of them. And so here you have like the ideological convergence. But the most important relationship is between religious extremist group. Since the end of the wars in the Balkans, there have been growing concerns about Islamic terrorism, also due to the high numbers of foreign fighters who joined the so-called Islamic State in Syria or in other war fronts. And but if we look at the statistics at the local level, we see that we have less attacks, less casualties, less, in general, less terroristic activities in the Balkans compared to other regions of Europe. But I'm saying so not to underestimate the phenomenon, but in order to contextualize it, as Adrian was explaining at the beginning. This because these extremist religious groups have a specific role within global terrorism. And according to our findings, these local cells of global terrorist organization are providing logistic support, military equipment, and of course foreign fighters for terrorist attacks that are actually occurring elsewhere in Europe or in other regions of the world. And you have many cases, as Adrian said, like the attack in Vienna, the attack in Nice, where you had either people or arms coming from the Balkan region. And so against the backdrop of global terrorism, the Balkans stand as a logistic hub. And even if in the region the phenomenon is less visible, it doesn't mean we can underestimate it. Let's say that this can change in the future, and while they are doing their part of the job within this global phenomenon, this relationship can change in the future. So one can say that we don't have to get stuck in analyzing numbers and statistics, so don't focus on the number of casualties and of terroristic attack, but do keep monitoring the qualitative and the activities of these groups.
No, very, very right. So we should keep monitoring the trends, and this is the most important thing. And we are really looking forward for the upcoming report that we are going to publish together with Ruggero on this nexus in the Western Balkans. We spoke here a little bit about the regional perspective, but on the other hand, we are in Serbia, and not because of that only, but because of the fact that this nexus is, without any doubt, manifest in Serbia. And here to explain us more is Ms. Jovana Škorić. She is a professor, but at the same time, she's working with civil society. And because of this, Jovana, I want to ask you, how do you see the nexus manifest at the local level? And the most important thing is, how does it impacts the citizens, the communities.
Thank you. At the first, I would to thank you for coming here and to have opportunity to talk about this very relevant topic. Today, I will talk from the perspective as someone who comes from the helping professions. So today, I will try to present our field work when it comes to minors and also when it comes to the children with behavior problem and the juvenile offenders. As you said, beside the faculty, I also work in a non-governmental organization which called Restart. An organization actually engaged with different kind of services, user services, in the first place drug addicts, but on the other side we also offer different kind of services to other groups. When we're talking about this problem, today I will try to find the link between the extremism, between the local fan group, and between the criminal groups as well. So what do actually we see in the field? There are a lot of children, especially minors and adolescents, are engaged in different kind of criminal activity, mostly related to the fan group, to the hooliganism. And here I have actually two concerns. The first one is how to stop exploitation and how to stop recruitment of the children in those criminal acts. But the other one is related how we can prevent those problems, how we can empower those children, how we can actually educate them to not get into the criminal groups and hooliganism. So I would like to mention our big project which is in the process right now, supported by Dutch government, as well as the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. Through the project, we are actually trying to support children, especially minors, when we're talking about different kind of criminal acts related to the hooliganism. What we try to do, this project consists of the three phases. The first phase is about survey. We try to map, we try to find out some risk factors as well as some causes when we're talking about belonging to some extremism group related to the local fan group. The second one is related to the interventions and preventions as well. We are trying to make some more holistic preventions measure when we're talking about adolescents, and we are trying to enter the schools and do some kind of education, do some kind of sessions, workshops. We also create some video material for this research. When the famous sportsmen are talking about bad side and also about some good side of the fan groups, and we are trying to empower them to not get into the different kind of criminal activity related to the fan groups. And what actually is our next phase, it's based on the first and second phase, and we are trying to make some interventions that also include the parents of children. We are trying to make some network, to make some comprehensive actually support to all of children as well as their parents. So I think in this context it's very important to mention also official statistics when we're talking about hooliganism in the Republic of Serbia, especially in the territory of city of Novi Sad. When we're talking about formal statistical data, we have to mention actually Institute for the Social Welfare. and more than 7,000 children are registered as the juvenile offender in the territory of Vojvodina, and more than 3,000 children were registered in the territory of the city of Novi Sad. The highest number of them actually is related to hooliganism and the criminal group. So I also would like to emphasize that we have to create some safer environment and some environment which maybe is closer to their real needs. When we're talking about children with behavioral problem, I would also like to emphasize that children are not the problem, they have a problem. And I think that we have to be aware of the aspects. And we are talking actually, we are here talking about risk factors. I think that it's very important to make a difference between risk factors and between causes. So together, I think that we can create more comprehensive system, more holistic system, and help those children to not get into the hooliganism and into the criminal groups.
Yeah. The involvement of children in criminality, in fact, is a very sharp topic across the region and quite problematic. My follow-up question to you is going to be how it is to work with this vulnerable group. Do you face some pushback? And also, have you also got some support from the local government or central government, for that matter?
Yeah. It sometimes can be hard to work with these children, but on the other side, we are here to make things possible. I think it's reachable to make those children to get into the society, but they need support. Non-governmental organization and civil society organization in the Republic of Serbia are positioned very well, I think, and they also are credible professionals. And I think the main maybe benefits from the civil society organization is because they are locally rooted. They really have maybe deeper insight about these local problems when we're talking about hooliganism and extremism. So as non-governmental organization have a big contribution to make these children actually more aware about different kind of risk. But on the other side, we also have struggling with some financial resource, some human resource, professional resource. But I would like to emphasize also that the non-governmental organization in Serbia has positive impact when we're talking about different marginalized group. They offer a big spectrum of programs. We can talk about prevention program as some kind of youth programs, for example, some education stuff, some sessions, some workshops for adolescents and minors, but also they are very close related to some institution. I think without institution we cannot go further, and I think it's very important to emphasize collaboration with different kind of institutions. So I also would like to emphasize that non-governmental organization in the Republic of Serbia, especially when we're talking about context of Novi Sad, are involved in different kind of policy making. They are advocate some better regulation related to the children. They also pay attention on some stricter rules, for example, when we're talking about criminals group and about extremism. So on the end, I would like to emphasize that we have resource to doing things, but on the other side we have maybe a bigger support of the public sector as well as private sector, of course. So I would like on the end to emphasize that united we can go further. We can maybe make some environment for our children and make them more powerful when we're talking about engagement in some positive and democratic activity, not belonging to some hooliganism groups or something like that.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Giovanna, for sharing your insights from the local level. And I think that to tackle both violent extremism and organized crime and the nexus between them at the local level, it's important as it is in the national level, and we spoke about that. But we need also to understand that these phenomena, they are transnational. So international and regional, and then international cooperation is quite important. So I'm just going to ask you, Adrian, about what it can be done, not only to cooperate at the regional level, but how to make it sustainable.
Sure. I mean, it's a very good point, and it's a critical point to understand because organized crime and violent extremism, they don't recognize political borders. These are transnational phenomena, and therefore they need a transnational approach to tackle them, to counter them. We need to work towards common solutions. We need to have common strategies, and we need to also have common approaches at the operational level. It's not easy in a region that has a trust deficit. So that's going to be a challenge because there's a lot of distrust. There's a lot of issues between specific countries. Be that as it may, we often talk about common markets, right? Removing barriers at the borders, which is amazing. Common markets deliver. We know that. And the Balkans is moving towards that direction. There is no going back. But there is also a thing that we need to understand, that less borders means less checking at the border, because there's not going to be a border. So less border means that goods will flow, funding will flow freely, people will flow freely. But guess what? That in a way is going to be easier for organized crime groups and for violent extremist organizations, terrorist organizations, because there's going to be less checks. So in order to counter this, we need to work closer together to put at the strategic level better strategies. At the operational level, we need to also put together the right instruments to deal with this problem. And this problem, again, let's be very clear in emphasizing, it's not a problem that only Western Balkans deals with in terms of organized crime and terrorism. All other countries in Europe are dealing with exactly the same problem, probably at the higher magnitude, as both panelists mentioned earlier. The problem in the Western Balkans is funding and resources. So there's a convergence of all sorts of transnational threats, but there isn't sufficient funding. There isn't sufficient capacity. And I think you deal with this, and you understand that if there isn't foreign funding coming in, sometimes projects will not be tackled. Sometimes, those strategies will not be put together. And I think it's important to move past this idea that, okay, we have a memorandum of understanding, fine, but practically, what does that mean? Can you operationalize that? Or are you waiting for funding from outside to do it? So there needs to be more focus on this at the government level of each of the countries, so that structures are put in place that are regional in nature, that information is shared in a timely fashion, because these things, they happen quickly. And if there isn't a good understanding of the phenomenon, where they overlap, and if there isn't the right infrastructure in place to share information in timely fashion, then all we can do is write a history book after things have happened. But we're not going to be able to prevent, and preventing is a lot more important than anything else. So what can particularly be done? Because you need to put together approaches. So, as I said, go beyond those modus, go beyond the memorandums of understanding, and put in place, both at the strategic and operational levels, what needs to be there. Identifying funding mechanisms is critical, so one way or another, this has to go through European Union, probably, figuring out a way to fund and set up task forces at the regional level. There needs to be cooperation and coordination protocols that are clear, not ambiguous. There needs to be standard operating procedures that, again, are very clear, because that's the only way to address shared concerns, shared threats. And there has to be a clear understanding of metrics. How are we understanding the threats? How are we understanding the routes that organized crime is using and terrorist organizations are using? So there needs to be a clear and common understanding of metrics and indicators to detect and monitor these threats continuously, not every now and then. So basically, to conclude, it's about monitoring at the same, monitoring all the time, not intermittently, collecting, analyzing, sharing in timely fashion across borders. And as I mentioned, it's important to build trust, because that is going to be the Achilles heel, and that's always been the Achilles heel in the Balkans, in Western Balkans, where we understand the need, we understand the threat, but because we don't trust our neighbor, we don't take that extra step to build the common infrastructure, because we're concerned that they're going to misuse our trust. They're going to misuse the information. They could use, unfortunately I have to say it, even use that information against us. This, the Western Balkans need to do away with. This is not going to be the way of the future. We need to understand that common markets are important, but at the same time, common platforms to tackle common threats are critical at the same time.
Common platforms in order to tackle especially security issues like the one that we are discussing, they are very, very important, because what's the point of having the economical collaboration when you don't have this collaboration at the security level, which is a basic level that you need for other levels to progress. So we have around 9 minutes for Q&A. So yes, I'm seeing some hands. We will start there. Please, it can be a question or a remark. It will be good if you could introduce yourself, and also if you have a chosen panelist for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. My name is Jason McCarthy. I work in corporate intelligence investigation sector. My question will be mostly towards Georgia Fruscione and Ms. Jovana Škorić. What is the role of the private sector in the equation that you're discussing of collaboration in combating against crime, organized crime specifically in the Western Balkan context? Thank you.
Are we going to also collect some other questions? Yes, I see a hand here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mildred Kapoor, and I'm from organization No Immunity from Accountability. I'm curious that nobody mentioned here the Russian influence in Serbia. That's what distinguishes Serbia from all other European countries. If you remove Serbia from this topic, it will be just academic and few tabloid articles. In other words, hooligan groups here are controlled by the government. The president himself is coming from the stadium, from the Red Star race supporters. And we have numerous gongo groups, or government-owned NGOs, that deals with extremism, drug trade, so on and so on. Especially Vojvodina and Novi Sad is full of these groups. They control soccer clubs or football clubs, right? And I haven't seen any connection here, haven't heard, between Putin's Russia and Vučić's Serbia, which is the intricate part of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Do we have somebody else? Okay, Giorgio, we can start with the first question. You want to go first? Yes, and then Jovana as well. Like both
when we're talking about private sector, they have different kind of research that can help to non-governmental organization. And the problem, social issue, when we're talking about hooliganism or some abuse or exploitation, especially that can be seen when we're talking about digital violence or something like that. The internet provider can make some efforts to do something to take responsibility to doing some kind of activity, maybe reporting or something like that. And I think that we avoiding to make some connection with private sector, but I think on the end the private sector is equal responsible for different kind of social issue as the public sector, as the government sector as well.
Yeah, I would like also to add that concerning the private sector, we have been witnessing a relationship that is a kind of triangle, so extremist group, organized crime, and a private sector. So the dynamic is quite the same with the penetration of state institution, and most of the times the objective, the final goal is the same as in the case of penetration of state institutions, so to control and to have more power in the public space. So the dynamic is quite the same, and the fact is that in some cases in the Balkans, private sector is not real private, but is controlled by the same informal structures. So, so the dynamic is quite similar.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Giorgio. In fact, let's go to the next question, which is about the Russian influence in Serbia. So this is a big topic, but in terms of hooliganism. In fact, we are privileged here to have both Ruggero and my colleague Sasha Georgievich, that is in the first row in here, that they together have a report about hooliganism, football hooliganism in this region. Ruggero, also making up on the question that we just heard, what you can say about...
Well, I can definitely start by saying that I totally agree with you. Absolutely. It's not that, so the context, it's important to contextualize also the way we discussed hooliganism in this specific panel. And we can't talk about everything, of course, but I also understand that this is so important that it can't be left out. Totally understood and agreed. In that specific case, I would say that in the specific case of Russian influence, I would even argue that it goes even beyond hooliganism. We came across a number of far-right extremist groups, not only in the realm of football hooliganism, but also which have nothing to do with the football scene. And not only that, this applies not only to Serbia, but also to neighboring countries, as far as, for example, Bosnia is concerned, when it comes to Republika Srpska and the role of a number of groups that work as a proxy for Dodik's government and so on. So I feel you, I totally understand your point. But again, the reason why we haven't addressed this specific case here is because we're talking about the comparisons with other regions and so on. And by the way, I even mentioned Russia in my example, not by coincidence, because there are definitely a lot of similarities, not only in terms of ideology, but also in the way of in modus operandi. In a way, if you compare the groups in Serbia and the groups in Moscow, for example, they have exactly the same settings, exactly the same way of thinking, of operating, of resources that are put in, that are shared, and but yeah, so. Absolutely, yes. I don't know if Giorgio wants to add anything, or actually even Sasha. And by the way, before I conclude, the point about that report. In 2022, and I really suggest you to have a look because I'm sure you're going to find it interesting, we published this report called Dangerous Games, Football Hooliganism in the Western Balkans, which is a regional assessment of how football hooligans interact with organized crime groups and the way they interact. And yeah, so you're definitely going to find also a few answers in there, other than the report, which is upcoming, of course.
Giorgio, do you want to add something on this?
I think Ruggero said everything.
Ruggero covered that.
I also agree with you with everything, but it was not our intention to omit this topic.
Yeah. Stuni, what do you think about the presence and the influence of Russia, if you want to take this question as well?
Sure. I mean, there's no debate that Russia has a lot of influence in particular areas in Western Balkans, and they try to grow that influence actively. Primarily, it is in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Montenegro, and some of it in Northern Macedonia. Less of it in Albania and Kosovo for historic reasons, religious reasons, and other reasons. So yeah, it is a concern. It definitely needs to be taken very seriously and studied thoroughly. I'm not sure to what extent that could be reflected in policies, because policies then depend on the government, and the government has particular priorities. If we see the nexus, and if we see how the relations between the current government and Putin's government it's going to be tough to tackle through policies the problem. So I don't know to what extent that can be tackled at this point, but it's important to be aware of the problem, and hopefully there's going to be ways to curb the influence, because it's a disruptive influence, not only for Serbia, Bosnia, and so on, but for the entire region, in my view.
Thank you very much. We are right in time to wrap up this panel. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for your attention. We hope that we were able to shed some light in this intersection, which is not always easy. But what we know for sure is the fact that these issues are very critical for the security of this region. So it's important, as it was mentioned here several of times, not only to present the current situation, but also to be able to monitor this phenomena over the time. Thank you very much, and I look forward to discussing the topic further with you in the near future.
So that was an interesting debate on what's linking ideology and political extremism and organized crime, and why is it that political elites tolerate segments of organized crime, using them as a tool in political fights. Before we proceed with our next panel, we are going to have a short coffee break out front. Please be back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear us? Perfect. Just to check the line. Could you say something just?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine. We have your picture, so we are okay.
I'll use the mic.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Welcome back to the conference. We are excited to announce the upcoming panel discussion titled The Intricacies of Domestic Cyber Threats to Independent Media and Civil Society Organizations in the Western Balkans 6. This critical session will feature the following esteemed panelists: Bojan Perkov, Digital Policy Coordinator at the Share Foundation; Ramadan Ilyazi, Head of Research, Sava Center for Security Studies; Sophie Intveld, former member of the European Parliament; Andrew Ari Nolan, Deputy Program Director, Amnesty Tech at Amnesty International, who will be joining us online. This discussion will be moderated by Orkidea Jaferai, Digital and Innovation Policy Expert from SciDev.
And at the same time, in room 14, we have parallel panel revisiting human security in Southeast Europe, the role of regional cooperation, with Konstantinos Androulakis, Deputy Head of Mission Embassy of Greece in Belgrade, Murat Ersavci, Program Director, Economic Policy Research Policy Foundation in Turkey, Samir Hussein Basic, Head of Department of Peace and Security, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Umut Ergezer, Southeast Europe 2030 Coordinator and Senior Economic Policy Analyst, Regional Cooperation Council. It will be moderated by journalist team Judah. Thank you and enjoy the panels.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're going through a journey to discuss elements related to cyber security and emerging cyber threats towards independent media and civil society in the Western Balkans. The region is plagued by diminishing levels of democracy, diminishing levels of human rights, and at the same time increasing violations on such human rights and independent media and cyber and civil society organizations. We see an increasing use of spyware, of information manipulation, of DDoS attacks and other cyber attacks on media and civil society. And to discuss this, we'll start with looking into past and present, some reflections on the cyber ecosystem in the Western Balkans. I would start with Bojan. Share Foundation stands at the forefront of supporting CSOs and independent media when subject to cyber attacks in Serbia, but also the wider Western Balkans region. Based on your experience, would you provide an overview of main attacks targeting media and CSOs in the region?
The attacks are different in their range and in their type, let's put it like that, and I'll just give a couple of examples which are publicly known that I've come across while I prepared for this panel. So I'll start with Serbia, as I know the situation here the best. So when it comes to Serbia, we recently had DDoS attacks. So these are basically flooding attacks that keeps regular visitors from accessing the website by some malicious actors who do the actual flooding of the website with traffic, with requests and so on. So basically a normal user cannot access the website. So we had these attacks much more, maybe, let's say, 2015 and 2016, and they were kind of sporadic, but now we had a situation with two media outlets who are known for their independence and their professional work, such as 021 from Novi Sad, from Vojvodina, and also SoInfo, which is also a small media outlet from Vojvodina, but they're basically the only media outlet from their city, from Sombor, that reports critically on matters of public interest. We also had a very interesting attack that I didn't know about in Kosovo, which happened in July this year. S-Bunker media outlet was attacked. It was some kind of sophisticated attack, according to their press release that I could find, because their content was deleted from their database. I think it was the past couple of months or so. So it was really interesting to see such attacks. And also in Albania, I remember one case. I will not name the organization, but the organization had an issue with their website. They had some sort of malware injection, I think. And what it caused is that this domain of theirs, of their website, became basically blacklisted. So if you would like to post a link on their a link to their website on Facebook or any other social media, but I know for the Facebook that it was the issue, it just wouldn't let you do it because it was flagged as some kind of malicious content. And I think in the end they had to change the domain name and do some redirections of all the articles, which is really a lot of work, I presume, that they have to do in terms of their infrastructure. And also, I would just also like to point out to the last year. So late last year, we had cases of CSO representatives from Serbia, which were targeted by advanced mobile spyware, so their devices were targeted, and the Share Foundation, together with the partner organizations Amnesty, Access Now, and Citizen Lab, determined that these attacks were actually genuine, and that it's something to be very worried about, because earlier we didn't have these sort of attacks by using advanced spyware such as Pegasus, Predator, even though in countries around us, from some previous cases, we could see that Predator was used in Greece, Hungary extensively uses Pegasus, Poland also had a huge spyware scandal, so the scope of these attacks was kind of getting closer and closer, and we believed that this was a very important turning point in Serbia when it comes to the abuse of spyware and surveillance technology. So it's, as I said, a very diverse, let's say, landscape of threats and of actors that are being targeted, but I will just give more time for other speakers. We can get back to that later.
Rory, how do these trends in Western Balkans stand vis-a-vis the main type of attacks you witness in your work? And what are the main trends of cyber attacks towards CSOs and media in such feeble democracies such as the Western Balkans ones?
Thank you for the invitation, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but I think Bojan has given an excellent overview of the context in the Western Balkans, and what we see there is very much mirrored by trends we're seeing in other regions, and I think that's not surprising if we think that more and more of our lives are moving online, more and more civil society, more and more media is moving online. It's not surprising that the attacks on civil society are more and more seen in the digital sphere. So, you know, Bojan mentioned attacks on websites, account hacking. That's very common. Large-scale phishing attacks, you know, on civil society. We've also seen, Amnesty has also documented how hate speech is used against civil society. And, you know, in the cases of Myanmar and Ethiopia, we've documented how actually Meta as a platform has failed in its human rights obligations by allowing the spread of attacks and hate speech. In terms of spyware, the example that Bojan mentioned last year in terms of finding Pegasus attack on 2 civil society representatives in Serbia is obviously incredibly worrying. Typically where we see some small number of cases, it's probably an indicator that there are more attacks going on, and it's not the first evidence of the use of spyware in Serbia. We had, you know, Citizen Lab had previously found evidence that Predator infrastructure for Predator spyware was also present in Serbia, and even going back further, there's evidence that Finfisher may have been used in Serbia as well. And those attacks in terms of how it targets media, again, this is very much a global phenomenon. I mean, there's many examples we could take, but you could look, for example, at the example of El Faro, the publication in El Salvador, leading kind of independent publication, which received numerous attacks, and more than 20 of its staff was targeted by Pegasus, and it was ultimately forced to relocate out of El Salvador to Costa Rica. And we could take examples from almost any region of the world. These attacks are incredibly significant, not just because of the particular media publication they might target or the particular human rights organization or member of civil society, but just because of the broader chilling effect. Because when people see these attacks, it affects how they will interact with the media. It makes sources less likely to talk to the media. So even if the number of direct victims may not seem huge, we must remember the kind of broader impact this has on society.
Thank you. Throughout these 3 days at the conference, we talk a lot about security and the security ecosystem in the Western Balkans. And Dan, I would like to know a little bit more from you. How is cyber positioned in this overall security ecosystem, and in what elements are the economies in the region similar, and where do they differ from each other?
Thank you, Orchidea. I think when we talk about cybersecurity in Western Balkans, it's like my mom's Facebook password. It has potential, but you hope it's not from 1 to 6. But without, in all seriousness, the cybersecurity is becoming a backbone of the security ecosystem. So it's difficult to discuss anymore in the terms of security just from the conventional perspective. There is a rapid digitalization happening in our region. For instance, in Kosovo, you no longer have printed newspapers. Everything is digital. In Albania or everywhere else in the region, there is growing progress in digitalization of public services. So also the contact of the citizen with the government through the conventional, in a way, channels is moving away. But I think that's why we cannot see cybersecurity only in terms of spyware and malware and protection of data. I think it's more broader topic covering critical infrastructure, trust in institutions, and so forth. So for me, and I think for the region, or in general, when we discuss about cybersecurity, we often miss the disinformation, malinformation, also as part of cybersecurity. There's the perception that cybersecurity has to do only with some people in computers, which is obviously a crucial component, but I think there is broader context that sometimes we miss. And when we see, for instance, on disinformation, our region is very vulnerable to these kind of attacks because we still have heightened interethnic tensions, unresolved or bilateral disputes, which are utilized by actors like Russia, especially, but even Iran, we see in amplifying these divisions in our societies. For instance, Sputnik Serbia and RT Balkans are particularly active in disseminating disinformation or malinformation that grow distrust among our citizens in European integration process, in a value-based society, and so forth. There is the, from 2020, Berlin Declaration on value-based digitalization, and when you look at where our region stands vis-a-vis these kind of principles, it's quite concerning. Last year, with the Sava Center for Security Studies, we were leading the consultations in the thematic working group on geopolitics and security in the framework of the Civil Society Forum of the Berlin Process Summit that was held in Tirana. And for instance, cybersecurity emerged as a key issue, and we identified some areas where we can make further progress in the region. And cybersecurity is no-brainer in terms of the need for greater cooperation and integration in the region. Already, everyone in the Western Balkans has signed the memorandum in 2020 on interoperability on cybersecurity, agreeing already to share data and cooperate on this. However, the trends haven't been very positive in this regards. For instance, there are, even though it is difficult to attribute source in cyber attacks, there have been government statements attributing cyber attacks to countries in the region. But one thing we are proposing is that we explore options how we can advance cooperation between Western Balkans and European Union Cybersecurity Agency and NISA. We had a very good policy discussion on this in Tirana and in Berlin, and everyone seems to be in favor that, we're talking about gradual integration as now the new kind of like approach to the European integration process. Then sectors where we can bring the region closer is definitely cybersecurity. The EU is already saying we need to bring Western Balkans in the EU single digital market. And so just bringing the region also in the cybersecurity mechanisms and policies makes a lot of sense. So with IGNITA, this is the regional initiative we have. We are promoting, we are advocating that we bring the region closer to the EU on cybersecurity mechanisms. And lastly, there is also in the region now, in Podgorica, the Cyber Capacity Center. Hopefully that will become an area where everyone in the region will find it as a channel for growing their regional cooperation when it comes to cybersecurity.
Thank you, Dan. And thank you for mentioning elements of trust, how important it is, trust in institutions. And Rory also mentioned trust in media and how cyber attacks and cyber threats actually threaten this trust. But if we go a little bit to the EU level and we see some interesting, I would say, developments, a committee of inquiry to investigate the use of Pegasus and equivalent surveillance spyware set up by the European Parliament in 2022, where Sophie, you were a rapporteur. Can you share with us the main finding of the reports, and especially in regard to the consequences of using such technologies by member states?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, spyware you might well describe as the autocrat's wet dream. Because when we talk about cybersecurity, we tend to focus on technical aspects. You know, how do we protect our infrastructure? But this is very much a political issue. Spyware is a tool being used by autocrats, would-be autocrats, and Democrats who think that democracy is a bit awkward, you know, tying your hands, is used against their critics and opponents. And the point is democracy, and I'd like to underline this, democracy, many people think democracy is elections. Yes, elections are part of a democracy, but elections don't make democracy. Russia has elections, it's not a democracy. What makes a democracy is that there are checks and balances. Wherever there are government powers, there are countervailing powers. And the point is, if you remove those countervailing powers, then you kill democracy. And spyware allows political leaders, Democrats or autocrats or whatever, and by the time they abuse spyware, they are autocrats, really. It enables them to silence critics, to silence journalists, to silence NGOs, to silence political opponents, to also silence potential critics within their own parties. I mean, in Greece, for example, it seems that members of the governing party have been spied on, because then the government party might get material on them to intimidate or blackmail them or whatever. So basically, you kill the very essence of democracy. What we found in the European Parliament Inquiry Committee, first of all, I'd like to underline this was an inquiry conducted exclusively by the European Parliament, actively obstructed by the member state governments, the European Council, and with zero follow-up by the European Commission. Zero. So the Parliament concluded that spyware is being abused by several governments in the European Union, specifically Greece, Poland, Hungary, Spain. We know that Slovakia now, the Slovak government is getting ready to acquire it. Cyprus, I think, has a very broad toolkit of surveillance, so I'm sure they're using spyware as well. The point is that the other member state governments, all of them, without a single exception, have covered the abuse of spyware by their fellow governments. And that, I think, is the most worrying signal. And all of them are somehow involved in, you know, in one country, spyware companies do their banking. Another country, like Ireland, sort of rolls out the red carpet and gives them a favorable tax treatment. A third country, the Netherlands, was host to some of the daughter companies. Predator, which you mentioned, sold by Intellexa. Intellexa is part of a, let's say, consortium which is established in various countries, also in France under another name. So, I mean, the whole idea that this is a very regional problem here is not true. And this is, I mean, the beacon of democracy, or we like to think of ourselves that way, the European Union, is very, very much at the heart of this problem. And the governments and the Commission have flatly refused to take any action following the conclusions and the recommendations of Parliament. And I would like to highlight one, and that is the definition of national security. because we made lots of recommendations about, rights for the victims and all sorts of procedural safeguards. But one thing is very important. National security is a bit like the universal wipe that you use in the kitchen for anything, all kinds of dirt. It will solve any problem. Whenever you want to abuse spyware against somebody you just invoke national security. All the doors close. There's no more transparency. The victims don't have access to their files. I mean, to give you an idea, we know of hundreds, potentially thousands of cases in Europe. Not a single one so far has led to a conviction. Not a single one. And there have actually been very few cases brought before the courts, because in the vast majority of cases, the targets, the victims, they have no proof, because the proof is in the hands of the governments or the security services, and they say, no, national security, we cannot possibly give you any information. And I'm talking about victims, and I'll conclude on this. The point is, of course, this is horrible for the people affected, because they usually find out afterwards that the government has been inside their phone, inside their private life, following every intimate detail of their life. That is horrible. Also for the people around them, the sources of journalists or their contacts. But I think what is the bigger problem is not the individual rights that have been violated, but the damage that's being done to democracy. And for me, I mean, we are in alarm phase red, deep red, when we see that European Union governments and the European Commission refuse to tackle this issue. Basically, there is complete impunity in the European Union for the abuse of spyware. There is complete impunity, and that sends a very, very, very bad signal to any government inside or outside Europe that wants to abuse this.
Thank you, Sophie. We'll tackle this element a little bit later, but being on the same boat of deep red alerting elements is not very comforting for, at least for the Western Balkans people who somehow, to some extent, look at the EU with a vision and the light of hope. But Rory, I would very much like to know from you who is developing these technologies, spyware technologies, and how are governments procuring them?
Well, developing spyware is a lucrative industry. It's also a very expensive industry, so it's worth highlighting that these companies that develop the best known forms of spyware are large companies that have international investors as well. So this is very much a global industry. The best known companies like NSO and Intellexa have, as Sophie mentioned, they may have multiple bases in multiple countries, which is one of the ways they can effectively kind of get around export controls. Just worth mentioning that one part of the Intellexa alliance, Cytrox, is actually based in North Macedonia. Yeah. So there is that connection to the Western Balkans. And, when we published a report last year on the Intellexa alliance, we noted they were selling surveillance technologies all over the world. And a key part of their sort of selling pitch was that they were EU-based and regulated. But yet what we see is actually a total failure to actually properly regulate these companies. Also worth adding that this is not, Sophie mentioned the PEGA committee in response to the Pegasus revelations in 2021, but actually this is an issue that goes further back even to the 2010s in Europe, with companies like Finfisher and Hacking Team being active. So, but I totally agree with what Sophie says, that we cannot put clearly there's a systemic issue here, and clearly there are companies that are complicit in human rights abuses, but the blame cannot be put solely or primarily on companies. If you go to the NSO website, they state that they sell only to governments. So these companies exist because there is a market, and that market is governments, and governments are purchasing and using these forms of technology. So although it's important to look at the companies, it's not sufficient. This, as Sophie puts it, this is a political issue, and we need action by governments to stop the proliferation of spyware.
Thank you, Rory. Well, we set a baseline on an understanding on cyber threats and attacks to the region, but also on the EU level. I'd like to go and explore the impact of such attacks, although you touched a little bit on them during your input. What is the impact of such attacks when it comes to civil society and the wider democracy and rule of law systems in the countries? I would like to start with Bojan. When we talk about cyber attacks towards media and CSO, we say that they reflect the wider attempts of silencing them also in the physical world, not only the digital world. How would you evaluate the repercussions of such attacks, and what is the current level of resilience of such media and civil society organizations, of their cyber resilience?
Yes, what I can give is an overview. I won't, of course, go to details about any individual organization, but when it comes to the general picture, it's that it's usually something that is not priority. I mean, cybersecurity protection and related matters. It's not a matter of priority for many organizations, both in media and in civil society, because of the general financial situation. You always have to budget for the salaries, for other expenses that you have within the organization, and in that sense, cybersecurity is usually, for many organizations, in my experience, not treated as something that is high on the priority list when you try to find new funding or when you think of a business model. And that's an issue in the long run, because when situations or incidents happen, then the organizations actually try to take this into account and make sure that these incidents don't happen and that they don't hinder their operations. But what is also the problem here is this cat and mouse game, because if an attacker tries to compromise your system and see that you have some sort of protection, they will use another tool. You will be attacked maybe by a more sophisticated attacker with more resources, and then you keep buying new tools or implementing new measures and investing in this, and then the end result is that you're still going to get attacked. So this is also something that needs to be taken into account. While on the other hand, at least I'm now talking about what is some sort of general knowledge in these circles, is that investigative journalists and media, especially those which cooperate with some international consortia or within some groups such as the OCCRP, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, that they have some sort of standards that they need to abide by, and that's when they are basically included into this, how do you say, structures of how things work, what are the security protocols, how do you protect sources, how do you protect devices, your infrastructure, your network. And it is, I think, in part because there is a huge amount of knowledge and expertise within these consortium, usually because they all have their technology teams which work on these, with these media outlets in order for them to be more resilient to a potential attack. Because if you have an international story on corruption that is that includes 20 or more even investigative outlets from different contexts, different countries, of different capacities, then even the smallest puncture in your system can cause a huge damage to the entire consortium. So that's what they take into account. So I think this is something that needs to be replicated across the sector of civil society and media, of course, and organizations such as Share Foundation and our partners. We try to provide pro bono training, advice, assistance in cases of incidents, in order at least to help them develop an idea that even though they may not have funding at this point for or time to invest in staff training or to develop some sort of policies that they have someone to count on, and that it's probably best for them to be on the preventive side rather on the reactive side, because if someone breaches your system, steals or all your data, or encrypts them, or however compromises them in any other way, then it's much more difficult to mitigate these consequences.
Thank you, Bojan. And it's very important that when it comes to cybersecurity, we are proactive rather than reactive. And Dan, I would like to know from you, along these efforts of different types of cyber attacks on media and civil society, we have elements that relate to disinformation, but also this is coupled with a rampant propaganda throughout the region. How do you think this is affecting this stagnating and declining democracy throughout the region?
I think the point that Sophie made on this connection between national security and cyber security, it's very important because, for instance, in Kosovo now we have discovered the concept of hybrid warfare. It's everywhere. And this is used, for instance, to frame critics and criticism as an element of cyber attack that the external actors are committing. And I think it's a very dangerous path. Not something unknown, I think, to governments with autocratic tendencies, I would say. But the concern is, again, bigger. There is a connection, for instance, what we saw between Russia and Iran. Every story that Russia promotes about Western Balkans is picked up by Iranian state agencies and promoted similarly. And their goal is shared. They want to show the West as in decline, as lacking agency, and using Western Balkans, which was a subject of international intervention in the 90s, as showing our region as a failed model of liberal democracy and Euro-Atlantic integration. Telegram, for instance, is very popular in Kosovo, and especially in the north of the country, where there is heightened tension. And there is always channels that are trying to create a heightened sense of attack. And these are used, to promote different kind of narratives. As in the previous panel, Ruggero rightly mentioned, our region has become a meeting point between EU's far right and Russia, and promoting this kind of resistance. And cyber channels are increasingly used to promote this. We are not having this conversation, as I said. For instance, I remember when we were talking about democratization in our region, in every conference, they used to mention this model of we are moving from the small window in the past where you used to go to contact your government, and it was intentionally built a bit lower so you would have to bend, so that you're kind of like bending to the government. Then the idea was we are moving from that to glassed offices where you can see people. But now from that we are moving to digital. The physical contact between the individual and the state is evaporating in a way, and we do not have an answer yet in our region what that means in a way for accountability for these kind of democratic principles. Last year, in the conclusions or recommendations from the Civil Society Forum in Tirana, we asked the European Commission conducts an assessment of the compatibility of Western Balkans with the Berlin Declaration on value-based digital society. Because this is, I think, essential. We do not have yet a picture where our region is in terms of policies and actions, in terms of are they value-oriented? Are our laws, for instance, on interception of telecommunication, reflecting the most recent principles and values? There's also, and I will end with this, an element of a lack of, we talked about proactiveness. For instance, last year there were 1.2 million data breaches in our region. And private sector seems to be inclined to pay ransom to restore the data rather than make that information public. And so there were reports of these companies paying between 150,000 euros to €1 million to restore their data. And when you check the surveys with business sector, for instance, 70% of them in our region say they were subject of phishing or some kind of cyber attack. But there is lack of communication between private sector, civil society, and the government, because the cyber security concerns for each sector are a bit different, although then they share commonalities. But for instance, in civil society, what we see now are the troll farms and the relation between that and our diaspora. For instance, they are very active in creating lists. They put names of civil society activists that they are, these people belong to the list of, for instance, not representing Kosovo or Serbia, or these are people speaking against your country. So the fundamental argument hasn't changed since the 90s, I think, on how civil society has been attacked in our region. Even in the 90s, civil society was framed as the traitors, as those operating against the interests of the country. And of course, those interests were always defined as being the interests which are proclaimed by the leader. You love your country if you love it in the way the leader loves the country. And so we need to be more effective. And when it comes to disinformation, it's, as a colleague of ours, Tiana, said, disinformation is so fast. It spreads online with such a speed that any kind of countermeasures you are about to produce, it's already late. So we need to be, as you said, more proactive in preventing some of those attacks. And this is capacity. Civil society simply doesn't have the capacities, nor the governments, to be honest, in the region to deal with these issues.
Thank you, Dan. And while acknowledging that the level of violence online is increasing, we also see cases where we have this escalation, digital violence to physical violence. Rory, I would like to have your input on this phenomenon, and also whether you could share any patterns that you have noticed, not only in the region, but also in similar settings, from this escalation and the impact the escalation of violence from the digital to the physical world has.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to highlight the connection between online and offline harms, and online attacks are rarely seen just in isolation. But before going on to that, I think it is really important to emphasize just how significant the sort of online harms themselves are. So the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, looking at this issue and looking at online harms with doxing, smear campaigns, hate speech online, can actually constitute a form of psychological torture. So I think that when we talk about the connection with offline violence, it shouldn't be to downplay the significance of online targeting. But I mean, to give an example of the kind of connection you mentioned, earlier this year we released a report that looked at different forms of what we classed as tech-facilitated gender-based violence in Thailand. So we were looking at individuals in Thailand who've been targeted with Pegasus, so with surveillance, but also with doxing campaigns, with smear campaigns. And we find in that case that the level of harm caused to the individuals constituted a form of tech-facilitated gender-based violence, by which we mean the different kinds of harms that women, girls, LGBTI people are subjected to using technology, and noting that marginalized groups often face disproportionate harms with such attacks. So that was one example where we really saw the connection, because those individuals were also being targeted offline. They were facing harassment by the police, different forms of harassment. And we've seen that in other contexts as well. So another example could be Morocco, where we saw individuals who were targeted with surveillance, but also targeted with smear campaigns, in publications, based judicial harassment, and even individuals who would be beaten up in the street and face physical violence. We've just also released a report in Uganda which looks at how LGBTI activists have been targeted with smear campaigns. So if you look globally, you very much see that where people are being targeted with these kind of online attacks, it is quite likely that there are offline attacks as well. And when you take them together, it really contributes to this kind of chilling effect, which forces people out of activism and out of journalism, and that's why it is such a worrying trend.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we have these increasing attacks, both digitally and in the physical world. We see civil society and independent media. While we talk here in defense of humanity, we're talking about the human rights defenders throughout the region. Sophie, one of the a line in the report that you were worked on said, carefully orchestrated destruction of checks and balances, talking about Poland, shows the evident defiance of courts by the ruling party. It's a sentence that can be very well transposed throughout the region. And I would like from you a comment, if you can comment on the seriousness and the power of EU and member countries in effecting change in the region when they cannot and are, as you stated, willingly not doing anything when it comes to their own member states employing such technology.
Well, it's not just about employing technology. I mean, listening to you and to what Rory said about all the rubbish online, all the garbage. The point is that you mentioned Telegram, for example, influence from orchestrated from Russia, but you know, we have government leaders and political leaders in the European Union who are the mouthpiece of the Kremlin, but they sit in the European Council, they actually get to chair or to preside the European Union for 6 months. They get, I was about to curse, an invitation from the European Parliament to Viktor Orban for a debate. Why? Why? Why is it that for 14 years the European government leaders refuse to use the tool that they have in order to suspend his voting rights? So you can have all the democracy shields in the world that you like and all the, you know, fighting this online trash. But the point is that if you have leaders who get a podium, who get a megaphone, who get visibility, and you allow them to spread this narrative, if you have outside the European Union, soon, the most powerful man in the world, who is a sexual predator, who has been convicted in 34 cases, who is, you know, who's not just a friend of Putin, but also attacking LGBTI people. He's going after free media, he's going after judges, he's going after academics. If you look at his cabinet of horrors, which is going to be his government, I mean, these people are the most powerful people in the world. What message are they sending? And you can fight, you know, I don't know, gender attacks on women online. We can fight that all we like. But if we have somebody in the White House telling you it's okay to rape women, you know, it's okay to, I don't know, to gag journalists, then what's the point? So we have to put our money where our mouth is, also in the European Union. And I expect the European Commission to not just pay lip service to the rule of law, but to actually start enforcing the laws that we have. Because apart from the new legislation that we as a European Parliament called for last year, or this year actually, in the case of spyware, there is legislation. When you're talking about, or Rory was talking about the trade, illicit trade in spyware, it's happening from Europe. But you know what? We actually have trade regulations. We have dual-use rules banning the exports of spyware. But it's happening from Europe. You know what the European Commissioner says, Mr. Dombrovskis? Oh, I have no tools to enforce the European law. Then I wonder, why do we need commissioners in the first place? Go home, you know? He should do his job, that's what he's paid for. These things are a big, big threat to our democracy. Why are we so complacent? Why do we always act as if it's some, you know, dark foreign external force? Yes, there are dark foreign external forces, but they're also here. And I think it is time that we all stand up and speak out for democracy and be coherent and follow up on our statements.
Thank you, Sophie. Well, indeed, we see how EU representatives in the region are acting on a legitimization basis for our leaders, and this in turn delegitimizes the whole amazing work that independent media and civil society is doing. You painted the current, the past and present as deep, deep red, but I wanted to ask all of you, and this question is for the whole panel, so we have 17 minutes left, so please be very concise. Under what light can we see the future? And what are the main challenges that we should be on the lookout for, but also what are the upcoming opportunities that we can encounter? The floor is for any one of you.
The floor is digital, maybe, from Rory.
Yeah, Rory, if you want to take it.
Sure. I mean, obviously, when we look to the future, when we talk about combating spyware, we're talking about technology that's constantly evolving, is a constantly developing threat. There are reasons to fear how it could become more and more sophisticated, harder to detect, maybe ways in which AI could enhance its capacity and ability to target civil society. So I think there are reasons to be worried, but that only increases the urgency to act now, and that means taking steps now to rein in spyware. As Sophie mentioned, the EU, if we focus on the EU, has the tools in its armory right now, and we need to demand action right now. Also highlight the fact that we need to do much more to get accountability for the victims of spyware. So we highlighted the total lack of successful cases, but there are some signs of progress in the sense of Poland has been, letting people know that they've been targeted. That's a vitally important first step. But unless we start doing the things that we can now, the future in terms of how these tools will develop will be quite dark.
Sophia?
Yeah, but first of all, on Poland, yes, since there is a new government in Poland, they're investigating, they're opening up, which is very good. I would just like to call on the Prime Minister of Poland to talk to his EPP friend, the Prime Minister of Greece, and tell him to do exactly the same thing, because EPP here is talking with two mouths. But I would like to maybe bring in one positive element, because yes, I think it is code red. At the same time, if you look at let's say the last 150 years history of our continent, you have to say Europeans are capable of doing the most horrible things, but we are also capable of fighting for democracy, and every single time democracy has won. We always came out victorious, even if in the last 30, 35 years. I think we have shown that we're able to stand up for democracy and make it happen. Okay, so now we see backsliding, but we still have this ability to fight for democracy, and we still have the ability to win if we put our minds to it. But I think in order to do that, we have to understand the urgency. And sometimes, you only understand the urgency when it's too late, or when it's very late. It's like the proverbial frog we were talking about earlier, in water that's slowly being brought to the boiling point, and the frog doesn't jump out because he doesn't understand or doesn't sense the difference. But I think we should all wake up, because in the end, the European Union, with all its defaults and all its weaknesses and all its errors, is still an amazing achievement, one worth fighting for, one worth expanding, together with our friends in the Western Balkans, or Moldova, or Belarus, or Ukraine, as we have heard. We're all Europeans. Because I think what we have created in the European Union is incredibly, incredibly precious. So let's please together fight for it and bring back democracy and the rule of law.
Dan?
I think the conversation, our panel is clearly hinting that there's twofold, in a sense, challenges to security in our region when it comes to cyber. First is this internal, as Sophie rightly is mentioning, that we have also within our region actors or enablers of these kind of narratives that seek to undermine trust in democratic values and democratic institutions, but also external. And before someone rightly from the audience says, but you forgot to mention China, I think this is important to also note when it comes to the external actors, that China is also a concern when it comes to cybersecurity. And it is concerned on two aspects. First of all, the level of access China is having in the critical infrastructure in the region. For instance, Huawei signed a cooperation agreement with a state data center in Serbia, and this is a concern. In Bosnia, Montenegro, and across the region, Huawei also has these educational programs, helping create, in a way, the next generation that could see cyber in a different set of values than what we are seeing here or what we are discussing here. So again, I think the criteria for our discussion is that the concern is not just creating the kind of resiliency towards on cybersecurity, but also these value-based principles and policies we are designing. And the concern is the kind of level and access we are offering different actors in a region. But when it comes to China, again, not everyone in EU agrees to see China through a malign, in a way, as a malign actor. And this is then also a concern. EU is yet to create, in a way, a kind of a coherent policy on how, what is China for a region. But as they do that, China is moving in a way and making these kind of strides. And it is a major concern, I think. And of course, I don't think for China the impact or how these kind of issues affect civil society or democracy really matter.
Thank you, Danny. Well, it's interesting because we talk about China as a foreign and malign actor, and we talk about servers built by a company, but Rory was talking about these EU-based companies that are building software. So I think that when it comes to domestic threats, the elements of where the perpetrators or where the technology facilitators are coming from becomes a little bit less, I would say, concerning. Not at all, but a little bit less, because we see how these trends are going.
But you can say that China is helping autocrats in EU and in our region to gain capacities to use cyber to their advantage, cyber tools. Yeah.
Bojan, what light? So you, with Share Foundation, you work a lot with civil society and media in supporting them, in providing access to technology, but also skills and knowledge and awareness. And how would you see the light for the future, and what should we be on the lookout for, opportunities and challenges?
I will try to end on a positive note, and I think that international cooperation and networking is key. Because with all the political and geopolitical differences in interests, pretty much civil society and media, most of them that are standing up for some democratic values, for human rights, can and should work together, because these challenges aren't going away, and they are kind of hitting us from a similar perspective. And even though some media outlets in Western Europe aren't that much affected by attacks from the government or from some other foreign actors and foreign interference, it doesn't mean that they won't be. And I think we can work together to help each other and to gain as much as we can from each other's experiences, and of course access to things such as contacts and, you know, some kind of pressure, even when it comes to our governments, that can come also from the EU level, but also from the individual countries.
Thank you. And regional collaboration, as you probably mentioned, is very, very important in this transferring of skills.
Exactly.
We have 9 minutes left, so I would like to open the floor to the audience. Should you have any questions, feel free to raise your hands. In case you don't have any questions, I do have some further questions for our panel. Okay, if you, by the end of these 9 minutes, do have something you want to ask, feel free to do so. Dan, I'm very curious, actually, what is the impact of domestic threats to civil society and media on reconciliation processes in the region? This is something we didn't touch upon.
We are actually, as organization, we are currently doing this study on how disinformation affects inter-ethnic relations in Kosovo. We know they're a subject. Recent survey by another think tank in Kosovo showed that disinformation targeting inter-ethnic relation is one of the main concerns, and it is a preferred, in a way, target for disinformation or malinformation efforts. But they are not only targeting, in a way, divisions, to amplify such divisions, to expand those divisions. Disinformation and malinformation campaigns are also focusing on preventing any kind of efforts that would promote reconciliation and so forth. Because we see, when you look at Russia's narratives about our region, What Russia doesn't want is, for instance, normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia. This is they invest. The first time they ever criticized Vučić publicly was when Vučić signed the Washington Agreement in US with Prime Minister Hoti of Kosovo at the time. And for the first time, Russia came out and criticizing Serbia for reaching such an agreement. For instance, the moment the region would have a more political stability, resolve their political disputes, this would be, I think, the biggest blow to actors, malign foreign actors like Russia, but perhaps even China, in reducing their agency to affect our region. So they do promote, because center to their narrative about our region is showing our region as captured organized crime everywhere, failed model of liberal democracy, and particularly a region where, as the previous panel mentioned, Christians are under attack, and therefore we need to somehow create this kind of mechanism of protection. And the way they do that is focusing on Kosovo. It's not just, as the previous panel mentioned, not just members from Italian political elite, but you have French political elite, German political elite, working with the far right in our region and focusing on Kosovo as, in a way, the poster child for their fight, for their plight. And key there is maintaining this narrative that there are inter-ethnic tensions in the region, that Albanians and Serbs hate each other and they are at the throats. Obviously, there's a lot of problems, but for instance, news about cooperation that civil society facilitates are always absent. And at the current context, where you basically have a breakdown in Kosovo and Serbia communication at the political level or highest level, civil society is the only channel facilitating any kind of communication between the two, as our friend Dragiša mentioned at our summit last year in Pristina. So they see civil society not just as a, in a way, threat or maybe I should say they see civil society as a major threat to their plans about how they want to promote the region to both their internal audiences but also externally. So sometimes we are, as we say in Albania, we are sending water in the wrong well, because when these farm trolls in our region are helping demonize or promoting this digital violence against civil society that are working on reconciliation and normalization of relations, what they're doing indirectly is helping these kind of narratives that Russia, I think, tries to promote about our region.
Thank you, Dan. You mentioned, referring to what Rory was saying, to also what Bojan was saying, the urgency to act now and get accountability for these attacks. I'm curious as to if you have thought of or can think of in the last 4 minutes that we have of actual mechanisms to have a sort of impact on national governments, but also on the EU level, looking at it from the Western Balkans, but also EU-based civil society and media organizations. Any tips and tricks that many of us can take home and build on to counter such increasing and looming attacks on civil society and independent media? Rory, I'd like to start with you.
Well, it was great to hear from Bojan what Share Foundation is doing to offer training to civil society, and obviously very much encourage people to take that seriously and take those opportunities. At the same time, it's worth saying that training can only go so far. There's massive resources that are needed, so groups obviously to invest in that too. But it's hard to achieve the kind of behavioural change, and it's also, I would also add that when we talk about things like Pegasus, one of the reasons why Pegasus is so dangerous is that it operates in a way that kind of can get past any level of defense. So no matter how aware someone is of these threats, it's because it's a sort of zero-click attack, basically someone can be infected without making any mistake whatsoever. So personal security, for groups to take the security seriously is important, but it'll only get us so far. And that's why I think civil society, what needs to do is speak out on this issue, speak out about cyber, the threats that they're facing, work for accountability for victims, and above all, demand that our governments take action and comply with their obligations under international human rights law.
Thank you. Bojan, do you have any tip or trick on how to put mechanisms?
There is a question from the audience.
Question. Yes, sorry. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask to Sophie in particular, since I hear your frustration, and this is an intimidating sector, for us to intervene with, because it requires a certain level of expertise. But since you spoke about this parliamentary report that has not been taken up by anybody, I wanted to ask you, what do you think would be the key elements of an action plan for the next 5 years if civil society and think tanks were to take up some of the recommendations of that report? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a difficult one, but I would like to echo, first of all, what Rory just said. It all starts by speaking out. I can only hope that the new European Parliament is going to resume the work on investigating spyware and insist that the Commission takes action. But should that not happen, then Plan B should be, I think, to speak out very loudly, both civil society, journalists, but also others who have been affected. For example, independent oversight bodies who've been targeted with spyware because they were exposing wrongdoing by a government. So join forces and speak out and make it clear that this is not just let's say, a violation of individual rights of the targets, but this goes right to the foundations of democracy, and make it clear to people that, this is not the problem of a particular journalist who was targeted, it's your problem. Because if journalists cannot freely scrutinize power anymore, then scandals that may affect you are not going to be exposed anymore. This affects everybody. So I think we should make that clear. I think we should also call out a lot more certain political parties who are, let's say, still within the democratic spectrum, whether center-left or center-right, who are too often engaging in cheap talk against NGOs, against journalists, echoing a little bit what the populists and the extremists are doing. We need to hold them to account. They have a responsibility as democratic parties. I don't want to hear anymore that, for example, standing up for the rule of law or NGOs or journalists are left-wing. Can we please not step into the frame of the populists and the extremists anymore? I see a lot of self-flagellation also after the American elections by Democratic parties saying, oh, we got it all wrong. It's our fault that this criminal sex predator, failed businessman, billionaire is now in the White House putting himself above the law. Can we just be proud of the values that we have always defended and speak out for them and also speak out to those parties who are, as I said, in the political spectrum, not taking their responsibility. And I'm thinking of particularly, but not exclusively, the EPP group in the European Parliament, but also parts of the Liberal family, also parts of the Socialist family, but also political families who think that it's enough to be activist and have a position and refuse to actually get into the arena and fight for those values. It is really, it's really time that we all stand up, and we cannot make this, let's say, revolution happen if we stay at home and we sit in our comfy chairs. This is really the time to get up and fight.
Thank you, Sophie. And thank you to you all for your patience and listening to us. Yes? There was another question? No. I would just want to make a small point that when it comes to cyber threats and cybersecurity, it's a matter also of awareness, but also, as the lady mentioned, knowledge. And there's a lot of need for collaboration between tech-based organizations and those who work in relation to democracy and rule of law to exchange with each other. Thank you, Rory, for joining us, and also to Bojan, Sophie, and Dan, and also to the Belgrade Security Conference for providing a stage to raise awareness on domestic cyber threats to media and civil society. Thank you.
Thanks to all the experts, including the moderator. They have explored the complex and evolving cyber threats that civil society organizations and independent media are facing in the Western Balkans 6, and they are affecting, as we have heard, the democracies and freedoms in this region. Before we proceed with our next panel, it is time for a lunch break, so enjoy your meals and please be here in 1 hour.
Welcome back. After the Ohrid Agreement, the normalization process between Belgrade and Pristina went into a standstill. But that doesn't mean that there were no action and violent crises. Kosovo's government has unilaterally implemented some of the unresolved questions in dialogue by the police force. How will outcome of US and EU elections reflect on reviving the dialogue? Speakers in this panel are Borko Stefanovic, Deputy President of the Party of Freedom and Justice, Isak Vorgucic, Director of Radio Kim, Jeta Jara, Founder and Director of Balkan Investigative Reporting Network in Kosovo, Veton Suroi, journalist and writer, and this panel will be moderated by Professor Filip Eidus from Faculty of Political Science, University of Belgrade. Enjoy the panel.
Whatever you prefer.
Very nice. No, gender balance.
Okay. Welcome to the panel on Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. My name is Filip Eidus, and I will be the moderator of this session. And before I start with the first round of questions, let me first introduce our speakers today. Briefly, because you have their bios in the folder, and for all of them, I don't think there is a need to make a detailed introduction. So, Borko Stefanovic, to my right, is currently Deputy President of the Party of Freedom and Justice, SSP, and former negotiator in the Belgrade-Pristina normalization process. Then the next person to the right is Jeta Jara, who is the founder and director of the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network, BIRN, in Kosovo. To the right is Veton Suroi, writer, journalist, politician, and civil society activist, also former negotiator. And finally, Mr. Isak Vorgucic, who is director of Radio Kim in Čagljevica, Kosovo, since its foundation in 2000. Without any further ado, I would like to ask you, Mr. Suroi, can you please tell us where we are now conceptually in the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and what could be done to revitalize the process?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here among many friends. President Ahtisaari told me an anecdote of when he went to an African state as a UN envoy. And they said, next time, send us an envoy with one hand. Because every time a UN envoy comes to our country, he says, on the one hand, we can help you and do this. On the other hand, we have these restrictions that cannot do the job. I'm afraid that we have had EU envoys and facilitators with two hands in the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue. And therefore, we have had a process of negotiation based on constructive ambiguity, which you could interpret on the one hand as a process of normalization between two states, on the other hand as a process of normalization between the Republic of Serbia and whatever Kosovo is deemed by the Republic of Serbia. And we have now reached the peak of that constructive ambiguity in three basic phases. The first one was trying to deal with real-life issues and trying to resolve real-life issues, license plates or ID cards or things like that. The second phase was more adventurous because the first one did not create many results, and it involved attempts at land swap, and Madame Mogherini was involved in that phase, infamously. And then the third phase was the one we are living now, which is the Brussels and Ohrid Agreement, something that was initially called the Franco-German plan, which was given to the parties as a take it or leave it option. and that has now a three-dimensional life. For Kosovo, it is a document that is an agreement on de facto recognition. For Serbia, it is a menu out of which it can pick what is what it needs or what it deems to be legal and legitimate to implement. And for the European Union, because it is an unsigned document, it is a document that has acquired legal personality by being included in Chapter 35 of the EU integration process for the Republic of Serbia. And for the Republic of Kosovo, it is a legal obligation under the stabilization and association process. It has a different name, but it's basically that. So we are now at the peak of constructive ambiguity, and we are entering a totally different world of the age of geopolitics, as was mentioned in these past 2 days. And so now is the time to think what ought to be done to further develop this in new conditions of a geopolitical struggle.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, public opinion is an extremely important factor in all peace processes and normalization dialogues. And the public can both facilitate and impede the progress in any negotiations, including this one. You will find on your chairs a report from the public opinion poll that the Faculty of Political Science organized, and the paper was co-authored by myself and Tijana Rečević. And in this paper, we show how the Serbian public is not only ignorant of the content of the Brussels and Ohrid agreements, but interestingly, that many of them actually prefer not to know much so that they can maintain some deep-seated beliefs. We call this the ostrich effect. Mr. Vorgučić, is the sentiment among Kosovo Serbs regarding the agreements and the current state of affairs, what is the sentiment and what are their expectations for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue moving forward?
Well, when we are talking about Belgrade and Pristina dialogue, there are somehow Kosovo Serbs in the midst of it. On one hand, Kosovo Serbs are connected to Serbia. You know, we are also, according to Kosovo Constitution, can have double citizenship. And on another hand, there is a notion in Kosovo that Serbs do not want to integrate in Kosovo or are not fully integrated. I have a slight problem with that because we used to live there for generations, and I mean, how come that now you need to integrate in your place of birth? It is difficult to comprehend. However, there is a need to adjust to a so-called new reality, for which I see Serbs completely adjusted. According to the survey we did 2 years ago, 98% of Kosovo Serbs have Kosovo IDs, which means Kosovo citizenship. That means that they were willing to take citizenship of Kosovo, comparing maybe to 2/3 of their compatriots who left Kosovo in '99 and didn't want to share that reality. Well, now, what I see as base of that notion among Kosovo majority is that it is expected that, you know, because there is among the nationalists, there is a sentiment that in order, you cannot just love Kosovo, but you have to hate Serbia alongside. Because if you say something positive about Serbia or Serbs, it means that you are an inner enemy or that you collaborate with Serbs. I think that this is somehow expected from Kosovo Serbs, which is, I mean, cannot be, because there is a notion, you know, we accepted, we love Kosovo, we accepted what is the reality at the moment, but certainly we are still attached to Serbia emotionally and also through the services, which are during the recent years or months banned from Kosovo Serbs. There is, I mean, I will not repeat all the news that we have already. You know that. I would only like to point that it seems, or it is widespread, that Serbian institutions are closed in Kosovo, but these institutions cannot be closed. Serbia would need to change constitution in order to do that. Only buildings were taken, and these are buildings of the institutions that were providing services to Kosovo citizens that Kosovo institutions do not provide. So that notion that there were parallel is a bit not standing. I understand that it was that these institutions are difficult to for the Kosovo government, but we hoped that talks, dialogue, negotiations, and some kind of mutual agreement will help some kind of institutions provide services for Kosovo Serbs, and also we hope that that would be an association of municipalities with the Serb majority.
Excellent that you ended up with the association, because that's exactly the question that I wanted to ask Madame Čara. The government in Pristina has been reluctant for many years to establish the Association of Serb-majority municipalities in Kosovo, and has introduced, as it was mentioned, unilateral measures in the north. How does Kosovo society perceive this policy course of the government in Pristina, and what are their expectations of the process moving forward?
The Kosovo society first perceives this as a Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, not a Pristina-Belgrade dialogue, as you have labeled it in this panel. It sees that as a backwards view, actually, to view it as two cities of potentially what might look to you like the same country. These are two equal countries, Kosovo and Serbia, who are dialoguing, not Pristina and Serbia, Pristina and Belgrade. This is how Kosovo society perceives it, and I believe about 100 other countries who have recognized Kosovo. So first, that's the difference. Second, that difference is clear also in the last Ohrid agreement, which was a Kosovo-Serbia Ohrid agreement signed. Third, it's not only this government that has been reluctant to do the Kosovo Association with Serbian majority community association. The last 11 years, governments have been reluctant to implement this agreement. So this government is probably more in the center of it because it's been here the longest. We haven't had a government in Kosovo running Kosovo for 4 years, in maybe 15 years. And this is why it may look like this government is reluctant, but in the history of my reporting, since 2013, when the agreement for Kosovo Association was signed, there has not been a government that has been dying to implement this agreement. Why? Because there are another 13 agreements that have been signed much before the municipalities' agreement, the association, which have not been implemented. And Kosovo society has said, why should we bother implementing this if the energy agreement, for example, which is far more a practical agreement which affects our energy bills. The energy agreement was signed much before Kosovo Association Agreement. It was signed in 2011. and the electricity bills were supposed to be paid, because the background to that is that people living in the north of Kosovo did not pay electricity bills, so the rest of us Kosovars had to pay the bill to make it up for the lack of payment for the north. And what this created was a no man's land where the cryptocurrency was flowering because electricity was free. Therefore, we've had 13 years that that agreement wasn't implemented. What happened is that, rightly so, the public made pressure on all previous governments, and due to public pressure, the association agreement was put on hold. Nobody was going to win elections if they didn't do first the agreement on energy, the agreement on freedom of movement, the agreement on the return of cultural heritage objects which were stolen from Kosovo. This was an agreement signed 15 years ago, and it's not yet implemented. The cultural heritage of Kosovo has been stolen and now is in Belgrade. Those materials have not returned. So there's, for Kosovo society, if that was your question, there's a bunch of other priorities compared to this. And if those haven't been met, why should we run after being good students in implementing this? Now, there's a different atmosphere in that I can really tell you that it is a blessing in disguise that this agreement was not implemented before, because the fear was that this agreement was going to create another Republika Srpska. The way it was envisaged in the beginning, that it would give too much power. Now, the atmosphere is different. I can report that at least the freedom of movement agreement is actually much better than it used to be. So there's a few things that people feel are worse, but this is better. People can cross borders much easier than we used to, i.e. the car plates, the whole car plates saga, why this unilateral decision of the Kosovo government started off, has been, to be honest with you, worth it. Why? Today, everybody is registering the cars. Everybody who before used to burn cars because they used to be registered with Kosovo plates, something that Serbs in the south of Kosovo always registered with Kosovo plates, and they were not less patriotic or traitor Serbs. They did. But the north of Kosovo decided to completely resign with mayors, with judges. Why? For something very technical. For refusing to register car plates under Kosovo, under Kosovo institutions. Now, that has been achieved. It's not even a matter of discussion. And the second thing why it is much easier to establish the association now, or let's say publicly acceptable, is that the key event that happened in Kosovo, the terrorist attack organized by Milan Radojic and his 30 armed men that wanted to create a de facto situation where Kosovo, the north separates. When the land swap failed, that was the second attempt to create a situation where this Kosovo, let's say, municipalities agreement that was signed would be active in real life, and it would have ultimate executive powers, which Kosovar Albanians didn't want. From the beginning, we feared the Republika Srpska scenario. That is far less likely to happen now. Whatever draft of the Kosovo Association is going to be, everybody now, although Kosovo paid the price for it, Kosovo is under measures, EU measures, we pay the price, but I think the majority of Kosovo society, judging from the polls, sees it as a completely worthwhile sacrifice, because the international community or the people who are pushing Kosovo to implement this deal understand that it has to be an association which will not have executive powers that would allow the blockage that Republika Srpska is allowed in Bosnia as a country, to make Bosnia dysfunctional. We don't want an association that makes Kosovo dysfunctional.
Thank you. Mr. Stefanovic, as a former negotiator, how would you assess Serbia's track record so far in the Belgrade-Pristina normalization dialogue? Where do you see the space for future compromise, but also what are the red lines that should not be crossed in your view?
Well, first of all, I need to start by a short remark. Charles Dickens wrote Tales of Two Cities, and it was not really about two cities. So this is Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. You can call it whatever you like. The fact is that current situation shows pretty much, I would say, the most damaging entity in Europe. We have a situation in which Serbian minority is treated like enemies of the state. Albin Kurti is planning to push all the Serbs out of Kosovo. He doesn't really want to create association of Serbian municipalities, or you can call it whatever you like. Nobody really pays attention or cares what constitution of Kosovo says. Nobody really translates laws into Serbian language. As long as there is Aleksandar Vučić and Albin Kurti in power, there will be no solution. There will be no red lines because the red lines are moving left and right. Who cares? Also, there is no carrot anymore. Back in our days, we had a carrot. Now there is no carrot. Why should Kurti create this association? Sanctions of the EU? I think if you talk to anyone in Kosovo, not publicly, they would tell you that it's a mockery. If you talk with Vučić, does he really want to bring Serbia to EU? Of course not, because then they would be kicked out of power. So this is the current situation, which is yet another powder keg. This is yet another and continual struggle between two national projects. When you have a struggle between two national projects, there is no human rights, there is no rule of law. There are no these small things that we are trying to burden ourselves for decades now, because Albanians in Kosovo want to create another Albanian state. Serbs in Serbia want to say that Kosovo is part of Serbia. There is no absolutely room that this huge gap can be filled as long as we stay in our trenches and continue to say things which are important for our nation building, etc., etc. As long as Serbs in Kosovo are treated from one side, from Pristina, as enemies of the state, as an unwanted element that needs to be kicked out of Kosovo, and from Belgrade as a voting machine, as a support for criminal activities and other people who actually brought all the Serbian nation in Kosovo inside of this grinding machine, which is horrible, because right now Serbs are not part of institutions because of Vučić's wise policy to kick them out. He kicked them out. Also, Serbs need to go back to these institutions. They need to participate in Kosovo elections. They need to start taking their own positions that will allow them to use all constitutional and civilized rights which they are entitled to. It doesn't really matter to whom they vote. As long as for us in Serbia, it doesn't matter to whom they vote, what their religion they are, or something like that. As long as government in Pristina treats them, not as Serbs. I heard once in Podgorica that being Serb in Kosovo is not ethnicity, it's a political project. That's really dangerous. So as long as Kosovo at least says, and Serbia, that we want to join EU, we will never get there. Because right now we have two corrupt elites. We have two faces of Greek god Janus, Vučić and Kurti, who are kissing each other. They are helping each other. They are playing along all the special operations and everything they need as long as they can stay in power. Serbs in Kosovo are suffering. So the news is that as long as Serbian establishment and Serbian politics is concerned, Kosovo right now is not one of the highest topics because the government of Mr. Vučić doesn't care and he wants to hide it. So for us, is equally important the well-being and survival of the Serbs in Kosovo as well as a status issue used to be. So now they're equally important. This is the result of, let's say, last 5 or 10 years of completely disastrous policies of both sides and absolutely no real essential movement in the dialogue. Because, as Mr. Suroi well said, this is like a menu for us here in Belgrade because people are saying, well, we will use this, we will not use that. In Pristina, they only care about any form of recognition or formal recognition, which will never come, whoever comes in power in Serbia. So formal recognitions are not really that big of a hurdle, if I understand, for Kosovo, and it shouldn't be. Because after all, the current history and developments in Europe are showing us that as long as we have another precedent after Kosovo precedent, which is Ukraine, which is Moldova, which is Georgia, it doesn't really matter whether central government puts in their constitution how far their borders are as long as they want to join European Union. So I think it's really good news that now we have on the same wagon Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. And it's a good thing because our relationship and regulated our huge problems between us can move on. Finally, I agree to one big agreement that waits for us. This agreement needs not to only treat how we will treat ourselves between ourselves, it should treat all the agreements that hadn't been implemented so far, including association of municipalities. And by the way, there was no concluded energy agreement between Belgrade and Pristina, and there was no agreement on return of the cultural heritage in those days. I don't know what Mr. Vučić and his government did in the meantime. Actually, nobody knows. So to conclude, I think there is a way forward. I think in that way forward, we need to shut off and get off from our illusions, and that we need to be completely realistic because situation in the world, unfortunately, has changed for the worse. Now we have new American administration that is, let me put it this way, not so orthodox about international actions. So it is a thing of huge concern for everybody. And there will be tons of disappointment in days to come. So I think in the whole framework of keeping peace, keeping normality, normalization, reconciliation, and things that we need with Kosovo, we need to understand what they need really, and they also need to understand what we need. So far, we just have two autocrats who are just toying with them sitting in power and actually not helping people, and the result is that more and more Serbs are leaving Kosovo. And that takes me back to the shady year of 2008, which I remember really well, when Kosovo was trying to, proclaim independence, and they were saying we are building a multi-ethnic European pro-Western society. I don't see it now, to be really honest with you. The only thing I see are people getting arrested, beaten, shot at, and I'm not talking about Banjska, of course. So this is a situation that is only fueling revisionism, nationalism, and one-sided solutions that are actually taking us back to the, maybe not the 90s, but actually to the 19th century. The concept of pure ethnicity, of one big ruler, of autocracy, of severing ties with European Union as a natural home of ours is absolutely 19th century. It's becoming the game of the day as we see it. So out of this disappointment, I think we are pretty much ready to have a clean, new solution, but hey, we cannot do it with these guys in power.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Suroi, the same question. Where do you see the space for compromise? And from the Kosovo point of view, or Kosovo's point of view, where are the red lines that should not be crossed in the dialogue, however we call it?
Yeah. I'm not sure I can speak on behalf of Kosovo. I'm here on my own, speaking my own thoughts and my own mind. I think we have to change both the paradigm, and we have to change and try to think a bit out of the box and in wider terms and wider perspectives. In the past quarter of a century, and don't forget, in European time, a quarter of a century after the war would be 1970 for Western Europeans. For us, it's still debating about this or that action between Kosovo and Serbia. But in the past quarter of a century, Kosovo and Serbia, the line dividing the border between Kosovo and Serbia was the line of friction between the Euro-Atlantic world and Russia. Russia was engaged geopolitically in not allowing that there ought to be some kind of normality and closure in this part of the world. This is also true for Bosnia and Herzegovina and for years in Montenegro, et cetera, et cetera. In the next quarter of a century, after some pause in the war in Ukraine, there's a real possibility that the line of friction between Kosovo and Serbia be between the Euro-Atlantic world and the Eurasian world, in which China will predominate. So if we think from that perspective, the question that arises is not red lines or compromises, etc., but how do we get together out from that framework and try to establish a joint future in which we do not become friction lines between the great power struggle. And so in order to do that, of course, one of the big projects that has been developing, which I think is good, which is the idea of the Western Balkans with its 4 European freedoms, has not taken account on the one side that these are unfinished conflicts, but on the other side that you cannot build a space, a shared space of economic cooperation and freedom of movement, etc., if you do not have shared space of security. And so the question that arises today for us is how do Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, etc., create a shared space taking into account the differences between these countries? And there I would not agree with Borko. I mean, I understand where he stands as an opposition leader. I was one at one time. I think what we need to take into account are some of the factors that will not change, that we need to engage in this project, taking into account that the Republic of Kosovo exists. We have to take into account that the Republic of Serbia treats Kosovo as part of its, if not territory, of its interest, of its future, of its identity, of its religious inspiration, etc., etc. So we have to take into account that in the next decade, or within this decade, we will probably not see change of governments either in Kosovo or in Serbia. And that despite of this, the question is not how do we, and this is of course quite legitimate, how do we make our countries more democratic, but how do we make our countries, our societies, more responsible for a shared space? Because the question is not, Kosovo cannot be secure if Serbia is not secure within a Euro-Atlantic world. And Kosovo and Serbia cannot be secure if we try this project by pushing any country into becoming something that it is not. So we have to think of a shared security space today, as it is, with Serbia not wanting to become a member of NATO, but a shared space where Serbia cannot block other countries into entering NATO, but cooperating together. In a decade or so, this whole space ought to generate security, and the time to make decisions about it is now. And this is my answer.
Excellent. Thanks for bringing up the security interdependence, because we often see the whole conundrum as a zero sum, and we sometimes miss the gains, absolute gains that we might get from more cooperation and compromise. Mr. Vorgučić, let's talk a little bit about the role of the international community. How effective is the diplomatic pressure, and what could the international community do more or better to move this process forward in a desired direction?
Well, with this question, I feel like a part of international community, but it is directed to me because Kosovo Serbs actually expect some actions from international community, since Belgrade's powers are reaching up to Merdare, Jarinje, and other crossings. We have international community diplomats on the ground. They were appealing for a number of times, for a number of different cases, and they were more or less, maybe less successful. What could be done after most of the international community recognized Kosovo's independence is another question, because once you grant the independent state, then you cannot interfere within the inner businesses. What I would like to see more, and what actually international representatives are appealing to, is better attitude of Kosovo authorities towards Serbs. You know, there were a number of appeals for the mayors in the north, for the buildings of the municipalities that were taken, for the funds spent on the people there. On the contrary, we have now mayors that run as a minority, as we had Serb mayors during the 90s, which were minority in, majority municipalities where Albanians lived, and claimed, well, this was by the law, they could have gone on elections, but they didn't want to. If you want to repeat that kind of actions, then we will not reach to an situation where we can live in calm surrounding and contribute together for Kosovo. Because if we do not fight together for Kosovo, we will fight each other for Kosovo, and this is what is happening at the moment. If Serbs, as I pointed out in the first answer, are not considered as equal citizens, and I can name number of actions going at the present time, and institutional pressure that is going against these municipalities. We had 13 hectares of land taken from Gračanica municipality, that's just recent. We have one house which is at the ski slopes in Brezovica, taken also by the privatization agency and given to Kosovo Intelligence Agency for usage. I mean, on the skiing part, what for, in the majority Serb municipality, and not to mention number of actions and police brutality in the north, and beatings of people. So I do not see that there is that powerful international community or that powerful Belgrade that could prevent Kosovo authorities for accepting Kosovo Serbs as their citizens.
Thanks. International community in the room, you heard that. Some ideas on how to move forward. Now, Madame Chara, I will ask you now to take your crystal ball out and to look a little bit, try to look a little bit into the future. So what are the long-term consequences for both Kosovo and Serbia, particularly in terms of European integration, if the normalization process is stalled and remains where it is right now?
Well, we have a pretty good deal on the table in a sense that the Ohrid agreement is not seen, the framework agreement is seen as something that Kosovo did the compromise, and so did Serbia. In a sense that in Kosovo, you could have not imagined that Albin Kurti would have gone back on his word that he would have signed anything that said Zajednica is going to be formed. Zajednica is how the association is called. He made that compromise. In Kosovo, that is seen as a huge step, as a betrayal of his policy, of what he said initially. So that step has been made. That step has been made. Kosovo has said it will do it, under its own terms, of course. Serbia has said it will not, it will de facto recognize, not formally recognize. But what happened afterwards is that Serbia pulled out. So what are we to think after this? Is that if the future is going to be more like this, Kosovo looks like it's playing the game. It understands that Serbia will not enter any agreement, any compromise. It seems like Serbia decided that they will sign this agreement, but then pulled out, changed its mind. For us, just Veton reminded me, this was 1970s, Second World War. For Kosovo, it feels like, well, we always thought this is going to be the end game to international community that is surprised of Serbia's behavior, that is appeasing Serbia, that is actively why international community does not have the power to make Kosovo government do anything is because it looks like it's appeasing Serbia. It's obvious. It's obvious to all of us. It's appeasing Serbia, hoping that Serbia will become more pro-European than pro-Russian. To us, Serbia looks, in the region, is the most pro-Russian country. Public opinion measured. And we are just waiting for international community to understand that. Therefore, we are playing the game. It looks for us like you are, imagine in 1970, if you were France or UK, and if you are made to sign an agreement, something like an Ohrid agreement that Kosovo signed with Goebbels. He was Minister of Information of Hitler. Today, we signed an agreement with Minister of Information of Milosevic. This was a guy, when I was 19, I saw him on TV kicking 1 million Albanians out of Kosovo and justifying the policy of Milosevic. Today, it's like signing an agreement with Goebbels for us. We are waiting for, we are not waiting for any miracles. We are playing the game. The future is that we wait for maybe powers to change, but it doesn't really matter to Kosovo because whether governments change in Serbia. What we've seen is, as Borko said, Serbia will not recognize Kosovo. No government will. So the nuance whether Borko's party is in power or Vučić really doesn't matter. And I think the question is, if we see in the future, can we get more normal countries? Not normalization, even if it's too much to ask for normalization of the relationships between Kosovo and Serbia. Can we get a more normal countries in the future? And by that I mean a Serbia which does not deny its genocide in Bosnia. It's not even in relation to us. Serbia needs to come to terms dealing with the past of the war it went with in Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, and we are the 4th country it went to war with. We are not the only country. Therefore, in Serbia, you need to see a normalized, you need to see whether we will have a government doesn't steal elections in Serbia in 10 years. We will, because judging from my colleagues in CERTA, this was a stolen election. The people who monitor elections, we do the same that CERTA does in Kosovo. We do not have a stolen election in Kosovo. I'd rather live, what I want to say in terms of transitional justice, to say as a last point, Kosovo to me looks like it is doing the difficult things for it as a normal country should. We have 5 leaders of the KLA in The Hague answering for the crimes, the war crimes they are accused. Serbia doesn't have that. Serbia is denying even a genocide that happened in Srebrenica, and it has big screens everywhere, like we are not a genocidal nation. The Freud would say, well, you are slip of tongue. Exactly. You are proving it yourself. So I must say that for me, the answer is transitional justice. Kosovo is doing its share, is going through a painful process, the Hague Tribunal trying its war crime indictees. Serbia is not. I'd rather be a part of a half-baked normal country than a part of a fully established fascist country. Okay. So that's what I see happening in the next 10 years.
Just a sub-question, because this question is probably on many people's mind. You mentioned that Ohrid Agreement and Brussels Agreement, the second Brussels, are the platform for future relations, that we should rely on that. But many people in Serbia would ask, why would we have high expectations of Brussels II and Ohrid if Brussels I from 2013 was not implemented? And who gives us guarantees that Kosovo will fulfill its part of the deal from the Ohrid and Brussels II? So what would you answer to that sort of concern?
Well, what guarantees does Kosovo have that Serbia will not block Kosovo in its obligations? The Ohrid Agreement says that Serbia must not block Kosovo on its path to international institutions. What guarantees does Kosovo have that when Kosovo established the zajednica, Serbia will not block it? I would ask you the same reciprocal question. Is there any guarantee?
Okay, I'm asking questions in this panel. Not you.
I know, but I'd love to have your thoughts on this.
When you invite me to Pristina to give a talk, I will answer. But
well, Kosovo is not getting any. Kosovo has measures, EU measures against it. Serbia doesn't. So you know, this is a pretty big punishment that Kosovo is getting. And this, you know, I think it's actually, what we're seeing is that Serbia is actively blocking Kosovo to enter international institutions, and Kosovo is holding off from writing of the draft on the association.
Thank you. We'll end this second round of questions with the last question to Mr. Stefanovic, hopefully to end on a positive note. Is there a possibility of a new framework or a set of conditions that could break the current deadlock and lead to some at least incremental progress in the normalization process?
I think it's really possible. I managed to find all of my Buddhist strength not to answer these things from Yetta, because as you can hear, there were some references used against my country that are absolutely appalling. Why is that? Because in current Kosovo society, they have no ability to distinguish their leadership from their own country. We do. And this is our strategic goal. You cannot call the country a fascist country. You cannot call Aleksandar Vučić a Goebbels. Even I don't really like him. Actually, nobody really likes him. And actually, I think that he created such a havoc in our country, in our own society, but also in the region, which I agree. But to use these sentences against somebody that you need to talk to us. It's like saying for your own kid, if you don't make 1 million euros per month, you're not my son. Well, actually, I will love you no matter how much money you earn. So that's why we love them. And we believe that there is a good strength and ability in them to find their lost tolerance, European spirit, and sense for the future, not for the past that is murked with these one-sided colors. I hate comparisons between France and Germany after World War II with Serbia and Kosovo. I hate it. And everyone hates it in the Balkans. You know why? Because everybody wants to be France. And actually, I'm not sure when I look to Kosovo today, they are France. Because in France, even in 1947, after some really nasty actions against collaborators and things like that, you actually didn't treat people of other ethnicity as enemies of the state. You actually didn't organize actions to push them out, to leave the country. You actually respected your laws and constitution, which they don't. You actually toyed and got on with economy, with finance reforms, with tax reforms, with human rights, the rule of law. In Kosovo, no. Why? Because Kurti wants to have a glorious victory as the father of Albanians in the next elections. Aleksandar Vučić was the same thing. The only thing which is kryptonite for him is Serbia getting into the EU. So please forget about this nonsense, this utter nonsense that Vučić is Putin and Kurti is Zelensky. Because it's like, it's really non-comparable, okay? I will be mild here. So how we get out of this situation? I'll tell you how. We need to respect that there is a point, one point, small point, which we simply cannot avoid. This is a formal recognition of Kosovo that will not happen. Not because we are afraid of our public opinion. It's because we don't want to create of Serbia-Hungary in 1922. We don't want to create never-ending Trianon sense in our society and the future generation to create real guys with real black shirts in our society. I don't like that country. I would suggest humbly and friendly for them to do the same. Let us have one crucial difference, how we see each other, whether it's a formal view, but is that really an impediment to clear the slate, to resolve every other issue that stands between us? Of course it shouldn't be. That's why we need to move on. That's why we always propose, if you want to have a deal with us, start with allowing Serbian trucks to get Serbian food or other goods into Kosovo, not only on one border crossing or administrative crossing as we call it. Do it. What's the problem to buy, I don't know, Serbian chips or beer. Is that a problem? Oh yeah, it's a problem. It's a big blow to their sovereignty, as they call it. I think it's nonsense. How can you be a democratic society with such a system? I think it's bad also for Albanians. I don't see NGOs in Pristina who are doing tremendous work on reconciliation and facing the war crimes like we see in Belgrade. And I said this to Jeta many years ago, still nothing. I don't see Mirdita festival in Pristina, still. We need those things. Where are these brave individuals? How come that one thing you cannot speak badly in Kosovo is UČK? Why? What, they're some kind of saints? You know, to expect Serbia to say, well, you know, let's move on, let's look to the future, sure. But don't expect that the country, not the government, the country, should be humiliated. We should look to the Good Friday Agreement, famous Good Friday Agreement between Ireland and UK. There's so many good things inside. We should learn from it. And that's how this ambiguity, which I don't like personally, can be useful once again. And we need to do this, and we need to bring all entities in the Western Balkans together. We need to create something called Visegrad II. We need to organize ourselves and to create one secretariat that will speak with one voice to Brussels. The dark days are coming. We need to be together in order, with one voice, with one unity, to join European Union. If we continue like this, it looks really like some cheap video game with some really, really funny characters who think that they're the, you know, the kings of the world, and actually what they're ruling are empty villages, young people leaving, Serbs and Albanians, corruption everywhere, everything is falling apart. So we need freedom, we need economy, we need cooperation, but no humiliation. Thank you.
Okay. I want to come back to that.
Sure, but briefly, because we have 10 more minutes.
We need an update on the information Borko just gave. Mirdita Festival was actually blocked in Belgrade. It was held in Pristina. Just get that fact checked, one. Two, in the middle of Pristina today, not only there's an NGO doing good work on transitional justice, but we have, funded by the Dutch and the Germans, have opened a museum which speaks about Kosovo refugees that were thrown out by Milosevic and the revenge attacks on Serbs that happened after the war. That is a museum that deals with the past of treating both victims as such in the middle of the city, in the center. Something unimaginable to go in Belgrade today and look at what has happened to the victims where Serbia went to war with. And third, we have a Kosovo parliament that voted to try only Albanians for war crimes. Unlike in Serbia, which you don't have war crimes ongoing for Kosovo crimes, you currently have in everyday broadcasted crimes against the KLA leaders, those, not only that it's acceptable, but nobody is burning the house down because we have 5 of the main Kosovo liberation leaders being tried in The Hague. Because we think that to become a normal country, you need to go through the process. Not because we think they're guilty, but we are going through the process. Instead, what do you have in Belgrade? You go in the middle of Belgrade. When I went together with my daughters, because I want them to see today Serbia, we went and saw a huge poster around the building of the former Serbian army, which says, "Kad se vojska vrati na Kosovo." That's how Serbia is dealing with its past and future. I had to explain to my daughters to be prepared who is their neighbor, to explain the poster, that the roundabout poster throughout the boulevard, the main policy of this country towards Kosovo is to return the army to Kosovo.
Jeta, we need to stop here because I'm sure that you also want to hear the questions from the audience. Duly noted, everything you said. We have 8 more minutes for questions and comments from the audience. If you could please introduce yourself and ask the question. Okay, we have a gentleman in the back.
Hello, thank you so much. It was very informative, and I appreciate the participation of all the panel. My name is Basil Wild. I'm a master's student at the Faculty of Political Science here in Belgrade. And it was mentioned toward the beginning of the discussion, the role of public opinion on both sides for either the hindrance or the galvanization of the dialogue. My curiosity is what role, if any of you who feel qualified to answer, I would appreciate one, what role does the clergy on either side in the communities of both the Kosovar Albanians and the Serbs in Kosovo Serb territory in the north and also in Serbia, and the church, His Holiness Patriarch Porphyry, what role they play in the shaping of public opinion toward the ongoing dialogue? Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can pick one more if somebody has something urgent. If no, then we will... Okay, we have one more there.
Hello everyone, I am Lazar Šljukić, I'm a student of political science, I'm currently in my senior year. So I have a question about an important topic that is Trepča and Gazivode. I think they're a really important topic for both Kosovo Serbs and Kosovo Albanians. As you know, both of these institutions are part of Washington Agreement from 2020. So do you have any idea, will there be any progress made in resolving those issues? Thank you.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes to return to the panel. Maybe we can start in the reverse order. Maybe we can start with Borko and end with Veton, please. If you'd like to respond.
Listen, I think that it's pretty clear that we all need to work on our societies and the problems that we inherited pretty much. It was somebody else's debts that we are paying pretty much from Milosevic. So it was not Đinđić's mistakes or somebody else's. But I'm proud that Serbia actually created the prosecutor's office for war crimes and also the court. And actually that most of the people went to The Hague. They were preparing the cells for Mr. Taci, okay? So I'm also happy that Taci is there right now because I believe humbly that he deserves to be there. Now, maybe some of our interlocutors and friends from Pristina would say, you say this because he's Albanian. No, actually, I don't think that war criminals actually have anything to do with other humanity, and they shouldn't be giving, honor to put under ethnicity. This is, by the way, what they want, and this is what they did, and they did it with the flag. But I think that we should do more, I agree. I commend and I fully support if such actions were taken in Pristina. You know, there is a museum, I will visit it as soon as I can to see actually the footage and documents about Serbs being expelled from Kosovo. If that is true, I believe Jetta. And Albanians, as you said it, of course, which is natural. I would be the first to congratulate and to say this is a wonderful thing that would actually help. But there will be, I don't think that there will be no way out. As long as we have leadership in Pristina and Belgrade who simply don't see, why should we do this? I will speak only for Belgrade. Why should we make any progress? Why should Albin Kurti, create the Association of Serbian Municipalities? Whether Kosovo will join European Union? Of course not. Whether they will join NATO? Of course not. You know, if it's puzzling for you, look to Ukraine. Wake up. If anybody really believes that the current government in Belgrade wants to bring Serbia to European Union, they're really delusional. So where is the carrot, the famous carrot from Thessaloniki, 20-something years of promises, blah, blah, blah. And now we came to a situation, we need to bring the region, we need to bring all of these countries. Yes, but you forget one thing. We don't want to be countries taken close to EU without joining with autocrats, with the clear, open negation of everything that what Europe and the Western world stands on. And by the way, sanctions on Russia, who is Putin and Zelensky, it's not a topic anymore. And by the way, nobody will care 2 weeks from now about this. It will be much more important how we will deal with the Chinese and not how we will deal with Putin in international arena.
Sorry, I have
to
thank you. Cut you here because we have 2 more minutes. Let's give each panelist 1 minute to
But this was
respond?
just my reaction to Jette, so I will take another
Sure.
question. Yeah.
So,
So I will
Madame
take another
Jara,
one.
please,
After he takes
it's
another
your turn.
No, just to answer the question about clergy, to be quick, there is no Kosovo Albanian clergy having an effect on the dialogue at all, because our Muslim community is not involved in the dialogue at all, the Muslim side of the clergy. But what is important is that Kosovo actually fulfilled an obligation that it was stalling on in implementing the law to give the monastery of Dečani the land that it was owned. That was a big dispute. There was reluctance a few months ago. The clergy in Dečan, if you want to know what's the current debate, was given that, and there wasn't a big backlash. Basically, the decision was made to give monastery of Dečani the land, and there we are, another obligation fulfilled, which should have been done a long time ago. It took time, it was done.
Well, can I say a few words on a clergy, because I'm former monk of Dečani Monastery and former clergy. Well, land was not given to the monastery, it was returned, and the Constitutional Court said for a long time that land should be returned. Kurti claimed, well, I cannot, I'm apart from the executive, from that power. However, it showed that he is not, because the land was because of the bargaining with EU, etc., and many interventions of United States, it was done. But I also took part in interreligious dialogue for several years, and I mean, we didn't have effect on dialogue which was not existent at the time, but you know, there was an effort to bring communities a bit closer. However, all clerics failed in that attempt because, again, it is not popular among Kosovo Albanians to shake hands with Serbs, even though Kosovo Serbs as citizens, and I mean, we were just stuck in that, and it ended.
Thank you, and Mr. Soroy, you have the last word.
Let me finish on a literary happy note, responding to the Gazivode question. The lake of, and in one extended sentence, a very long extended sentence. The Lake of Gazivode, which was constructed by the Socialist Autonomous Province of Kosovo, which got indebted in the World Bank in order to do it, and the guarantees to it was made by the Assembly of the Socialist Autonomous Province of Kosovo, which bought some private land in the Republic of Serbia, Socialist Republic of Serbia at the time, provides water for a great part of Kosovo. It became a problem in the recent years, was negotiated in Washington, became shortly a Lake Trump, and after not very vociferous negotiations with people of goodwill, became Lake Gazivode under the administration of Kosovo, with a director who has always been a Serb and continues to be so. And this is the way things ought to be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for ending on this note, and thank you for your patience and questions, and I think our panelists deserve a round of applause.
Thank you for this excellent debate on unresolved questions in Belgrade-Pristina relations. And shall we have to wait for another round of elections in Kosovo or Serbia or elsewhere to get things going in the right direction? Before we proceed to the next panel, we are going to have a short coffee break outside. Please be back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
We all have a dream. It may surprise you, but we Belarusians have one dream for everyone. This dream is the same for all of us. That's why what I'm going to tell you concerns everyone. In the year 2020, we lost our country. Of course, it happened earlier in 1994. That's when the dictator Lukashenko came to power to remain president forever. My dream speaks with the voices of hundreds of thousands of Belarusians. Just listen to it. I dream about many things. Perhaps these dreams seem strange or unusual to you. For example, I dream of speaking my native language, Belarusian, without fear of being arrested in my own country. I dream of using my historical emblem and flag and not being afraid of being arrested and imprisoned for the combination of the national colors, just white and red. I dream of never going to prison again, because I have been there. I spent 7 months in the Belgrade Central Prison, and then I was under house arrest for 5 months. Just because I don't agree with the dictatorship in Belarus. Just because I have my own opinion and I'm not afraid to express it. But now, after all this suffering under arrest, after learning the real price of freedom, I have another dream, a very simple one. I want to show it to you. On November 9, 2024, Berlin celebrated the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. A few weeks ago, my life was saved. My personal wall fell down, and I found myself here in the rubble of the Berlin Wall. After the year of desperate struggle in Serbia, I regained my freedom. But in Belarus, more than 1,300 political prisoners are still imprisoned in horrible conditions. These innocent people are subjected to terrible tortures and suffering every day. We have not heard from many of them more than 600 days. These are all living people who simply love their country and believe in justice. These people rose up against a dictator, and every one of them had the right to do so. So I have a dream. I dream that every political prisoner in Belarus will be released. My dream is for politicians around the world to stand up for these innocent people and protect them. I dream that Belarusian political prisoners will be alive and free. Please, let's realize this dream.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Before we proceed with our next panel discussion, I would like to ask all of you for a minute of silence in solidarity with the victims in Novi Sad. Thank you, everyone. We will continue now with our panel discussion, Public Assembly Under Threat, Safeguarding Civic Engagement. This important session will feature the following distinguished panelists. Clément Boulet, former United Nations Special Rapporteur on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and of association. Jelena Cesar, researcher at Amnesty International. Milena Vasic, lawyer and program director, Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, UCOM, and Sofia Todorovic, director of Youth Initiative for Human Rights. This discussion will be moderated by Jovana Spremo, advocacy director, Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, UCOM. Enjoy the panel.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending the panel, Public Assembly Under the Threat, what we can do about safeguarding civic engagement worldwide. I think that the topic is quite timely, especially when we look at it from the Serbian perspective, where we are holding the conference, having in mind that only today we have had 3 different assemblies which have been treated in a way that is not so according to the laws that our country has, including those in Novi Sad and Belgrade. So I think there's no better day to discuss. If we cannot join people in the street, there is not a better day to discuss these issues than today. So when we are speaking of the changing environment for exercising the freedom of assembly, we have to look at a few late years behind us, and we can see that more and more people are trying to actually join this global struggle to defend the justice in the streets. So from the protests against war crimes in Gaza, in the American campuses, to agricultural protests throughout Europe, especially in France and Germany, and different kind of protests that we also saw in the previous movies, where people actually seek election rights, which they did not maybe receive in the Seoul processes that they had. And there are several factors which furthermore disable the people to protect their right to freedom of assembly. And this is mainly the limited media freedoms that we had, shrinking space for the freedom of expression also, and also strong propaganda and different kind of lobbies that are striving to present the protesters as they are doing something wrong by being in the street and demanding for different kind of things. And we actually have to be there to explain that this political right has to be defended not only by the activists themselves, but by all the citizens and all relevant stakeholders, including the governments in the countries worldwide. So for over the years, UN has developed different kind of, not only the international standards, but also the tools on how to protect the people protesting in the streets, and what do the countries have to do in order to enhance their capabilities, especially of the institutions who are in charge of securing these kind of assemblies, to actually be there for the citizens in the streets. Today we basically want to explore the strategies and mechanisms that can be employed to safeguard this right, And especially in this phase where we are sort of just looking for different kind of restrictions of this right and not being able to actually say that it is fully respected in all the areas of the world. I always like to mention that when we look at the country report of the European Commission for Serbia, 3 years ago, we would have only one sentence regarding the freedom of assembly, which would be the alignment of the law with the missing parts that we had. And for the last 3 years, we have had even an excessive page in the report, which we all know that is very limited with words, explaining what was done wrong towards the people protesting. I have a pleasure to have great panelists today. They were already introduced, but I will try to direct the questions towards you regarding your expertise and your past careers. So today with us is Mr. Clement Boulet, who is a former UN Special Rapporteur on rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and association, which always go hand in hand, I guess. So I would like to ask you, given your extensive experience in your previous position and your excessive work on the international standards, what kind of challenges do you see worldwide, especially when it comes to the aligning of this local legislation towards the international standards, and how do you see these recent practices of policing assemblies worldwide?
Thank you very much, Joanna. And first of all, allow me to greet all of you that are joining us for this panel. And I always say that when we have possibility to discuss about these fundamental freedoms, it is always important to kind of look at them as something that is part of our own struggle as human beings throughout history. There is no country today that can say that they have been able to gain their freedom without the struggle, without people joining, going on the street, protesting, expressing their view, women, children, laborers, all of these things that we gain today thanks to the right to freedom of peaceful assembly, and one of the components which is the peaceful protest. And as you mentioned, under the international standard, in particular International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Article 21 protects this fundamental freedom for everyone without any discrimination. We all have the right to protest. We have the right to peaceful protest, peaceful assembly, protest being the components, the main one, the main tools, or the main means that is used to express these fundamental freedoms. And we know that the guarantee of these rights is important for human beings, in particular for marginalized groups, for all of us, because it's thanks to the right to assembly that we are able to join hands together, to be able also to voice our concern, to participate on the public affair, to be able also, as a citizen from a country, to mitigate and resolve our own differences. When, for example, you are a marginalized group, or you are women, and your rights, and you are struggling with challenges, the way that you can also communicate those challenges to the communities is also to be able also to come on the street, to call everybody to join you, to be able to express and to express your grievance. So this right is a foundation that allows citizens to construct their own democracy and the way that they can participate to the public affair. So it is fundamental. And we also know that in a country where there are constant attacks against the right to assembly, there are constant measures limiting the exercise of these rights. We know also that in this country, what we witness is the backsliding of democracy and civic participation, because there is no more avenue, democratic avenue for citizens to be able to convene their grievances to the leader in order for them to take it in account in developing or adopting the better policy that can help states to move forward. But we agree, you ask me about this standard, we agree at the international level that the covenant itself puts some limits. This right is not absolute. The covenant defines some of the ground in which states can resort to some limitation of this fundamental freedom. And those grounds including, for example, national security, it also includes public order, it also includes public moral, and the protection of the right to others. But also the covenant also clearly says that when resorting to these limitations, states must ensure that those limitations are necessary in a democratic society and proportionate to the threats that trigger these limitations. However, we are seeing around the world today, in particular, I may say in the recent 10 years, but these two years was really, really very difficult for this fundamental right. We are seeing also that under the pretext, for example, of fights against terrorism, national security, some states resort to the adoption of draconian legislation, requesting, for example, the organizer to first obtain the permit for the protest. While we know that peaceful protest is fundamental freedoms, what we need is that states need just to put measures in place to help people to exercise these rights in a peaceful way, in a conducive environment. But we are seeing that under this terrorism law, people now states put some restriction. Some of the law, for example, do not even make a difference between those who are exercising these rights as an avenue to improve the society, the community, than those who also are triggered by intention of maybe harming the society. Terrorists, and I used to say that, and within my mandate, that it's wrong always for the state to associate human rights defenders, social movement group with a group of the terrorists, because it's completely in contradiction with these fundamental freedoms. But also, we have also seen the way that some of the states, under the pretext also of protecting national economy, development, that those states also stigmatize those who are fighting for climate change, for climate justice. And we know that today, one way that we have been able to improve the international policy, to raise concern about the global warming, is when the youth, women, are on the streets, reminding states about their obligation to ensure that our planet do not disappear in few years. But however, we saw that in many, now the leadership now today is more prioritizing economic interests, corporate interests over the climate. And we have seen in some countries, for example, where climate justice activism was also stigmatized and was also qualified as eco-terrorist, and also faced prosecution, and sometimes also criminal charges, where in some cases also for only hanging yourself or attaching yourself on a bridge, you will face 20 years, you will face also some charges that are completely disproportionate. However, we know that the covenant also reminds that in any type of delimitation, you need also to make sure that there is a proportionality. And also we have another aspect that is important I want to also to raise, is also the discriminatory laws or discriminatory implementation of laws that we are seeing. We know that the covenants say that states might resort to the restrictions to protect public morale. But we are also seeing that this is used as an argument, for example, to limit the exercise of this right when it comes to the, for example, LGBT rights, minority rights, women's rights, abortion issue. We know that there is a double standard and there is a discriminatory application of the law. But however, it's important to remind again that the limitation in relation to the public moral should be justified, and it has to be justified, and it has also to be clearly laid down how this restriction can protect the cohesion and can protect the exercise of fundamental rights. You cannot just say that in our society we don't believe or we don't accept these rights, then you limit, you ask the organizer to not organize a protest for the defense of LGBT rights or defense of abortion or whatever. So it is important to remind that But also, another thing that I want also to highlight here is about also new emerging issues that we are also seeing today on the digital platform, where, for example, I know some of my colleagues will talk about that, but also some of the restriction, because digital age today provide opportunity for citizens to be able to mobilize and to come together on the street to be able to protest. And we know that most of the protests are organized now online, and they have their component on physical, but online is now a space where we organize a lot of protests. COVID-19 is there to show us. But at the same time, there is so much infiltration in terms of surveillance on online, in terms of states equipping themselves. Online, now protesters are even arrested before even coming to the protest time, and which is worrying. And throughout my 6 years as a mandate holder, I was always warning states about the fact that the peaceful protests and these fundamental rights should be protected as an avenue of building democracy, peaceful society, but also as an avenue given to the citizen to be able also to convene their message whenever they are not happy. Because in a society where there is a lack of democratic means, like a peaceful protest for society, for marginalized group, then you are not giving them any possibility than maybe to choose other alternative that is not democratic alternative. And it is important to remind that. And I would like also to say, I hear that it is this undue restriction that we are seeing around the world. And today we should be really worried about that. Because what is happening today is that because of some of these restrictions, the restriction of the right to peaceful assembly, but also right to association and expression also, are part of what we are seeing now as a global trend that undermines democracy. It undermines our ability to live in society as a citizen, and our ability also to be able to contribute, to face or to contribute to deal with some of the challenges that we are seeing around the world. Today, in relation to the conflict, in relation to deep inequality, we are seeing today that war are around us, inequality are increasing, authoritarian regimes are emerging. What else can we protect as this fundamental freedom for citizens to be able every time to defend democracy? When people are not able to protest anymore, they cannot voice their concern anymore, then democracy is not protected. Then we leave democracy, we leave the participation in the hand of those authoritarian people or authoritarian regime that want to impose the silence. That's how we need to connect that the decline of or the restriction of these rights with what we are seeing today around the world in this emerging democracy. And also, and to end that, I want also to convey to you to say today that these are the global trends. We need to be aware, and we need also to remind ourselves that the freedom that we are enjoying today is because some people were able to enjoy the right to protest. That's why they were able to build democracy for us. And we should not leave our society, we should not leave for the future generation a society where no one is able to talk, no one is able to express their grievance. And I always say this to the all states. The right to assembly, peaceful protest, is not a threat. Peaceful protest is a means for people to express their convent. What is the threat really is when the state reacts wrongly, when law enforcement reacts brutality, suppress the protest. This is how you create insecurity and you create incentive for people, for citizens, to go for means that are not democratic. So just to conclude, to say also that today there are the challenge that I'm seeing in relation to really some country applying some of these law and standard is the fact that many countries today, because of the social concerns that are emerging, are not able to deal with those social concerns. And the way that some of these countries are acting is to restrict these fundamental rights. Because either they don't have arguments, or they are lacking some possibility, or they are lacking expertise to be able to deal with social concern. And this is in contradiction with what is the peaceful assembly, because peaceful assembly is an avenue to discuss, is the way that governments and citizens can discuss and can come can agree on how to develop and how to build a common future.
Thank you. And maybe that lack of the communication between the citizens and the government is actually leading to governments being afraid by the masses in the streets. And I would like to turn to Ms. Cesar, and you have been working on the report on freedom of assembly for a while now, and it's about to be published. So my question is to make it a bit narrow now. What are the trends in Europe, and maybe specifically in the region of Western Balkans, which you have noted, and how do you perceive the situation in this changing time that we mentioned already?
Thank you, Milena. So basically, we are about to publish a report that specifically deals with Serbia sometime in December. But over the summer, we put out a huge report that covers 21 countries in Europe, including 2 countries in the region, Serbia and Slovenia. The report was really 2 years in the making. It included quite a complex methodology of like 200 questions, covering both legal and issues in practice, and highlight some of the examples that helped us put together sort of a global picture on the state of the right to protest and peaceful assembly in Europe. And I would say, as Clement mentioned, the situation is quite dire. What we found is a continent-wide pattern of repressive laws, excessive use of force, discriminatory laws, arbitrary charges and arrests, and increasing use of very invasive digital surveillance to monitor and control activists, human rights defenders, and protesters in general. So I'll maybe speak with some of these trends, and you have already mentioned some of them, but I will maybe highlight them also based on some of our conclusions. So while the right to protest is almost universally codified in all of these countries in Europe, both in constitution, in secondary laws, it is clear that almost nowhere do they meet the highest international human rights law and standard. And not only that, what we have seen over the past few years is introduction of increasingly more repressive legislation. In part, legislation that has introduced new restrictions, for instance, on the time and place of gathering. I think you have something like that in Serbia as well. We have situations where countries have introduced restrictions and introduced new charges. For instance, in the UK, something that was perfectly normal over the past 20, 30 years, which is blockade of highways, for instance, which was only a misdemeanor up until recently, is now a criminal offense, which is punishable with up to 6 months in prison. We have also seen much stricter penalties for the protesters and quite significant liabilities and responsibilities for organizers, including obligations to organize security, cover cost of security, and similar. And all along with these changes to the legislation, we have also seen quite sharpened and incredibly hostile rhetoric coming mostly from the authorities, senior public officials, and the stigmatization and name-calling of protesters being labeled as, I don't know, eco-terrorists, traitors, lunatics in some countries and similar. Basically, what is happening is that something that has traditionally been perceived as a right to protest, is suddenly seen as a privilege that can be easily taken away, and also seen as a threat by some of the authorities that need to be actually countered. And I think all this has also led to authorities increasingly justifying more and more restrictions being placed on some of the protests. Also, discrimination is something that is quite an interesting phenomenon, especially over the past 2 years, I would say. anti-discrimination commitment is enshrined in, again, both constitution and legislation of most of the countries. Yet what we have seen is an incredible crackdown on only certain types of protests. So something that was maybe not as prevalent here in the region, but was a huge issue in Western Europe, are the Palestinian solidarity protests. We have had some restrictions, but definitely not to the degree that we have seen in most Western European countries, where authorities have outright placed bans on these gatherings, banned certain chants, certain outfits, and similar. And obviously, in some countries, we have seen quite a violent crackdown of these, specifically targeting these protests. But it's not only the pro-Palestinian protests that have been targeted. Obviously, we have a situation where climate activists, women's groups, and groups basically speaking on gender justice as well are equally targeted in some of the countries, particularly here in the region. And then something that we are witnessing even here today, over-policing. In most of the countries that we have covered, have very clear laws governing the use of force by law enforcement agencies, and they always tend to reflect, at least in theory, the principles of necessity and proportionality. But very few countries actually have separate legislation and regulations speaking to specifically the use of force and behavior of law enforcement in the context of protests. And I have to say that, shockingly, Serbia is an outlier here, because Serbian law on interior actually includes quite specific regulations on use of less lethal weapons. Unfortunately, they're not adequate because the thresholds for use of each weapon is not clearly articulated. The risks of some of the individual less lethal weapons is not also clearly articulated, so they're not adequate, but at least it's a good starting point, and it's something that we would really like to see a lot more, and I know that you might be speaking a little bit about that later as well. In addition to that, we obviously, out of all the 21 countries that we have covered, every single one has had examples of excessive use of force or disproportionate use of force, sometimes even resulting in permanent injuries to protesters and even journalists who were covering some of these protests. Apart from that, police has overused the right to disperse protests, oftentimes only because small groups within otherwise completely peaceful protests were behaving violently. And instead of targeting just that specific group and neutralizing them, they would often move to disperse the entire or ban the entire protest. And then we have something that we have been very concerned about in Serbia, which is the use of extremely serious criminal charges against protesters. And I would say that over the past 6 months in particular, we have noted the overuse of this charge of attempts to violently overthrow constitutional order. This is quite a serious charge that carries penalty up to 8 years of imprisonment, yet people who have been charged with it are often just either people who were either merely participating in these protests, or they put a post on social media either calling for these protests, sometimes not even that, sometimes literally just reposting or liking somebody else's post. So obviously this, on the pretext of very serious charges, we have a series of other human rights violations taking place in addition to this. And then maybe if I can just end with the emerging trend. I mean, we keep saying emerging, but it's been now a few years that we're seeing an incredible level of digital violence and digital surveillance against protesters and anybody participating in peaceful protests. This is truly a huge issue because many European countries, Netherlands is one of them that is pioneering almost all the equipment and new technologies, including biometric surveillance, body-worn cameras, drones, and similar. In Serbia, we are currently documenting cases of increasing digital surveillance of people's phones and computers, or even social media accounts. And this is quite troubling because this kind of behavior constitutes very targeted, potentially mass surveillance, with huge amount of personal data of activists and protesters being processed, collected, stored, and possibly without any safeguards. We have also documented a situation here in Serbia where, at the pretext of these very serious criminal charges, authorities have temporarily seized phones and computers of the protesters and then subjected them to quite invasive digital forensic technology investigations. And again, all of this based on nothing more than often just a post on social media. So interestingly, while, I mean, this is quite a problem, because in this case, it's not only that people's right to freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of expression and association are undermined, but also their right to privacy. And while the new technologies are becoming increasingly more advanced, the legislation in most of these countries is lagging behind quite severely, and the governments are continuing to use very general provisions in their criminal procedure codes and other relevant laws to justify the use of this technology. So just in conclusion, obviously it's quite a depressing picture, but it's also not lost, this whole irony is not lost, I think, on any of us in the panel today, that we have 3 ongoing protests taking place in Serbia, and the crackdown against civil society is happening in real time while we are here speaking.
Yes, and I'm very interested in how all these findings actually reflect on what is going on in this country, and we are, trust me, we are not happy to be pioneers in these malpractices. But I would like to actually turn to my colleague Milena, and who is attorney at law, and you have been representing human rights defenders, especially for the breaches of freedom of expression and freedom of assembly during the last decade, basically. So, and we have been speaking a lot about this different treatment of different actors and the discriminatory practices when it comes to treating protesters. But I would like to hear more about the cases that you would like to extract as an examples of what is going on with the freedom of assembly currently in Serbia. And you can also, if you like, touch upon the current happenings that we are looking now.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. Today is not the brightest day for the freedom of assembly in Serbia, so I'll try to be as, I try not to be as depressive as it sounds. Yeah, we have, Jovana mentioned, we had 3 protests today. Excessive use of force on 2 of the protests, and arrest on the 3rd one. And the situation when it comes to freedom of assembly, but also freedom of expression and association, is extremely deteriorating. It is really hard to make a full story for such a short time, but I can say we have, in the last 4 years, we have very often excessive use of force, criminal charges, as Jelena mentioned, serious criminal charges. We even had an attempt to put a new criminal deed in our criminal code, which would sanction giving advice and sharing advice on how to commit a criminal act, which was directly connected with protest and calling upon a violent change of constitutional order, as we read it, as activists read it, because it was not precise enough. We also have intimidation of activists, massive surveillance, and what is really important, we had arrests, actually calling to informative conversation of activists, mostly because of their posts on social networks. So they didn't have to do nothing. They were administrators of some pages, and they were identified as organizers and called as suspects for the criminal deed, which is called calling for a violent change of constitutional order. What I want to say is that we are witnessing a really hard pressure to freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, and in these conditions, the law which we criticized is not even the biggest problem. The law is not so bad as its implementation is. We have a problem with definition of spontaneous gathering as gathering without an organizer, which we all know it is impossible to have a gathering without organizers. So police uses social networks to identify organizers, and then they are charging them in misdemeanor proceeding for organizing unreported event, unimportant assembly. Luckily, we had some good court practice in misdemeanor court, and we had some judges who were willing to interpret the law in line with international standards and in line with the letter of that law, because the law specifies who is organizer of an assembly. But also we had before that a lot of activists paying really high fines for allegedly organizing unreported event. So yeah, we have a lot of different kind of pressures to freedom of assembly and activists, and we have to fight back. We are giving our best with providing free legal aid and providing information to activists and citizens who are still willing to protest. But what is, I think, really concerning is today's statement of Minister of Interior, which I have to mention, because it was a kind of a threat to activists with even more excessive use of police force, because he said when you take out police baton, you don't put it away. So actually that means if you try any conflict with police, they will not stop. And that is directly against all international standards with proportionate use of police force. And when you have something like that being stated by the state official who is in charge of public order and policing public assemblies, what you should expect. And that is something which is yet going to be a topic of the more and more protests we are expecting because of crisis we have right now in our public space. And I will stop here so we can, I leave some space for
Thank you,
Sofia
Milena.
also.
And I would also add that when you have a national mechanism for protection of human rights very inactive in this kind of situation, it gets even worse. And this is something that we have seen in December this year also, when we had the excessive use of force towards the citizens. We still did not have any kind of concludings by the ombudsperson, which we called to investigate further. And we hear that the similar statements are given also regarding this today and during the last 2 weeks. But I would like to turn to the personal experience now.
The pioneer of the band.
Yes, and Sofia Todorovic, as a long-year activist of Youth Initiative for Human Rights, have tested the rights to freedom of assembly, sometimes successfully, sometimes not so successfully. And this year, we had an official ban of the Mirdita Dobar Dan festival, who has been happening for a decade now, if I'm not mistaken. To go back to this trend that we maybe don't have now, which is the pro-Palestinian protests, but we have been facing with different kind of bans and threats towards the protests, which have to do with dealing with the past, and also different kind of assemblies that appear to be organized in order to deal with the past. So how did you perceive the handling of the official authorities with a specific case, and maybe in general towards your practice?
I will start maybe by referring to the part of your question. I believe that we, as Youth Initiative for Human Rights and a group of activists from formal or non-formal groups, we had always tested the freedom of assembly successfully. The fact that the results of those tests were negative, it's a clear indicator for the society and for many others what needs to be done in Serbia if we want to keep the democracy in any kind of let's say, functional way. I would just like to do a short retrospective that Youth Initiative in the last 10 years, since the Serbian Progressive Party came into power from 2012, until now, 6 of our gatherings were banned, with the official ban by the authorities, which makes us the champions of this battle, I would say. I would not say unfortunately, because I believe that many things that we mentioned here as trends, I think that we are wrong. These trends are our realities. And that's not just happening in Serbia, it's happening all across Europe. And if we want to do something to counter it, we first have to admit it. So this is the first lesson from dealing with the past, which basically my field of expertise is that I learned. If you want to face a challenge or if you want to face the problem, then you have to properly name it. However scary it might look like at a certain period of time, or how many people might disagree with you or think that you are exaggerating. So I think that this honesty that we need to have is something that is in the core of activistic approach that Youth Initiative is doing, and actually something that can help us to understand better the role of the institutions, their inefficiency, or the level of injustice that they're actually subjecting their citizens to. How would I assess the behavior of the institutions? I would say I would assess it as oppressive. 6 of those gatherings, if we would have a closer look to the topics of the gatherings that were banned, 3 of them were actually Pride parades, 2 regular ones, and in 2022 Euro Pride, which usually is being mentioned as something that has been happened, but it happened in spite of the ban. It didn't happen because we had Euro Pride and activists were, you know, these shiny, happy people who were celebrating love. It happened in spite of the official ban. So basically, Youth Initiative was one of the organizers. Basically, people were on the street not knowing what will happen to them, because that is what is going on when you go out on the street in spite of the official ban of the gathering. But I still believe, and I would maybe get back to the very beginning of this panel, where you also mentioned strategies and things that we should explore in order how to counter these trends. Definitely civic disobedience, because I think that relying on certain things, law or countries, if we're mentioning that this trend is being shared all around Europe, I think that civic disobedience is the only thing that we're being left with if we want to keep our democracy healthy. And I believe that many things that would happen in the streets in 2015 are unimaginable to happen in the street now. This day, while I was preparing for this panel in my office, one activist was detained. And while I arrived here, 4 of them were taken to prison in a police car. I was watching that video. So this is the country in which we are sitting and discussing freedom of assembly, freedom of expression. This is what is going on. And Milena briefly mentioned the statement of the Ministry of Interior, which basically said that everything that we witnessed in the last more than 2 weeks, actually, will just keep on happening. And this is the message, actually, that we got. So basically, who will manage to stay longer in this fight is the question actually that we have, and how we plan to do it. Maybe I would stop here, since maybe we have more things to discuss, and then to include the audience.
Thank you, Sofia. Yeah.
Maybe some food for thought.
I'm even thinking of maybe including the audience now if there is a question, but if not, we can proceed with another set of, yeah. Okay, we will proceed then. But Mr. Wule, we basically heard that mainly the biggest issue happens with the police and the law enforcement. And during your mandate as a UN Special Rapporteur, the institution has prepared the model protocol for law enforcement officials to promote and protect human rights in the context of peaceful protests. And how do you see the model being implemented? And do you think that the model can be implemented in the, you also mentioned, the authoritarian atmosphere and in sort of hybrid regimes where the institutions are already captured?
Well, thank you very much. I think what we hear, listen to all the panelists, we should tell ourselves that it's really worrying. What we are living, the time we are living now, with the democratic backsliding, but also what we are seeing around, because we all today are concerned about what is happening around the world. We are concerned about what is happening in our country. No state cannot tell us what will be our future tomorrow. So the only way that citizens can be able also to participate is to convene their message, to convene their concern. And this is exactly what peaceful protest is doing. But let me say that the behavior of the law enforcement is key in the protecting these fundamental freedoms, but also in protecting democracy. In a country where law enforcement do not understand that peaceful protest is a fundamental freedom, that is a channel between citizens and their leaders to build a better future and to be able also to convey the message on what they want for their future, then you are living in a society where the civic participation, as I mentioned, do not exist anymore. In 2022, understanding all of this concern, the Human Rights Council asked my mandate to prepare a toolkit for law enforcement and how to protect fundamental freedom during peaceful protest. Because there are, the previous report that I present to the Human Rights Council show clearly that every year we have at least 100 of the people killed or injured because just they went to the street to protest. They want to exercise democratic rights. And this model protocol that was prepared with law enforcement, with all regional mechanisms, civil society, and we take all of the law enforcement from all of the region in Europe here, in Vienna. This model protocol take all the concern. What is the concern about the law enforcement when they are sent to protect assembly? What is the concern of the citizen? So we look at all of this concern and prepare the document, which is called today model protocol for law enforcement on how to facilitate. And this model protocol take on the international standard, but also ongoing practice, ongoing good practice around law enforcement. And the model protocol first, the principle that the foundation of the model protocol is that peaceful protests do not need to be managed, do not need to be controlled. Peaceful protests need to be facilitated. And the duty of the law enforcement is to help organizers to get their message through, or to get their message to which authority they want to get their message. The second aspect is also that peaceful protests, as a democratic rights, need, for example, a certain level of understanding from the society that these rights can be exercised. In some cases, we may say that, okay, people are walking around the bridge. We are not able to go on time on our offices. Is that enough to say that we should not accept protests? Is that enough to tell people that you should not express your view because I want to be on time in my office? So we need, as in democratic society, to accept certain level of disturbance, because that's how democracy functions also. And then another aspect also is that within the peaceful protest, it's important that the model protocol, the principle that we saw, that the excessive use of force is against peaceful protest, the nature of these rights fundamental. So what the model protocol is doing is to give now new type of technique for law enforcement. That is important whenever people want to organize peaceful protests. It's important for law enforcement to discuss with organizer, to understand the organizer objective, to understand what is about this peaceful protest. It's also important also whenever during the peaceful protest, there are situations or there are tensions that emerge, law enforcement to be trained and to be equipped in de-escalation technique and the negotiation technique. Because the fact that we see in most of the cases, whenever, for example, there are people within the protest that start being really shaking their hand and everything, law enforcement use force usually is the consequences of what we are seeing today, where people are repressed and people coming to join the protest and they don't know if they will go back at home. So the model protocol focus on de-escalation, it's focused on technique of really getting the tension down and negotiating, but also the model protocol also focus on accountability. That accountability is not only the law enforcement, that the police officer that is on the ground, but it's who also gives the order. Is it the Ministry of Interior that gives the order to law enforcement? Is it this order in line with law? Is it this order in line with the international standard? So accountability that will be extended to the chain of the commander. And then also another aspect also is that the model protocol also take into account the fact that we have also today minorities, women protesting, and law enforcement cannot use the same technique as when they are peaceful in the protest. And they need also, when is needed, to use a technique that take into account the vulnerability, the minorities, and also the women in particular when they protest. For example, when they want, for example, to search, or they want also to be able to discuss, they need also to take all of these techniques. And the model protocol, I will end there, is divided in three parts. The first part is before the protest. What is the duty of law enforcement before the protest? The one key is to be able to gather information, but also to discuss with organizer, to understand the protest. And during the protest also, the second phase is during the protest. What is the duty of law enforcement? Their duty is also to use the technique of de-escalation, to be able also, when there is a situation where minimum force need to be used, to ensure that there is use of least lethal weapon in accordance with international standard, but not the use of force. And also the last phase is after the protest. How law enforcement should ensure also that they are accountable. If you send the police officer on the site, and when they come back, you need to check the weapon. What was used as ammunition? What happened? Video, you need to record all of this for the accountability process. You need also to be able also to discuss and to debrief, to know how this experience worked well. And what I will end also is that the model protocol, because it was drafted with law enforcement, and it takes account in the law enforcement well-being, because one part of the model protocol is saying that law enforcement is important also to ensure that law enforcement well-being. If you send people that are not well, or people that are concerned, anxious, or mental issue, then you are creating the situation of repression. So it is important. Because it was developed with them, many law enforcement around the world today are also asking to be able to look at the protocol to implement them. So this is also what I will say, because the protocol is not creating a new type of standard. It's just taking the existing standard and apply them in a specific context of the peaceful protest to ensure that we can also make our law enforcement friendly or human rights-oriented people, because they are important also to protect our rights.
Thank you. And you mentioned something, and this is how the policing of the protests actually is affecting different minority groups maybe differently. So I would like to maybe turn to Jelena. You mentioned different kind of trends, but I would like to know whether you noticed any kind of specific way that these hybrid regimes, especially throughout the region, are targeting women human rights defenders, maybe differently than in general. And what would be the examples of resilience and solidarity between the activists in this challengeable environment?
Definitely. I would say that women human rights defenders tend to face a very complex and different array of challenges themselves. First, I would say is that across Europe we have a strengthening anti-gender movement. And anti-gender narratives. And it's something that used to be on the fringe of society, but has increasingly moved into the mainstream. And in European countries are at best either ignoring or tolerating it, and at worst, entirely embracing it and using for political purposes. And just by virtue of doing so, the issues of gender are usually represented or advocated for by women, which means that the environment and the space for women human rights defenders is just by virtue of this whole movement is becoming increasingly smaller and more restricted. And in fact, we have even governments, especially here in the region, enacting laws that ban advocating on some of these issues. So, for instance, at the end of August, beginning of September, Bulgaria has passed a slew of legislation which has banned, for instance, passing information on non-traditional marriages, or what they call is spreading gay propaganda. So just having to face restrictions of that kind is already reducing space for women human rights defenders. But then the second issue is the fact that women activists tend to face different kind of threats. Obviously, the physical threats still exist, the threats of physical assault, property destruction, misogynistic messages on above the apartments where they live or their offices and similar. All this still exists. But a lot of this violence has moved on to online into digital sphere. And we are seeing online space becoming a huge threat for women human rights defenders. Most of the threats that women face online are usually sexualized and gendered. These are threats of sexual violence or sexually explicit images and similar. And in fact, Amnesty published a report a few years ago called Toxic Twitter, which looked at basically trends of women users on Twitter, and especially women of color, and how differently they're treated from male users. And it was a phenomenal difference because women users of Twitter faced incredible amount of violence, which is all gendered and directed against their identity. And but apart from that, Jovana, you asked about some of the examples of solidarity. So not to end on this, I do think that the right to protest is still, I mean, the protests are quite strong, and there are so many good examples of resilience and solidarity across the region in particular. Over the past few years, I don't think there was a single European country where women were not protesting against domestic violence and femicide. All of this led to some countries enacting legislation which criminalized femicide or passed or increased the stricter penalties for crimes and similar. And just a couple of good examples of solidarity among women are Saturday Night Mothers in Turkey, who continue for 30 years despite all the violence, protesting, seeking truth and justice for the disappeared, and even much closer to home, Women in Black here, who have defied nationalism for the past 30 years as well.
Thank you, and thank you for these local examples that we have been sort of cherishing for long years, and these are probably the most attacked human rights defenders here. I would like quickly to finish this round with again a message for the Serbian citizens and the human rights defenders. Maybe from Milena, I would like to well, we said that we are facing the deterioration of the situation in Serbia, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop very soon. So how can the legal community and actually people providing legal aid better support or prepare people who want to use their right to protest?
Okay, thank you for that question. First of all, I think we should encourage strongly grassroots movements. because I see only light on the end of the tunnel I see in grassroots movements. We should support them with free legal aid, with legal information on their right, and help them. Right now, we see one of the most subversive actions in Novi Sad where opposition PAs are protesting in front of the building of the court, and they are symbolically taking back court and prosecutors. There are activists in pre-trial detention because of that court and that prosecutor's office, and they are showing their protest there, stopping everyone to enter into building. We see unrest there, and I think it is important because there are not always legal answers. Sometimes you need to encourage people to be brave, to ask, to request what is theirs, and the institutions belong to citizens. So what we can do as formal organizations, we can provide free legal aid, we can provide information, we can provide them all help we can to make them safe, to create some safe space for them. But you cannot stand and take it. You have to fight back. And I think it is really important that people are fighting back now.
Thank you. And finally, we are seeing a lot of youth in these protests. And we are not used to that. This is like the newer trend that we are seeing, which is a good development. And I was wondering on what would be the suggestion on how the civil society can actually straighten the support for their activities.
On multiple ways. I think that civil society has a lot of lessons to share with them, in particular when it comes to the band gatherings. And in the very beginning, it was mentioned actually that that usually the governments are not making this distinction between the far-right groups and the human rights activist groups. And that is a huge problem in Serbia because all gatherings that Youth Initiative was organizing were banned for the security reasons, but actually because of 100 hooligans with whom basically state sided by choosing to defend their right to express their opinion, and they can move actually us from the public spaces. Regardless of whether it was a protest for LGBTIQ rights, a commemoration event, public commemoration for the crimes that were committed, or if it was a cultural festival between Kosovo and Serbia. So I think that there are a lot of things that we can share and a lot of knowledge that we can learn, especially in the field of strategic litigation, and we can provide them a lot of help, in a way, legal help. We can provide them with advices because at least in organizations such as Youth Initiative, there is a lot knowledge gathered, activistic knowledge on how to protect yourself in there when you are on the protest, when police is chasing you, or what are the other strategies on how you can also protest smartly in a way. But I also think that these young people, at least that's my experience, that we also have a lot to learn from them because they're completely, like tech savvies and they know how to protect themselves in the digital world. And they learned one very important lesson, and that is to pick their battles and to strategize. And this is why I'm very actually proud of them, and I hope that also other organizations will be there at their disposal because I believe that that is also our job.
It is definitely a vital interest. I'm opening a floor for questions. I see one there.
Hello. I'm Jelen, I'm also from Serbia, so we have to focus again, maybe. I'm looking forward to reading the Amnesty International report, but unfortunately, as already said in the panel, the situation is quite deteriorating since I imagine then. And I would just ask about practice or maybe examples, or that you can help us in two things that are related to the kind of deterioration of situations since 2023. First is the usage of the non-uniformed policemen at the protest. what are the, like when you talk about the toolkit related to the police officers, police force, we have almost, I would say, masked representatives of the police that are arresting protesters. And the second one is the more and more prominent usage of the security intelligence agency. How do we translate, Bia? Is that?
Yes.
So yeah, more and more actually protesters are being brought to discussions, interviews by the security intelligence agency. So I was just wondering about maybe the examples of this practice in other countries, or is that also covered with the law enforcement, or this is kind of a little bit extravagance from our side again?
I would like to collect another question, and then we can answer them. I think behind, no? No, I thought there was a hand behind Yelena. Okay, so Mr. Voulet, would you like to try to answer the question?
I thought the question was for Yelena.
It was also for Yelena, but I would.
Yes.
I think this was directed towards the toolkit.
Yes. During the process of the consultations that we had, which lead to the development of these toolkits, one being model protocol, but also the use of digital means by law enforcement in the context of peaceful protests. So we have several of them, several components of this model protocol. Many law enforcement, for example, argue that it's important for them to be in civilian clothes to be able to protect protesters. Well, but we know that from the experience that we receive in most of the cases, law enforcement not being clearly identified can also lead to the lack of accountability. This is how model protocol is emphasized on that. That is important for law enforcement to be clear identified. And you may, in some circumstances, have discussion with organizer, and knowing that there are a group of protesters or group of people that want to destroy the protest. And then you will have also to communicate with them, the organizer, with the phone, where they can contact you if they know that somebody or a group is within the protest. But not wearing the uniform sometimes can be identified, because none of organizers will know that it's a law enforcement. And how do you know when you are called by someone that is not identifiable, asking you a question? And also the second aspect also, the collection of intelligence is important for law enforcement from what they told us. If this collection aim, for example, to understand better what are groups, because this is what we are seeing, what are the groups that are likely to counter the protester or to go in the protest and create violence, then is a way for law enforcement to protect. But if this intelligence is about to prevent the protest, because this is what we have been seeing, that collection of this intelligence sometimes, even the protest will not happen. People are not outside. People will be called, even arrested from their home. And we are saying that this is against peaceful protest, is against. And that's why the model protocol is clearly saying this, that in order for this model protocol to be implemented, it's important, the political will. Government need to commit it that they want to create a space, because we know that protests will be increasing, because we are living in the world, we are living in a society where every day we are facing challenges. And it's the only tool for people to communicate, the only tool for people to also say that this is how we want you as a government to implement policy in order for us to deal with some of the challenges we are facing. And the best way for government is to create a legal condition where people understand that we can protest, but we can protest peacefully. But if there are a legal framework that is already restrictive, which, for example, many of the protesters understand that they will never fulfill the notification regime. For example, some of the countries for the notification regime require organizers to give so many information that they are not able to meet some of this information. Then you are creating incentive for people also to go to protest without even informing law enforcement or without even giving law enforcement someone in terms of how they can be protected. So I think that in your specific question, accountability requested that law enforcement should be clearly identified in order to also prevent any incentive for law enforcement, for example, and even the model protocol also mention also that whenever your name tag is there, it's not the one that you can take out and then after take it back. And body camera also today are important in order both for law enforcement themselves. When they are accused to behavior wrongly, they can also use their body camera and say, no, in this circumstance, they have been violent. This is how we use this. But also for the accountability purpose.
Thank you. If there is no more questions, I would like to thank you all. And I would like us to basically send the message that everyone has the right to a free protest, to a free assembly, and should not be deterred or afraid to use it. And we will need more and more people being more brave and in the streets, especially in order to take the institutions back to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the panelists, and also moderator. So this panel delved into the pressing issue of threats to public assembly and civic engagement, and the panelists explored the current challenges, legal frameworks, strategies to safeguard the rights to peaceful assembly and association.
And next in our today's program is the keynote speech by His Excellency Emanuele Giuffre, Ambassador and Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the Republic of Serbia.
Please welcome him.
So good afternoon, everyone. I understand it has been a long and interesting conference, and I want to start by thanking the Belgrade Security Conference for inviting me tonight, but also to congratulate them for the excellent program and being able to gather here in Belgrade so many bright minds across Serbia, the Balkans, Europe, and beyond. Congratulations, and I'm looking forward to the results of next conference. I'm sure that you'll reach even higher heights. My job is usually to talk about EU enlargement. This is what I've been doing in Serbia in the last 3 years, and I want to confirm the rule. I will try to tell you a little bit where we are on enlargement, as there will be a panel later on looking into a specific aspect of enlargement, which is the growth plan. I want to talk about that as well. I want to start from perhaps the beginning. Enlargement, as we know, has been a reality in the Western Balkans for many years, with negotiations that have been ongoing for 10 years. And I know that when I arrived, I felt it very much in 2021, a lack of enthusiasm for the process, a sense that this process was too long, too slow, not enough progress, not enough reforms, not enough results. And certainly this has dramatically changed in our professional lives, but I think in our daily life. The reason why things have changed is, of course, that Russia, more than 1,000 days ago, invaded in an unprovoked and unjustified act of aggression Ukraine. And this changed, as we all know, and I'm sure you discussed it during this conference, everything. And among the things that have changed is also the way the European Union is looking at enlargement for the Western Balkans, and also, of course, for the new candidate country, Ukraine, Moldova, and hopefully one day Georgia. The priority that is now given to enlargement is incomparable higher than a few years ago. There is a sense that enlargement is a geostrategic imperative for the European Union. And I would say that it's not even to enlarge the European Union, but to complete the European Union. These are the words used by President von der Leyen during the State of the Union speech 2 years ago, last year, in front of the European Parliament. The European Union will not be complete without the Western Balkans. We will soon have a commissioner fully devoted to enlargement, hopefully by the 1st of December, if the hearings in the Parliament, the European Parliament, are successful. The new team will start, and there will be a new commissioner that will only be devoted to enlargement, and this is the first time in 10 years that we have a commissioner that does only that. And in the mission letter that the President has written to every designate commissioner, there is always a sentence on enlargement. This is not a bureaucratic decision. It's just one of the political translation that we are in a completely different political moment now with enlargement. There is a clear window of opportunity for the Western Balkans to progress and achieve membership in the European Union. And I would argue that this is an opportunity that cannot be missed, that should not be missed, and must not be missed. It's in the interest of the citizens of Serbia, the citizens of the Western Balkans, to integrate the European Union. And it's also in the interest of the European Union to become larger, but also stronger. And to be stronger, we need to ensure that the member state that will join the EU will also be able to bring added value to our work. The geopolitical environment in which we operate is a very complicated one, very difficult one. There are very sensitive security issues, and certainly the Russian aggression against Ukraine is creating a huge security problem for the European Union and its member states. We also have the war in the Middle East, and we need to become more resilient as a European Union in security terms. Also economically, we have the need to strengthen our competitiveness. We need to be able to succeed in the green transitions, to phase away hydrocarbons in our economy. And for this, of course, we will need value chain that are functioning, that can have access to critical raw material in order to be able to power the new economy. And we need to have a more integrated economic system and to deepen the single market. We've received 2 reports recently from Professor Letta and Professor Draghi about competitiveness and deepening the single market. These are part of the challenges that we are facing now today. But in addition to the economic aspect and the security aspects, we believe that joining the European Union is also to embrace a set of values that define our genetic DNA. Freedom of expression, freedom of the media, democratic institutions, and of course the rule of law. And these values define the European Union compared to other realities that you have out there, and therefore it's a choice of society that one makes. It's about certainly a standard of living, better economic opportunities, better possibility for reaching your objectives, and also an embracement of common values that define us. Serbia has been traditionally living at the borders, the frontiers between different realities in its modern history, the frontier between the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires, the frontier between the East and the West, and I believe also the frontier between the North and the South to some extent. And now I'm sure that the future of Serbia lies clearly within the common European family. It lies among countries that share a common history and aim at forging a common destiny. This vision of shared prosperity and stability is a vision that is unique what the European Union is offering to the Western Balkans and Serbia is unique, and we need to be able to seize the opportunity that is in front of us, that we're living through at the moment. And I have to say that yesterday night, the remarks of President Vučić indicating that Serbia should be meeting all criteria for membership by the end of 2026, introducing all the legislation of the European Union in the Serbian legislation, the legal framework, the EU acquis, aligning policies, is certainly an ambitious objective, but I think is also an indication there's a sense of awareness that this is the time to intensify reforms, this is the time to accelerate progress toward the European Union, and the whole government and all society need to gear up in order to achieve this goal. And Serbia, like the rest of the Western Balkans, will not be alone. The European Union will help in accelerating this path. And in fact, during this year, 2024, we have seen incredible results already. We have seen Bosnia-Herzegovina opening negotiations, ready for opening negotiation. We opened negotiation with Ukraine and Moldova. Montenegro has met the interim benchmarks of Chapter 23 and 24, is now ready to close chapters. And a few weeks ago, we opened the first cluster with Albania. So I think it's difficult to remember a year so rich in delivering progress on enlargement as 2024. And of course, this year is not over yet. We still have a month and a few days. And we have a number of opportunities ahead of us, and we might see even more progress in the coming days. Also, this is the year where the growth plan for the Western Balkans has been turned from an idea into a reality. The growth plan was announced a year ago by President von der Leyen, sketching out a new tool in order to boost progress in enlargement. And very, very quickly, we have turned this idea into a reality. In April, we agreed on a legal basis just before the European Parliament was dissolved. And the Council, the budgetary authority, provided 6 additional billion euros to the European Union for the Western Balkans, 2 in grants and 4 in concessional loans. And then we asked the partner in the Western Balkans to develop a reform agenda, to identify key reforms with a set of dates by which these reforms need to be implemented. And now, in the end of November, we have received by 5 of the 6 a reform agenda, and certainly I want to congratulate all the countries that have managed to produce this document, including Serbia. It's an ambitious agenda, which will have to be implemented by, at the latest, by 2027. And it's an agenda that will help both to boost the economy and to work on fundamental reforms. The economy of the Western Balkans are still lagging behind compared to the European Union economy. In fact, even for one of the perhaps the most successful economy of the Western Balkans, Serbia, that has been able to show resilience in face of the COVID crisis and the energy crisis and maintain very high GDP growth rates, and also to maintain macro-financial stability and attract increasingly large amounts of foreign direct investment. The GDP per capita is 46% of the average GDP per capita within the European Union. The gap is still very important, and we need to have a higher growth, and we need to remove the obstacles and the bottleneck in the economy here. And secondly, this reform agenda aim at addressing some of the key fundamental issues that are necessary in order for Serbia to progress and the other countries of the region, namely the functioning of democratic institutions and the rule of law. The growth plan is an offer to address the key issues that we have been struggling with, to allow the Western Balkans to benefit from the advantages of membership, even before membership, and also to receive more funds. The first pillar of the growth plan is precisely to integrate the Western Balkans progressively into the single market even before accession. We know that probably the moment where the EU was the most popular in Serbia was when visa liberalization was introduced. And citizens felt directly how easy it was to go and to travel, take a train, take a plane or a car, and cross the border without needing to go through long procedures to get a visa. And likewise, the idea is to have, in very concrete terms, the possibility for citizens to feel the benefit of integration, like with integration into the single payment area, which will allow to make bank transfer between Serbia and any EU country as if they were conducted within Serbia. This is a change that European citizens have felt. Moving money from Vienna to Tallinn cost almost nothing, and is done very quickly. And I think of all the companies here in Serbia that are actually trading, importing and exporting with the EU and need to move money, and they will see this very easy. But also I think of all the citizens that have families that are living in the European Union that transfer remittances to Serbia, and every time they need to find a way to get this money or need to pay a fees, and this will no longer be necessary. But also the green lane. We see the long queue of trucks at the border with Hungary or Croatia, for example, and this has cost a lot of money to the company. So to reduce these queues will bring concrete benefits to business here. Or the digital wallet that will allow either to open a bank account or to register to enroll into a university as if you are a European. These are very concrete things, not to speak, of course, of reducing the roaming cost, which we have started doing, so that when you go for business of pleasures in the European Union, you don't have to pay the roaming cost. So really concrete aspect that should be felt by the citizens in the Western Balkans to re-energize the process, because this is what we need to do. We need to show that this is possible, it's moving, and it's creating benefit. Secondly, we need to better integrate the region, which is far too fragmented at the moment. So the integration into the single market should go hand in hand with the economic integrations of the Western Balkans. And then, as I said, the reforms that are not an alternative to the reforms that will have to be conducted in order to reach membership. They are part of the membership process, but they will also allow Serbia to speed up its economic growth, to eliminate bottlenecks. So we have all chapters on the business environment with reforms related to the green agenda, to the digital reform, and to state aid and procurement. And then we have, of course, the need to improve the human resources, human capital. One of the issues that the economy is facing is that not always you have the necessary skills in order to match the needs of the economy. Better education, better training, creating the right framework to make sure that particularly younger people have the possibility to train and be educated here in Serbia, and then to find jobs. And then, of course, last but not least, the fundamentals, which will remain the key factor, one of the two key factors that will mark the pace of enlargement of Serbia towards the European Union, as for all the other candidate countries. Election reforms, media reforms, rule of law reforms, these are the issues that are indicated in the reform agenda. This will be accompanied by this new injection of funds according to a system that has been tested with member states in the post-COVID crisis, when member states had to draft their own reform agenda, also focusing on similar issues, particularly on the green and digital transition, submit them to the European Commission for approval, and then implement it. And the funds of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was created post-COVID, are actually delivered in tranches only when the specific reforms by EU member states are conducted. And it is working. It has really spurred reforms in member states and helped them to relaunch the economy in the post-COVID crisis. So in the same way, the EU funds for the growth facility and the loans for the facility will be disbursed only once the reforms have been completed. It's a total change of approach compared to the IPA funding, which when IPA was provided in order to boost the capacity of the candidate country in order to reach the necessary capacity to move there. So this is what the growth plan is. The growth plan is not an alternative to membership. It's there to create a more dynamic mechanism in order to accelerate reforms. And certainly we hope that this will lead to the intensification of reforms that we really need. I think the only slogan that we can have now is a reform, 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 communicating proactively the benefit of the European Union, explaining to citizens why reforms are done, certainly in the interest of the Serbian citizens and the citizens of the Western Balkans as they are for Ukraine and Moldova. This is a unique moment, a unique opportunity, and certainly an opportunity that cannot be missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, once again. We are pleased now to announce the upcoming panel discussion, A Growth Plan for the EU, Western Balkans and the Future of the Single Market. This insightful session will feature the following esteemed panelists: Dritan Abazovic, former Prime Minister of Montenegro; Tanja Miščević, Minister of European Integration, Republic of Serbia; Tullio Ambrosone, Chief of Staff to the EU Rapporteur on the Future of the Single Market; and Milica Delević, Director for Competitiveness, Governance and Political Affairs at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The discussion will be moderated by Simonida Kazarska, Executive Director of the European Policy Institute. Enjoy the panel.
Good afternoon, good evening to the Mohicans that have stayed in the room after these 3 days. Thanks to the organizers for having me to moderate this panel on the growth plan. The speakers have been announced, so I don't have any obligations there. I would give a quick intro. We had a dramatic introduction of the title of the panel. The growth plan. We heard the speech from the EU ambassador before. And if I could summarize this last year of discussions around the growth plan, it would be debates, the quick adoption first from the Commission, which sometimes has been taken as a good sign. We often criticize them for not doing things quick enough. Now there's potentially some discontent because some things were done possibly too quickly. The question of the ambition, the feasibility of the implementation of many of the measures, the 6 monthly deadlines that we are hearing about, and price tags of the reforms. All of these issues kind of hang in many of our debates. The jury is still out there and probably will be for the next 4 years. Also the question of whether this will lead us on an alternative path or it will help us on the road to EU integration is probably the one that we will address throughout this panel. I would start with Ms. Miščević, our host here in Belgrade in some way. Tanya, you've been personally engaged in drafting the reform agendas. Where are we? Where do we stand? And how would you reflect on these key dilemmas that I mentioned in the beginning? Yes, just a note of housekeeping. I've been told no answer should be more than 4 to 5 minutes, so please, let's stick to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simonida, and it is my pleasure to be here with another apology for not being able to come last year, but thanks Igor, Srđan, Nemanja, and all others for your kind repeated invitation. Actually, let me start with something that is a proof of the quality of pudding. So I am coming from the office where I dealt with the 2 issues. First one was answering to the same request as you have, more information on the creation of the reform agenda in accordance with the law of the access to the public information, as there are, of course, organizations, but also individuals not being informed about the process and about the elements of the adoption of the reform agenda. And second is that tomorrow morning, and this is exclusive for you, the government will endorse 2 agreements that are the legal basis for withdrawing the funds from the growth plan, which will be the first move from our side after the adoption of the reform agenda. So that is where we are. We are still responding on the question why public was not much more involved in the preparation of the reform agenda, and our answer was always because it was very short period of time for the adoption of the reform agenda, because it was novelty for both the Commission but also for us, because it's the resilience and recovery type of activity and still not. So there are so many things that actually give the arguments why we speeded up the process. And the second one, the answer where we are, all of us, we are now in the process of starting the implementation, creating the models for observing the implementation and reporting on the implementation of measures. And we are also preparing for the adoption for the legal instrument, because let me remind you, even before the end of the year, we can ask, and that is something that we are also going to do. We sent it to the Commission as first one to ask for the reimbursement or the pre-financing of 7%.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We now head off to Mr. Abazovic. How much do you see the potential in the growth plan activities to actually help us bridge the gap with the citizens? What do you expect will be the outcome by 2027 in terms of showcasing the results, but also bridging this gap with the public?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's my pleasure to be in this great event with these great guests and to be again in Belgrade. So I think that the idea of EU to have the growth plan for Western Balkan is a good idea. But maybe we spend a lot of time without any kind of ideas, and now this idea is looking pretty well. I'm supporting. Why? Because I think that the EU finally understands that if we continue like this in Western Balkan, we will have nothing if we exclude all this kind of conference when we talk about the similar topics. So idea is finally to have something touchable for the state if the state's finishing the reforms. And I think that this is fair. It's very important in this new geopolitical architecture all around, in all this dangerous situation what we have, that Europe should understand that we need to relive the enlargement process. If we don't realize the enlargement process, we will have the one black hole in the heart of the Europe. And because I want a little bit to change the approachment of discussion, idea in Western Balkans is not to change the borders, because it's always dangerous to talk about the borders in Western Balkans. But I always say, idea is to have the invisible borders. What is this? More flexibility, much more speed in the promoting of business, infrastructure, and everything. And this is impossible to be done without the support of EU. So I think that for the big infrastructure projects, we have in case of Montenegro, it's very famous, this case with the highway when Chinese support that with the credits. And if somebody in the Brussels say, yes, influence of China is there because influence of Europe is not existing. If anybody wants to support the infrastructural project around the region, Europe needs to do that. Not to give like a gift, but to give like a support, like a credits, of course with some grants, which we'll use for the connecting of people. With making our borders invisible and flexible, we will promote the reconciliation of the region. And I really believe that this is the option which we need finally to use. It's true, because now I am talking like somebody who criticized the EU. No, we have our homeworks. Everything is connected. In the context of Montenegro, definitely, but I think that it's in other countries in the region is more or less the same, with the rule of law. Without the rule of law, any kind of promotion of the big infrastructure project, it's problematic. Without rule of law, any kind of economical growing, it's very difficult. So we need to finish our homework, and EU finally need to make something like they promote in this growing plan, and this will make the single market. So when we finally will do something what is touchable for the people, doesn't matter is that in energy sector, in the traffic infrastructure, in some another, in IT, in growing of startups, this is something else. But this is very crucial thing. And to conclude, it's not looking optimistic. When you're looking at the region, it's not looking so optimistic. I am really optimistic about the region. Maybe I am too idealist, maybe. I really believe if EU change the approach to change the rules every few years and making impossible to people, ordinary people, to see that they can get the final goal, that will be something which is not good. But if EU don't change the rule and say we are ready really to open the door for in the beginning maybe for one country, but for all Western Balkan countries, I think that we will come to the end of process and be part of big European family. And in this moment, more than ever, it's important to understand that another options, it's not democratic to say there is not existing alternatives. Always is some alternatives. But in this moment, I think it's very dangerous to look in the future of Western Balkan and to don't see all these countries in the big European family.
Wonderful. Thank you for mentioning the future. I mean, I just came from Brussels in the beginning of this week, and actually 26, 27 is being discussed for Montenegro. So let's
We
see.
strongly believe
You
on
mentioned,
that.
I mean, just to comment on the infrastructural projects, it would be wise to note also that the Commission, in their assessments of the reform agendas, largely finds that most of the countries are not ready with mature projects for the infrastructure, which brings me also to Ms. Delevic. You wrote a couple of years ago a policy brief on proposing more gradual but more sectoral integration, but also coupled with access to the cohesion and structural funds. So if you take a look now in retrospect of the growth plan, does it meet your expectations?
Thank you very much, Simonida, and like Drizan, I'm really glad to be here, and as always, I can't say every October because it's now November, but it's always the highlight of the month to be in the Belgrade Security Conference. I think what we've seen, the direction that we've seen with the European integration is definitely into giving countries early access to certain policies and single market, which makes it, as Ritan says, more tangible. And it's definitely in the direction of that brief and many other policy papers that were advocating similar approach. So I would think it's really a step in the right direction. I think it's also trying to link delivery of reforms with disbursement of money, so it follows the logic of conditionality, which is always driving the accession process forward. One thing that I'm still a bit skeptical about is the amount. If this is to be a game changer, the amount of 6 billion for 6 countries over 4 years is unlikely to achieve the sort of either asymmetry of power necessary to be the firepower for conditionality or convergence. I remember the communication around the growth plan where the Commission said that the Western Balkans now receives the amount of support which on average is like in the EU. And when Commission says on average, it looks also at Luxembourg. When we say on average, we look mostly on Croatia and Bulgaria, and there is still a big disparity there. That being said, I think it's extremely significant that this growth plan happens at the time when there is a renewed interest in the enlargement. This renewed interest is motivated by more security and defense reasons than was the case when the Western Balkans enlargement came to the fore, which is early 2000s, when the logic was reconciliation and expansion of zonal prosperity and stability. But still, I hope that the Western Balkans will benefit from it. While there is a renewed interest in enlargement process, there is also a renewed understanding how difficult it is to do it. So it's in the interest of Western Balkans to move and deliver on this. And I hope that for the growth plan, and being fully aware of the pressures on the EU budget from the needs to make Europe more competitive in a geopolitical era, to expenditures on security and defense, I hope that this amount will also grow, because in this transactional era of global geopolitical bargaining, bigger figures will also mean convey a stronger message and be. I know that the logic is also to crowd in private investors and to crowd in international financial institutions, which I'm sure will be very keen to look for parts of the growth plan where they can support the regional governments to deliver, and by doing this to amplify the amount that is at their disposal. So as the beginning of the journey, I think it's a very good signal.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. We've had the discussions, and many other experts in Europe have raised the discussion of the amount with the hope of mobilization, but then usually in our world, then we are faced with the issue of you've not of administrative capacity, and then we kind of get into a catch-22 oftentimes, but we'll get to that in the second round of questions. Mr. Ambrosone, you were Chief of Staff to Enrico Letta, helping him draft the report on the future of the single market. We discussed previously shortly, you confirmed my understanding that the enlargement is marginally, tangentially touched upon in the report. The focus is on the EU. But for example, from where we stand, from where I stand, the future of the single market incorporates a bigger market. So how much was enlargement an issue? What we were happy to note is that the report confirms that enlargement was a good choice for the European Union, that past enlargements were a sound choice, and that does that stand today? How was enlargement conveyed in these discussions?
First of all, thank you, Simonida, for having me here and for the organizers for the invitation. And absolutely, the enlargement process is a crucial issue for the future of the single market, and that's also why it is in the report. We wanted a specific section on that, and we worked a lot on this issue. This is a priority for the future of the European Union. It's no longer a question of whether we want to go in that direction. It's rather a question of how we want to do so, and that, of course, is the complicated part. In the report, we did not develop practical or technical measures to address this issue is rather a political approach. A political approach that stems from a quite simple consideration, that is that economic interdependence alone, per se, is not enough to produce political integration. That is the final objective of the process. So this is the starting point of our analysis. And here the idea is that if we want integration into the single market, this must go hand in hand also with political integration. That is something that cannot be overlooked. And this is maybe just the blind spot of the new growth plan on the Western Balkans. That is very positive, it absolutely goes in the right direction, but there is this political element of integration that is missing, and we try to push a bit in the report. What do we mean? Basically, it's the idea of having economic integration on one hand, but also political integration. So integration into the union's institutions, into its decision-making process, into its policies. The two things must go together. So this was the starting point of our reflection. And there are a couple of more elements that I like to mention that are important and that we analyze in the report. And it's the fact that we need to think about this, we need to take this opportunity of the geopolitical, political push that brought back enlargement at the top of the priorities of the European Union to reflect on the methodology, to reflect on how we can learn from mistakes of the past and develop a better approach to enlargement, a smoother approach to enlargement. And of course, one of the issues is also reflect upon the idea of kind of breaking this monolithic idea of the enlargement process, of this binary relationship candidate-member, this very rigid approach. This is something that we have to think about because it has created frustrations in the past, it risks creating frustration now, and maybe we need a more gradual approach. This is something that the European Commission and the European Council are starting to take on board, but a more gradual approach that is able to diffuse this kind of relationship. And this is linked also to the final element I wanted to mention, that is the fact that the enlargement process is a bidirectional process. It has impact on candidate countries, it has impact also on member states. And we have to be honest with ourselves, there are some consequences of the enlargement. Some are also negative on member states, on candidate countries. We need to look at them and we need to address them. And in the report, what we suggest is the creation of an EU enlargement solidarity facility. So basically a funding mechanism that can look and monitor, identify these negative externalities and develop specific tools in terms of funding to address these dysfunctionalities. I can give you an example to better understand what I'm saying. When we were traveling across Europe with Mr. Letta last year, we spent a couple of days in Poland, in Warsaw, and we witnessed firsthand the protest of Polish farmers that were afraid of the rapid accession of the Ukrainian agricultural sector into the single market. So these kind of concerns are there, and they can transform themselves into political pushback for this process. So it's very important that at the European Union level, in the member states, we look at these dynamics and we develop specific tools to try to counter these dynamics and avoid that these create political pushback. So at the end of the day, what we try to say in the report is that we need a gradual and balanced approach, one that can keep together the economic dimension with the political one, an approach that is based on merit, because this can allow to level the field in a very complex situation in which you have different cases, different level of preparedness, and we need to pay attention to this aspect of the role of the single market. It's not about access at the single market is the final goal. The final goal is access in the European Union. This is very important also in terms of the signal we send to citizens. We don't want the citizens of the Western Balkans to be only consumers and workers in the single market. We want them to become citizens of the European Union. So also in terms of the signal, the symbolism that behind these processes, these two, political and economic, must go together.
Thank you. Thanks for that, and thanks for this last message. I'm very glad that it came from you, to be honest, on this panel. Going back to Tanya. Tanya, how much of a potential for mobilization of citizen support do you see in the growth plan? Because it has been raised as an issue in Serbia, but not only. We see trends over time in the region. I have major disappointment in my own country, where we have 30% of the population who thinks we will never become members. So how much of a potential do you see in actually showcasing what the real side of European integration can be through the growth plan itself?
There are two important things that I wanted to add, but this is also very good in terms of answering to your question. I do agree that the amount sounds big, but actually, if you make a calculation, you are talking about 2 billion grants, 4 billion loans, very good loans for all of us. And then if you go there into the additional story, 1/2 is going to the budget, the other half, or 1/3 goes to the budget out of the grants and 2/3 from the loans. That means that you are going to borrow for your own reforms, and this is important thing for all of us to know, that for some of those reforms, for actually all of those reforms, we will have to borrow money in terms to pursue them. And that is also important to know. The calculation is very problematic. I'm a poor political scientist. I'm not going into further explanation. But the most important thing out of the growth plan, a part of the reform agenda, which is actually the instrument of us showing off the credibility, not as the replacement for each and every of our succession process, but additional instrument to prove the credibility of our seriousness to fulfill what we said that we are going to fulfill. For me, the most important part is actually what all three of you were talking, and this is what the growth plan calls accelerated integration, gradual integration, whatever you would like to call it. More or less, the participation of the Western Balkan 6 into the European common policies before the membership. Why this is important? And there are some policies that we already start working in, like single European payment area. Ambassador Geoffrey was talking about that. Figures that Milica knows even better than I can imagine, that our loss not participating in single European payment area is enormous one. So for as World Bank is saying, only for one thing, which is the I'm bad with that word, doznake?
Remittances.
Remittances, sorry. Somehow I cannot remember the word. So the remittances are coming at a level of 2 billion per year in the region. And we lost half of the billion in exchanges or paying for the cost of sending money. How the highway in Montenegro was 1 billion. It's a half of highway per year saving. If you have the data that is my favorite, you know that each and every year 300,000 trucks are going in and out from the region into Schengen. And do you know how many hours they are waiting? They are not waiting hours. They are waiting 3,000 years cumulatively. 3 millennia they are waiting on the borders. How much money we could save in more of our inclusion, not only in single market, but more in Schengen. And I have to tell you something that you probably know. When Mr. Letta has started preparing or was working on the document, we had a session exchange with Mr. Letta in order to understand, but also he to understand, and that was a very good exercise, where we are heading with the growth plan and with the ideas. So all that is really something that will benefit to the people, to all of us, in terms of much more inclusion into the European main developing elements, including into the, for instance, value chains in different areas. Production of e-vehicle is something that we saw as the important part from the proposal of the growth plan, but also critical medicine alliance. We all saw what happened with the COVID, that we had as a region a huge problem for buying medicine. And at some point, we now joined emergency purchasing, but we would like also to be part of the medicine alliance, which is important part of this. There are so many things that are they're open for the possibility of us to join. Yet another important thing, and that is something Ambassador Geoffrey knows, that I'm always posing the question. We still don't know the response of the member states, how they are going to accept us in terms of our inclusion, and there where Mr. Bazovic is aiming at. We now need to know a firm answer from the member states. Is this momentum to grasp with the growth plan, or this is a path towards the membership?
Great, you brought us back to Mr. Abazovic. The growth plan has significant conditionality on the fundamentals. How much do you think that this will assist in pushing the countries forward on the fundamentals? But also, you mentioned in your previous intervention the regional dimension. A pillar of the growth plan is the common regional market. How much of a positive competition do you see that the growth plan will be able to create, and also to help in terms of those messages you were sending on reconciliation?
Just one sentence is, I think that maybe Montenegro is not the best example for how people make a reaction in the context of support of EU, because Montenegrin people are very welcome for everybody. So the EU have a very pure support, but also Americans, Russians, Chinese, for the Montenegrins, more or less everybody, it's very, very acceptable. And I am glad because of that, but we know our way. I think that people don't have the passion. They support, but don't have the passion. This is my opinion. They say, okay, I am for EU. But if you say that we are not so fast in that, we are not so successful, they don't care too much, because they are not passionate with that, because they see that we don't have some signals from EU which have the very clear vision about enlargement. This is first. Second, I think that it's truly important thing that to have these symbolical and concrete things which will really provide the better life standard for the people. So EU in one moment, last year, support Western Balkan countries with some subvention for energy. Because it was the very big crisis in 2022, and in 2023 we get one amount of money. It's not so much, but it's okay. And people reaction to that was very good. So you get something from EU. In another side, EU don't recognize something which is very important for some kind of countries. Montenegro, with the sanction of Russian Federation, destroyed touristic industry. Because we're living from tourism, and 20% of the market in the one moment expire when we decide, which I think I was in the office in that period, and I think that was good decision, very principled decision, to put the sanction to Russia Federation. But in that moment, we understand that tourists from Russia Federation will be zero, and nobody have the understanding for us when we say, okay, we want to support our touristic market with the cutting of visa for some other countries like Saudi Arabia, like Kuwait, like Egypt, like another markets like Uzbekistan. We want to have the visa-free concept. And they say this is the very problematic because, you know, that make the problem in our countries. Maybe someone who will come like a tourist in Montenegro will go to work in EU. These are the problems. So when we talk about the EU way and the big European family, we need to understand that the component of solidarity, it's everything. So EU is built, European community is built after Second World War in solidarity of the people and tolerance of the people. So we need, and I am fully agree with the colleague, that don't have only this kind of technical things. We need to have the clear political message and political decision that our countries want to join, and the countries who are now in membership, they are really glad to have us inside. I see this like a two-way street. And we come to the situation now, and I think that this is I know that my friends here will not understand me, misunderstand me, but I think that Serbia is the best example of explaining of this thesis that Europe now needs us like we need Europe. And if we leave only one country from Western Balkan 6 to start to think in another way, every single country of Western Balkan will be in the problem. If some of these countries say, look, maybe EU is not best option for us. Maybe we need to be part of some another organization or to make some another special relation with some organization or with states. I think that will crash and make the huge damage to all Western Balkan countries. So I think that this can be successful only if we are together. I think, not because I am from Montenegro, but I think that Montenegro is the perfect country for reliving of enlargement. Because Montenegro don't have the problem with the neighbors. Montenegro is very small with population and don't have the big economy. No impact, no this negative impact in the EU. But I am not saying that the idea is to put Montenegro in EU and to have 5 other countries which are out and to say, look, like we want to say in the Balkan, we are better than you. I think this is not final goal. The final goal is to be there together. And I am promoter of single market. And Tanya say one very, very important thing. She explained how many years waiting trucks which want to go in the Schengen. Do you know how many years waiting trucks in the Western Balkan countries? More than 1,000 years.
Yeah, that was going to be my question exactly on the regional.
This is really for me, is not something which is rational. Why? Because if we look in the France, and we are glad to see that France and Luxembourg and Belgium and another countries don't have the borders, have that very flexible, and we are all in favor of EU, I think that we need to make our behavior which is similar to EU. And our behavior need to be that we want to cut the barriers for business, also for the people and for the goods, and to make possible that single market is going on. And without that, if we are not ready to do that for 70 million of people, I think that it will be very hard for some company from Montenegro or some company from Bosnia and Herzegovina or from North Macedonia to be competitive in the European, very big European market with 500 million of people.
So can we presume that your answer to whether the growth plan can stir regional cooperation is yes?
Yes,
okay.
I think yes, and I am strongly supporter of this. And this idea, it was good to have this idea 10 years ago, but doesn't matter. We everything we have a lot of history, and we will not be so pessimist because that's coming now. But I support.
Yeah,
I really support.
Ms. Delevic, the administrative capacity. You work in the EBRD. There's a lot of question marks going back to your point as to the sum of the management of funds. This exercise of the Union attempts to introduce the RRF experience, which is closer to what would be a member state building exercise than what the EPA was previously, in terms of relying on a lot of technical capacity support. But I think many of us have the question marks, how feasible is this? Do you see major risks in the implementation down the road? Do you see the potential for building the capacity? And if you have any recommendations at this point from your experience standing as an outsider helping the region, I think it would be welcome.
I basically never thought that the capacity was holding the region back. I think Western Balkans always came across as meeting the challenge when it comes to driving the reform process. Now, the real question is, the incentive, does it mobilize political will? So when there is a will, the capacity will always deliver on this will. I think this will take place in a generally more challenging geopolitical context, which would probably mean that what would have been the driving force previously, say, resolving some of the bilateral issues, might be seen in a different context if the driving force of the enlargement is security and defense, and if the attitude towards the process is generally more geopolitical. Where I potentially see challenges for capacity is negative demographic trends, which the Western Balkans shares with some of the countries in a broader region, which definitely will put a strain. And before, what we've seen in some of the newer member states, that it takes time for the GDP to reach a certain level where people will start returning to their countries. And another challenge, which written politely put as lack of passion, is the belief of the people that this process is what drives their countries forward. I have an opportunity also to work with Ukraine and Moldova, who are in very early stages of their process. And the difference is stark in that they believe that outcome is certain and that the process is transformative. Now, while we would here think the process will transform us, it is important that we do the thing, it is important that the money funds what we would have anyway needed to do. I think public, having been listening to this for a while, and also having been hearing different other stories, might not feel equally passionate or equally convinced, which longer term is relevant for how the process goes as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Tulio, if you have any comments on what was said, if not, I will use the opportunity of you being the biggest advocate for enlargement on this panel from within the EU to reflect a bit on the way that you see the role of the Western Balkans as I announced. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I believe, and this is why, as I was saying, there was also in the report that the enlargement process, and in particular the enlargement process towards the Western Balkans, is really fundamental for a series of reasons. I will just mention some. Some are quite ordinary. I mean, big geopolitical push. First of all, there is an element of geopolitical stability, of geopolitical influence for the European Union that is fundamental. We're talking about a strategic location, strategic area for the European Union. It's the southern eastern flank that today in this turbulent international scenario is crucial. It's a relationship with Russia, so it's an area that is really fundamental for the future geopolitical stability and influence of the European Union. Of course, there is also an issue of market dimension, of global competitiveness of the European Union. This is what we worked a lot in the report, and there's this aspect of the size of the market that is particularly important. We worked a lot on this, trying to identify the weak spots of the single market today, how we can improve the single market, how we can adapt it to this new reality. And a big part of the reflection was exactly on the size of the single market, on integration. So at the end of the day, today, a larger single market, a stronger single market, a more united single market is the best instrument we member states have, but I believe also candidate countries, to uphold our competitiveness at the global level. And competitiveness today means also security, strategic autonomy. We have seen also the results of the US elections. I mean, we are really at a critical time, and I believe that in this case, the dimension of the market, the dimension of our economic system will be crucial in the future for the fact that we are competing with giants. The global economic balance is shifting towards the east. So we're talking about China, we're talking about India, billions and billions of inhabitants, very large economies. So it's very important for the European Union, the issue of the dimension. And then, of course, I also believe there are, and I go back to symbolism, some symbolic elements that are important for the European Union. And I would say that the first is basically the fact that we are reopening this debate. We are having this debate now and many other occasions. The fact that we are learning some mistakes from the past enlargements and that we are adapting the methodology, developing a new process. I believe this is of fundamental importance. And it's important, of course, that this can be also told as a success story, that the enlargement towards the Western Balkans can be a success story. This is also positive, and I'll go back to the geopolitical influence, also for the image of the European Union, for its strength at the external level. And there is also another aspect, more inward-looking, that is very important, I believe, fundamental for the future of the European Union, that has to do with institutional reform. Because the fact that the geopolitical push has pushed back, the issue of enlargement on the top of the agenda should also, this is a wishful thinking, but I want to be optimistic, should also bring at the center of the discussions institutional reforms of the European Union. This was one of the things that we realized in the last 15 to 20 years. A European Union with 27 member states is quite complex. Its decision-making process is complex. It's not working. It's not fast enough. It's not impactful enough. We need to reflect on this, on how to change it. And of course, if we are looking at a European Union that will be even larger, 29, 30, 32, 36 member states, a debate on this is of crucial importance. So yes, I believe there are really many reasons for the European Union, for its member states, to push for enlargement. And I also believe that the window of opportunity to act is closing. We are in a phase in which we need to stop reacting to crises, the financial crisis, the pandemic, now the war, and start acting with a vision for the future. And this is exactly what we try to do with the report, what also Mario Draghi tried to do with his report. We need vision of the future. We need policy action that is not always a reaction to something that is happening, but is concrete action based on our common reflection, like we try to do with the report on the future of the single market. It's not Enrico Letta's idea from top down. It's more a collective exercise of reflection that we try to do across Europe, and at the end the result is the report.
With that call for action, we're going to open for questions from the audience and comments. I know you're tired, but we have one wonderful. Can we get the mic here in the middle in the third? If you can just kindly present yourself and go ahead with the question. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, it's coming here. Yeah.
My name is Jovana Georgievski. I'm a journalist for BBC News Serbia. And I have a question for Mr. Abazovic. I'd like to ask you to sum up, what are the key differences between Serbia and Montenegro that are making EU accession seemingly work better in Montenegro than in Serbia?
Thank you. Jovana, do we have any other questions at this point? Yes, please. Thomas at the back. Thomas. Yeah, we're going to get 3 and then we'll open up. Please, thank you.
Hello. Tomasz Zornaczuk from the Polish Institute of International Affairs in Warsaw. I have a question to our speakers from Montenegro and from Serbia. That's actually the same question. If you were to estimate with the number of percentage, how high is that percentage that both your countries will complete the job until the next of 2026 so that it gets ready to join the union? You, Minister, you, the ladies, what do you think is the percentage? And then the second question is, if there was only one task, then you think is the most difficult on this path, what would this task be and why it is not done yet? Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz, for giving us food for thought. Do we have any other at this point? Yes, the third one, and then we go to the speakers.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask all of the participants whether you think that this growth plan will motivate people in Serbia. I mean, kind of re-energize them to look towards Europe, given that I think I want to address the issue of the lithium mining. And I want to ask that if you think that this growth plan will kind of overshadow the issue that EU is supporting something that a lot of people in Serbia are not. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think we have enough at this point. So I will open once again. So if you have questions, we'll have another round. Shall we start with Mr. Abazovic on the questions, or you would like to give it to Tanya? Okay.
Okay, let me start with the last question, actually. So growth plan is not there, and we have here also members of the European Union, representatives of the European Union has not been created to overshadow anything. Quite contrary, to open the debate, both over the path of a countries from the region into the European Union, but also to put the spotlight onto the hot issues. One of the prerequisites of the stable democratic institution is the civil dialogue, the dialogue in which we will give and ask the questions. So it was not the purpose of the growth plan, my opinion, but I think that I'm not exaggerating, was quite contrary of hiding some issues to put the emphasis on some very tough issues. This is the structure of the reform agenda, for instance. Fundamentals, but also issues which are dealing with, for instance, green digital transformation, which means to transform your sources and routes of the energy that you are going to use and produce. For Serbia, this is both political, economic, and also security, or that type of issue. Not to hide anything, quite contrary, to start opening the questions, which is extremely needed to answer to the question of 2026. If we really want to speed up to the level that Serbia is ready to fulfill all the obligation until the end of 26, the consensus in society over that has to be reached. Not only of the year, but also of the tempo of the tough issues to be sorted on. Our percentage now is around 30% in terms of the fulfillment, but it could not be below 80, 90% if we really want to show that we are ready. And one thing is something which is beyond the framework of the negotiation process, and this is the normalization between Belgrade and Pristina for sure. But if you exclude that one, then fundamentals, then the rule of law as the most important thing, which we are still tackling, more or less successful. There were a lot of panels discussing elements of rule of law even in this conference, but this is the most important, equally the most difficult issue. First and foremost, because the results are not immediate. So you cannot see the immediate results overnight. Quite contrary, for some of those results, for some of those things to be implemented fully, you need years, which we don't have.
Thank you, Ms. Miščević. Thank you very much. Dritan.
Thank you. So thank you for questions. I will start from the first question. You ask about what is the difference between EU integration of Serbia and Montenegro. I think the huge difference is the understanding of the foreign policy. This is the huge difference, and I think that Montenegro is in big advantage. And Serbia have this problem which need to solve with Kosovo. This is not only problem of Serbia and not only problem of Kosovo. This is the problem of the region. Because every negative impact which we have there have the implication also in another country. Everything what is positive, Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia, doesn't matter, have the positive implication also to our countries. And I invite it, I cannot have nobody have this magic to do something in that relation, but this is the big difference. And I think that Montenegro can use the opportunity to join EU maybe before, but I'm repeating, we will not have full success if all 6 countries are not in the EU. About the second questions, which in some kind is in correlation about percentage and what I think that will be until end of 2026. I think Montenegro until 2026 will be in very high in percentage, very high. I think maybe 75, 80%. I think that in our country, the big problem is the rule of law, especially the reform of judiciary system. This will be the big challenge for us. And you ask, why is this not happened before? I will say two factors, which I think that they are crucial. Two are crucial, maybe there are more. First, a lack of people in political leadership who are ready to make hard decisions. Hard historical decisions. In political establishment, people thinking about the election, about the votes, about the power, they don't want to make something which is really strong, hard decisions, and with that to be the game changer. This is first thing. And second thing is the lack of human capacity. In which context? In the context that you have a lot of people inside of system which are connected with organized crime. You have a lot of people which are afraid. You have a lot of people which are not ready to give everything for open state in the context. They don't have the good salaries, they don't have the good standards. So human resources, another factor which I think that is really problematic to have really reforms in some big aspect. And these third questions, I am fully agree with Tanya. I think that if we promote more projects, visible projects, sustainable projects, I think that support of EU will grow in our countries. It's a little bit different. It's not same in Montenegro and same in Serbia. It's different. It's not same in Montenegro, same in Bosnia. We are different countries, different configuration of our state, of our society is different. And this is why I always have the understanding also for Serbia, also for Kosovo, for others, because you cannot go in other shoes in that context. For me, I think that these decisions are very hard, but are historical. And I think, and I always, when I was in the office and I talked with the president of Serbia or prime minister of Kosovo, always say, it is two options. Option one, it's that people will criticize you, but you will stay in the history like somebody who really makes something for the region. Second option is to have status quo and the next 20 years the same stories. This is the options. Two options, but it's not easy. It's not easy it's easy from perspective to Montenegro to talk. It's hard from perspective for people who dealing with open state, with open problems. But I'm encouraging, also talking, I'm now in opposition in Montenegro, have a lot to criticize to the government, to the new government. But one thing is process of EU integration. It's dream of generation of our people. It's not question of one government or one prime minister or one president. We are not going in EU because of Macron, because of Scholz, because of, I don't know, because of Meloni. They are our partners, but we're not going in EU because of them. We think that we want to share the same values with the people who live in Europe, including the another governments which will come in that states or in our states. And this is why we need to making some decisions which are very hard, but historical if we want to put Western Balkan 6 in EU. If not, we will talk about this next 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you,
until EU will finish.
for that enthusiasm. Are there any last-minute questions? We have 5 minutes. I have a question that I would like to pose to them, but you are off. Yes, there is one. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nathan al-Bahari, former member of parliament and current international secretary of Free Citizens Movement. My question is, one thing that we didn't hear enough of today is a values-based approach. We heard a lot about reforms, but we didn't hear a lot about the essential European values which are necessary to go along with those reforms. And my question is primarily for Minister Miščević, and we had some very good debates in the EU Committee and Parliament over the last years. on this topic. So I'm curious on when do you think we will start to seeing the effects of these reforms that both you and the President have said that we will be completed in the next couple of years, especially in the area of rule of law, fight against corruption, and as well as aligning ourselves with the EU's foreign policy, because to make sure to meet all the requirements of EU membership doesn't only include passing laws in Parliament, but also means implementing those laws and being on the side of European values and supporting our friends and allies in Europe. The President last night said this will happen until the end of 2026. In the reform agenda, I believe, you can correct me, the date is a little bit later than that. So I would appreciate to hear your comment and thoughts on that.
Thank you, Nathan. I think that will be the last one. We have 4 minutes left. I would leave Tanya as the host to wrap it up at the end. I would like to ask Milica and Tullio now just the question I have asked this to Tanya previously. What will be your indicator of success of the growth plan in 2027 or 2028? Very quickly in 1 minute. But to Tullio also, does the EU have a plan beyond 2027 for itself and also for the region?
2 minutes aren't enough for that. But
okay, yes or no would do, but we start with you.
First of all, in terms of what will be the indicators, well, of course, there will be some pragmatic, technical indicators for sure, but I pick up what he was saying. At the end of the day, it's a political process, and so we have to look at the citizens' attitudes, the attitudes of the political elites. The consensus will be crucial to advance these processes, both in the European Union, both in candidate countries. So for me, that's going to be the most important indicator for the success, the real success of this process. And in terms of the priorities for post-accession, as I was saying, in the report we summarize, I will focus just on really 3 key concepts. It's an idea that we need scale in the single market to compete at the global level. We need to leverage the single market to access new resources. We need new public and private investment tools for our massive investment needs, the digital transition, the green transition, security, even enlargement. And we need to have a cohesive approach. Jacques Delors always said that the economic integration in the single market must go hand in hand with cohesion. So we need to build a single market that is not only for the cosmopolitan people, for the even in candidate council, the people who can move, who can work abroad, but also for the people who stay in their cities, in their region. So it's scale, it's resources, it's cohesion that is kind of wrapped up.
For many of us, the right to stay discussion actually was very relevant of the report for those of us living here.
What would be an indicator of success is greater political will and greater enthusiasm for those things that both Tanya and Ritan mentioned as the most difficult to achieve. And I wanted to actually return to Nathan's questions and the question before. I think to the extent that public perceives the European integration process as transactional, it will be harder to overcome difficulties. I've tried to hint before that in a geopolitical world, aligning with interests sometimes competes or precedes, hopefully precedes rather than crowds out, alignment with values. It can come together, as in a question that was raised previously, say, around lithium mining, where you absolutely, the right question is Serbia's place in global values chain, Serbia's interest to be placed, to have a place in global value chains, as is people's interest to have the highest environmental standards. So what are the impact of one on the other? That poses the questions which these are interests. That poses the questions of values, and these values are space and ability to have the debate and trust in and independence of institutions that are supposed to enforce these standards. So sometimes these two actually come together.
Thank you. Wonderful. Ms. Miščević.
Definitely the most difficult question that Mr. Al-Bahari posed, how to prove that you are sharing the values and that you are the country that will add the European values, which is in the core of assessing that somebody is ready for the membership. That is why the European Union and member states devised the Copenhagen and other criteria, and also created all the lists of activities that a country, of the measures, laws, strategic acts, strategic documents, action plans, track record that has to be proved in order for the country to prove that the country is sharing the values. Are we still there? Are we there to prove that we are sharing values? Are any of us? In some areas, definitely, like Dritan is speaking about the foreign policy. So aligning in full, but I will give you also, and we had the discussion in the parliament, that we are also participating and sharing values of the security of Europe with the other activities that we are doing. Yet the assessment is in the hands of member states and also public. And also public, that means civil society, which is also crucial for assessing, are we there in terms of fulfilling values. My favorite is how we are going to prove, Emanuele knows that, something which will be the culture of independent judiciary. Very difficult to assess.
Thank you, Taina. On that note, I think we will thank you for being with us. I hope you enjoyed the panel, and we are off to implement the growth plan, most of you then, for the reforms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks once again for all the panelists and the moderator. This last panel examined with the experts the prospects of the Western Balkans within the context of a comprehensive growth plan for the EU and the future of the single market. The discussion covered strategic approaches, economic integration, and the key reforms necessary to foster growth and stability in the region.
And as we come to the conclusion of our security conference, we are honored to invite the director of the Belgrade Security Center for Security Policy, Mr. Igor Bandovic, to close the conference.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this year's Belgrade Security Conference to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we achieved together over these few days. I think that this has been a space where critical ideas were exchanged, challenging conversations were held, and a shared vision for a better future was reaffirmed. The theme of this year's conference, In Defense of Humanity, resonated through every discussion, from geopolitical challenges, green transition, cyber threats, and the resilience of democracy. I think what we achieved is that these are not theoretical debates, but real issues that are shaping our lives and the region we call home. This year, I'm proud to share that more than 500 people participated in the conference. Each of these people brought their own expertise, perspectives, energy, making this event vibrant and impactful. Your presence reminds us of the power of collaboration and the partnership in addressing the challenges we face. I want to thank all the donors and the partners, you have them on this wall, for giving us support and believing that we can pull out this conference. During the conference, we heard some bad news, but also we heard some good news, I think. For example, we want to congratulate from this place Radmila Šekerinska on her recent appointment as Assistant Secretary General of NATO. We think this is a significant milestone not only for her, but for the region as a whole, reinforcing stability and regional cooperation. We hope to welcome her at next year's conference and celebrate her continued contribution to the security of the Balkans. Let me now turn to the people who made this event possible. First, I want to thank the entire team of Belgrade Center for Security Policy. Your hard work, dedication, and incredible team spirit made this conference a reality. Every challenge we faced along the way was met with resilience and a shared commitment to excellence. I'm so proud to work alongside such talented and passionate individuals. Especially, I want to thank Srđan Cvijić, President of our International Advisory Board, whose energy and persistence are unmatched, and his vision made this year's program not only relevant, but truly impactful. The depth and thoughtfulness of the discussion owe so much to him. Jelena Jovanovic, our Chief of Operations, was the engine behind this entire event. Jelena, your leadership and tireless work behind the scenes ensured everything ran seamlessly. Ivana Rankovic, you've been steady hand holding everything together, not only during these 3 days, but throughout the year. From countless emails to your attention to the details, your hard work has been nothing short of extraordinary. Marko, your creativity and support were a driving force behind so many aspects of this conference. Thank you very much. Miona Blagojevic, our incredible communication officer, thank you for amplifying our voice and making sure our message reached far and wide. To Gorana Rebic, your work on the Young Leaders Program has truly made this part of the conference integral and driving part of the event. And to our amazing volunteers, your energy, dedication, and willingness to help with every task have been invaluable. A special thanks goes to European Western Balkans team, our closest partners, and your team has been instrumental in making this conference inclusive and very, very much wider than we thought. Your support and collaboration have helped us ensure that the Belgrade Security Conference remains truly regional and Balkan event. Thank you for your commitment and partnership. I want to thank also to Valentina Baljak, our wonderful colleague from the Munich Security Conference, who came here only to help with the conference. Your expertise and support added so much value to this event, and we are deeply grateful to you. A special thanks goes to our Masters of Ceremony, Milan Šarić and Lejla Mazlić. Your professionalism, energy, and ability to keep the program flowing smoothly were truly remarkable. You made this event not just run easy, but come alive, and we are so grateful for your amazing work. Finally, I want to thank our loyal friends from Ultramarine, who I hope are in the room, and Atomic. Every year, you set a new standard when it comes to production of the conference, and with you, this conference reaches new heights. This conference is a proof that a small but dedicated team can make miracles when it's guided by a clear vision and backed by strong values. Organizing this event was not an easy task, especially given the challenging political situation here in Serbia. And I was thinking, sometimes just being here, just showing up, and making this conference better each year is an act of defiance and hope. By doing so, we are creating a change, not only in Belgrade, in Serbia, but also in the Balkans. Before we close, I would like to invite the entire BCSP team and European West The Balkans team to join me on the stage, because I want to see that you see the faces of Belgrade Security Conference, the people whose effort, creativity, and commitment made all of this possible. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause while they are coming up here. Volunteers as well. Interns as well. To everyone here, thank you for your participation, your insights, your belief in the importance of this conference. You are the reason why the Belgrade Security Conference continues to thrive and inspire. With that, I officially close this year's Belgrade Security Conference. See you all next year. Thank you.